In a world with good watches, bad watches, and a whole lot of nit, how can a man survive? Insights, analysis, My Watches with Ben.
Welcome to My Watches with Ben. At long last, we are at the Openworked dress watches video. It's been a while to get here. Finally, we're here. It's a continuation of my extremely long dress watch series covering almost 2,000 watches? Yeah, almost 2,000 watches. Openworked is anything that allows you to see the movement inside. You know, this Bell & Ross is extremely openworked. You can see just everything there is to see. That's what we're going to be covering today. There will be 288 watches in this video. Will be quite long. I have some different price categories. You know, I'll show you each one of the watches graded using my scoring system, similar to the simple dress watch scoring system with some tweaks because skeletonized is different. I'll give you the top fives in 3 different price categories, and then at the end, I will include some more subjective factors and give you a final top 10 at the end of this video. There's timestamps for all this stuff. There's chapters, skip ahead, skip around. But yeah, I'm going to cover some of the changes I made to the scoring system, talk about different components of the movements, because the benefit of skeletonization or openworked is you get to see that awesome mechanical, sometimes quartz movement, see things inside there. So we'll go over that. And then I'll just start going through the watches and show you those. But first, I'll go over what the point of an openworked watch is. Here's the philosophy of an openworked watch. So unlike simple dress watches that are designed to just be kind of minimal and nothing too fancy on them, when you have an openworked watch, and this is the only one I have, the point is you want to be able to see that mechanical movement. It's a little bit less formal, hence the suspenders today. You know, it still is kind of formal, but it's not taking it too seriously, a little bit more whimsical. Your goal is to just have something really impressive, to really enjoy the movement. So a couple things that are different on this one. Size is not as important. You know, with the simple dress watches, we're really trying to get to that kind of golden ratio, just have aesthetically pleasing size to it. Well, the thing with the skeleton watches is the bigger it is, the more you get to see all that cool movement. So I shifted that over, and larger sizes are not penalized like they were on the simple dress watch scoring system. The easiest way for me to kind of show you some of the differences is just to compare the scorecard, like what I did to change it. So right off the bat, dial aesthetics, it used to be 30 points for the simple dress watch. I changed it to 35 because I added in skeletonization and decorations, flair, that kind of stuff. And I'll show you what those are in a minute. But I increased the dial aesthetics because with the skeleton watch, that's what it's all about. You want it to look super cool. External aesthetics, I took down a little bit. I don't care about the crowns anymore. It's not even a thing I'm looking at in this video. So the crowns are out. I'm not even evaluating it. And like whether the case is brushed or polished, just now it's more case shape. Because with skeleton watches, when you have a really cool case, it kind of amplifies the whole experience, like makes it even cooler. So some of the different case shapes are preferred, you know, atypical cases or avant-garde cases. Going back to dial aesthetics, apologize for not being more organized with this. I've been working on this for weeks and weeks and weeks. So I'm just excited to get it done. I've done all the hard work. And I don't want to chew your ear off with a lot of stuff you probably don't care about. But we've got complications now as a big deal, such as the tourbillon, double balance wheels, stuff like that. One final thing I added here, this is all I'm going to say about the scoring system. I added in refinement as another subjective factor over that last video, you know, refinement and impressiveness. So good openwork dress watch is going to look sophisticated and it's going to be really impressive at the same time. And so some of these ones that are really avant-garde, they kind of lack refinement. You know, they're made of like dark metals and rough finishing and stuff, kind of edgy. So we've got those two there. The results are great, though. You'll see what I'm talking about. A huge component of the score is the level of skeletonization. The simplest, we have kind of open heart. Well, I guess at the really simplest, it's just a tiny aperture where you can barely see anything, like on this Timex Snoopy. But an aperture, it's just a circle cut out where you can see a balance wheel, or on this example, a tourbillon. Sometimes there's a colored glass. This Archive might be the only one, actually. There aren't a ton of those. Partial dial, the lip Himalaya is a good example. You can see some more of that movement, a little bit more than the open heart, but it's not a full skeleton. Floating bridges is sort of like they've got components of the movement on top of the dial, sort of, and you can see those, but it's not the same as skeletonization because skeletonization technically is when you have holes in the plates. The plates have been skeletonized. So you see this in this example here with the Sterling. There's a plate that has holes in it. A normal watch movement, this would just be a solid plate because nobody's looking at it. There's usually a dial covering it. But I define it as anything where 50% at least of the dial is skeletonized. And you get to see through the plate. You get to see some of those plates. There's no plates on this Angelus that you can see. I consider the Accutron to be fully skeletonized. It was supposed to have a dial to cover this. Then they took it off. So, yeah. And then the highest level of skeletonization is extreme openness. I define that as anytime you can see through all the way to the back of the watch, greater than a third of it. So like this Beauvais, it's got extreme openness. There's a lot of just empty space here where you can see through to the skin on your hand. A lot of these Tourbillon watches do that, but it's just a small little aperture. With the extreme openness, it's a lot more than just the aperture. Here are some of the affordable skeleton movements. And yeah, the Seiko NH38, it's not technically skeletonized because it's got this cover. You can't really see what's going on. But here's some of them. Seiko NH72A. These are all pretty affordable. Seiko has a couple of these. Miyota has some really cool ones. I think these actually look better than the Seiko version. ETA obviously makes skeletonized movement. Here's a couple of the ones they make. Seagull has some really impressive looking ones. There's also a number of just mystery Chinese skeletonized movements you can get that are affordable. Another one not shown on the screen is this Orient F6T22. Another addition to the scoring system for this video is decorations. As just, interesting features that you see on skeleton watches that you don't see on other ones. So engraving of the plates, that is fantastic. That gets a really big bonus. Meteorite dial, artistic dial. Sometimes you'll have cool artwork on here. In this case, this scorpion is so cool. Floating bridges, those are super cool to see. Interesting architecture is a bonus a lot of these get, where they've done something totally original here. This is crazy movement they have. Something just really interesting or impressive with how the movement just looks. Architecture refers to the plates and the bridges and all those sorts of things. A really interesting one like this gets a bonus, over just the plain Seiko sort of thing that we're used to seeing. Design flair. I know these terms, flair and decorations, they're kind of loose. Don't take it too seriously. But color pop gets a bonus. Got something bright that kind of stands out. Because again, it's supposed to be a little more fun, a little bit more casual. The blued screws are an excellent touch. I wish more of these watches actually had blued screws or blued hands. It really makes a difference when you're looking at all this gray. It's really nice to see the blue. Capacitors, I give a bonus. Jewels, that's something you're going to see on these. Those are really pleasing to look at. So if it has even one jewel, it'll get a tiny little bonus, 1 point or something, over the ones where you can't see any jewels. And then for complications, there's some other complications in addition to these, but these are kind of the ones we're going to see the most often. I mean, except for the turbines thing. That's unique to this Accutron. But open heart, not very much open workedness. It's pretty minimal. But you do get to see it going back and forth. It looks good. Double balance wheels, you'll see those. Obviously scores a little bit higher. The tourbillon, like the one I have on my wrist here, that is an extremely cool complication to be able to look at. Sometimes you'll have double tourbillons. Okay, and then parts of the movement. This is something I wanted to talk about because we're going to be seeing these movements and I'm going to identify things. So I'll just cover that briefly. I'm not a master horologist or even an amateur horologist, but we can identify what these parts are. The gear train is, I think, what connects the escapement to the hands. So it makes your watch actually function. And you see this big gear right here. That's part of the gear train. The train bridge is the bridge that holds it in place. For automatic watches, micro rotor or big ones, the automatic bridge is what the rotor connects to. Main plate, I've already discussed plates, but main plate on watch movements is this gigantic circle. This one has not been skeletonized. This is a really cool part of the watch called the keyless works. And it's keyless because originally pocket watches, you had to have a key to adjust the time. The keyless works when you pull out the crown, it engages the ability to adjust the hands here. And this Piaget gives us a great example where we can see a lot of the pieces of the puzzle here. Start with the barrel. You see the spring here, that's where it stores up all the energy. When you wind up your watch, we'll store it in the spring here. And it's surrounded by a ratchet wheel. This micro rotor, it looks like actually the power goes this way. Micro rotor is going along these gears and turning this ratchet wheel here to store up power for the barrel. If I get any of this wrong, I apologize. Again, I'm not a horologist of any sort. This one has a micro rotor. That's really cool, especially because it's on the front and you can see that thing go. You know, when you move your wrist, that rotor's going to turn around and charge this thing up. That's really cool. The escapement is sort of the heart of the watch, you know, hence the heartbeat slogan when you can see this balance wheel. But what the purpose of the escapement is to regulate the release of mechanical energy in measurable, accurate bursts. That balance wheel is going to be going back and forth, and it will hit into this pallet fork. Hopefully I'll put up a little GIF of it or something, but it hits the pallet fork, which moves the escape wheel. And again, it's just measurable bursts of the release of mechanical energy. And that will go to the hands and cause them to turn. Keep accurate time, hopefully. For the overall project, the black ones are the ones I've done, the gray are the ones that haven't been done. And yeah, this is a huge one. These 289 watches really brings it up. With this video, it's now 72.5% complete, unless these numbers down here increase, which they surely will. But we're getting there. The next one to be done, I don't know what will be next. Probably going to do some other types of videos in the meantime before I continue with dress watches. Okay, and here are the results of my review of the 288 watches. Their scores are plotted on this graph here. Yeah, there's no 93s. The highest score is actually a 92. But anyway, here they are. Green is good grades, yellow is okay grades, and red is not recommended. Bad grade watches. I always aim to have a third good, a third okay, and a third bad. And when I first prepared the scoring system and scored all the watches, that's pretty much how it was. I always do a second pass of all the scorecards, and as I made my adjustments, more of them went over into the green territory. But still pretty much what I like to see here, you know, with the C spike. If we divide all the watches into 6 price ranges with equal numbers of watches, here's where they shake out, you know. 1/6 of the watches are under $380, 1/6 of them are over $160, and I've graded them here from darkest to lightest. And you see the dark one, the under 380, it's looking pretty abysmal. It's got a D plus spike. Barely any are good. And that's just how it turned out. You know, the more expensive watches score better. The ones over $160,000 are very often precious metals, white gold, stuff like that. They get bonuses for that. They have higher brand strength. They have better movements, sometimes chronometers, in-house movements, really fancy stuff. And so it makes sense, logically, that when you pay more money, you're getting higher quality watches. But now I'm ready to go into the actual watches. The benefit of my video is you just get to see a ton of watches. I worked really hard on the scoring system and scoring these watches as best as I could. But you can also enjoy my video by disregarding the analysis and just seeing how many watches that I found and just seeing the ones that look good to you. But now I'm ready to go into these different price categories. I'm not going to have 6 segments. I'll only have 3 segments. So I'm going to combine these into thirds and just do 3 segments. So let's start with the first one, under $900. All right, under $900, we've got 96 watches. I'll show you every single one of them. You'll see things like Orient Star, Swatch, Festina, Sega Design. You'll see Chinese stuff like this Agaloser and the MD, the Rotary, Lip, cool French brand, Timex. Timex actually does have an Openworked watch, and we'll take a look at that one. And as I showed you with the overall thing, you know, this price range isn't doing so great. Only 7% of them are good grades. a third of them approximately are okay, and then almost 2/3 of them not recommended. So a little bit rough. And you look at the under 380, really bad. Only 2 of them, it looks like. Only 2 watches are good grades, so 4%. 2 divided by 48 is about 4%. Even at the bottom of the prices, you can see, this one is already better, the orange one. Here are all those watches that we're going to cover on one screen here. Kind of obscured the top 5. Start with the one in 6th place, go all the way down to the one in 96th place. I'll end with the top 5. Use timestamps if you need. Let's dive into it. 6th place is the Merkur Skeleton Tourbillon. $477, 42 millimeters across, 12.5 thick. The one on my wrist is also 42. So I have an average 7-inch circumference wrist. 42 is going to be okay, particularly for skeleton. You're trying to impress. This one's a little bit thicker than I'd like to see at 12.5. I love that it's full skeleton. They have an actual tourbillon for only $477. I don't think I said this, but a tourbillon is an incredibly complicated thing to make. Just very difficult to do. Clearly, they put all their money in that. All this other stuff looks pretty rough. The hands are looking rough. The finishing is pretty rough on this guy. You get to see the keyless works, though. You get to see just all of the movement. So it is pretty impressive. This is a hand-winding watch. Final score of 80. 7th place is the Timex X Harry Potter. $549. It's a 39 millimeter, 13 thick, though. Timex often makes a thicker watch, unfortunately. This is very cool. I do like Harry Potter. I don't care for this, though. Okay, so it says Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And it says it 4 times. Like, couldn't they say 4 different things or something? That's pretty repetitive. I think the execution was a little bit half-baked. This thing, too, like, how is this Harry Potter with this little arc here? Some of the things on here are, I love seeing that Hogwarts logo, all that kind of stuff. I think the color is really appropriate. The gems are cool. I would have liked to see just a full gold case as well. The two-tone thing's not doing it for me, but it's a cool one. Even comes with a deployant clasp. That's really nice. I gave it pretty high scores for refinement and impressiveness. Got full points for all of that. Really cool option. Score of 80. In 8th place is the Top Hill Tourbillon. $863, 43.7 diameter, 13.7 millimeters thick. You get a tourbillon, and it looks pretty good. You also get a power reserve, and you get a retrograde date indication. Those are all bonuses here. For dial aesthetics, it's almost perfect, even though it's not skeletonized. It's just got that balanced aperture. It did really well for that. Where did it lose points? Size. Pretty much the size was an issue. And I did, like I said, I moved that window up, so I'm not penalizing size as much. But that is the downside. It is very thick, very big. 44 millimeters is going to be pretty big. All things considered, I give it a score of 79 C+. And when we get to the fancy watches, you'll see why these ones are scoring lower. Because this is 8th place, and it's already only a C+. When we get to those fancy ones, you'll see what I'm talking about. 9th place is the Gin Larry Skeleton, J9033. Only $199, 42 millimeters across, 12 thick. You can see so much cool stuff. It says Jingly on the dial. This is Gin Larry here. So they can't settle on what their name actually is. Looking a little bit sporty. They've got sort of like a dive watch thing with this 15-minute countdown deal. I don't understand the point of that, particularly when you have a small second. Loomed hands, loomed indexes, that's nice. See the keyless works, see the balance wheel, the escape wheel, barrel. You can see all these cool things. Oh, and one note, normally I remove the backgrounds on these because they look better that way. Typically, watches look better on a dark background, in my opinion, especially when they're light. But especially with these skeletonized movements, I did it for a few of them, but it is very tedious trying to go through here and mark all the white spaces. So I didn't do it for all of them. Total score 79. 10th place is the Orient Star Contemporary Semi-Skeleton. $800, 39.3 millimeters across, 12.2 thick. This is the highest scoring Orient that we're going to see. For an Orient, it's not that thick. It's only 12. Their watches are always thicker. You get to see the open heart movement. It is an in-house movement, so it gets a little bonus for that. You've got your power reserve, 50 hours of power reserve. That's nice. It has a sapphire crystal with anti-reflective coating. I would take it off the bracelet. It would be even better. off the bracelet, but they don't sell it that way. Yeah, this is a cool one. Score of 78. 11th place is the Aesop Tourbillon. It's $297, 42.5 across. Very similar to the one on my wrist. Only 11 thick. That is nice. Got a nice gold case that's going to look flashy. We've got some artwork on the dial. It said artistic dial. You know, some kind of solar stuff going on, some planets or whatever. That's cool. Why not? These are supposed to be fun, flashy. I like the border to the aperture. Mine doesn't have a border, and it does look a little bit cheap. This give on my wrist. They just cut the dial. I do like that there's a border. Got some blued screws here. It's a nice one. Score of 78. 12th place is the Seismont Motus. $269, 42 across, 11 thick. And here's our first finalist. So in the final runoff that I do at the very end, I take the top 5 from each of the 3 price categories, and then 40 additional just wildcards, essentially. Finalists that I've chosen. I want to see how the Seismont does at the end, because full skeletonization, very low price. Price is one of the rounds at the end, affordability. So this one definitely has a chance to do well at the end. I like these indexes here. Those look good. Really impressive for only $269. And when you're going for Openworked, I think this approach with just full skeletonization is actually way more bang for your buck than trying to get a tourbillon. The tourbillon itself, it's cool, but it's not that cool. One of the things that's a little disappointing about just an aperture watch is you don't get to see all these plates, skeletonization, all these different mechanisms, the keyless works. Like, this is really cool. And again, very affordable. Although this is crooked. Their brand on here is not totally aligned. Oh, and this gets the bonus of the rotor view, because the rotor back here, you can actually see it through the movement. So as that thing swings around, you'll be able to see it. That is really nice. Total score of 77. 13th place is the Orient Star Classic Semi-Skeleton. $715, 40.4 across, 12.8 thick. And I like how this one looks much better than that contemporary one we saw. This is better. So I have chosen this as a finalist. The dial is really pleasing. The gold is nice. I love seeing gold on the watches. Be able to see that balance wheel going back and forth. Nice power reserve. Total score 77. 14th place is the Seiko Presage Cocktail SSA 405. $570, 40.5 across, 11.8 thick. Not crazy thick for Seiko. Beautiful texture on the dial. I love that they did this with the cocktail time. They added the open heart complication, and I think it suits it really well. Very classy watch. The finishing, it's not quite as impressive as some of these other watches we see, but the benefit to Seiko is as high brand strength as you can possibly get. Seiko is in the, I think, top 3 watch brands or something ridiculous like that. Very high up there. Yeah, I like this one a lot, so it will be one of the finalists. Total score of 77. 15th place is the Rougeois Skeleton RS294S. $297, 42 millimeters, not crazy huge, 12 thick. I love what they did here with the numerals. It looks so cool. You've got one of these really interesting movements that's just a bridge, basically. It's similar to the Corum Golden Bridge. There's some Chinese movement that is just super minimal, and I love how it looks. You're going to see the balance wheel here. Here's the barrel. I don't know how they simplified the movement so much, but it looks fantastic. Only $300. I do wish this wasn't quite as rough with the brushing here. It would have been nicer if this was all polished, but it is a very cool watch. It does get the extreme openness bonus because you can see right through the watch. Got some nice engraving here. It's very impressive. Glued screws and hands. I didn't choose it as a finalist because, like I said, it is a little bit rough. Yeah, those final rounds are really tough because it's going to have to compete against Allonga and Zerna and like Vacheron Constantin. And it can't compete, unfortunately. So it's hard to say this is one of the top 10. It just can't be. But it is a very cool watch, especially in the affordable price range. It's totally unique looking too. Total score of 77. 16th place is the Filippo Loretti Celestial Tourbillon. $850, 42 millimeters across, 10.9 thick. They did a great job with the thickness. It says Atelier Loretti. It's made by Filippo Loretti, so which is a fashion brand. This is really impressive though. Very clean, no indexes on it. Just very simple colors, just the blue and the gold. I love that they have gold lettering here. I like that the letters are spaced from each other. Just looks really nice. They chose good fonts. Got this little bridge that goes over the tourbillon. I always think that looks cool. It just integrates the aperture a little bit better when you have this across. Got a nice little border around the aperture as well. There's a lot of good stuff with this watch. It is kind of pricey for Filippo Loretti. You can buy Hamiltons and stuff for cheaper than this. I don't think I would spend that much for Filippo Loretti. And the price is due to the tourbillon. It's a very expensive complication to make. Total score of 77. 17th place is the Wolfslith Golden Bridge skeleton. And fortunately, they don't put that on the dial. So you don't have to see that bizarre combination of letters that somebody came up with in China. Only $49. 40 millimeters across, 13 thick. If this watch doesn't break, that is really cool. There is something misaligned here. The 60s slightly to the left of the 12. That's kind of concerning. Maybe you could ignore it and just have it for fun. The movement is so cool. It's similar to the one we saw on the Rougeois, but they've got the barrel kind of offset, the balance wheel offset. It looks so cool. It'd be nicer if they didn't have this gigantic lip here. Or is that the rotor? It's an automatic movement. Okay, I think this is the rotor. You get to see that rotor. You have the rotor view. See that thing going around for $49. Good grief! If you want just a quirky Chinese watch, and for under $100, man, this is a cool one. Get to see all the movement here. Yeah, that's one thing that Chinese brands excel at, is doing some of these weird things. Most of the time they try to do homages, most of the watches on AliExpress, but if you dig around, you'll find cool stuff like this. It's like, how are they making this and selling it for so cheap? And who's buying it? And it's just a mystery, but it's really cool. I might have to get my hands on this one. Total score is 77. 18th place is the Rotary Regent skeleton. $134 only for the Rotary. It's on sale. Hopefully it's still on sale by the time this video comes out. It has a feel of 42.6 because it's a 42 left to right, but there's more case going on here. So I try to approximate more what it's going to feel like on the wrist. It's going to have more presence than a 40. That's 12.2 thickness. Nice movement inside. Probably a Miyota. You can see through the watch. That is nice. See all the way through in some places. I gave it full skeleton. It's a cool one. The only downside really is the case shape. It is ugly. Doesn't look quite right. Everybody tries to copy Audemars Piguet. And the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak is a good combination of like utilitarian and sophisticated, kind of mashing them together. That's what these sorts of watches are supposed to do. This one just looks straight utilitarian. It does not look sophisticated at all. And some of it has to do with the black here, and just that it is a skeleton watch. Taking away the dial does take away the sophistication. It does make it a little bit more like a machine rather than something elegant. But yeah, again, for the affordable price range, this is a fantastic skeleton watch. Maybe the best value, because Rotary is an established brand and everything. Total score 77. 19th place, the Swiss Military SMA 34085.33. $874. 40 millimeters, 10 thick. Why does it say military? I don't understand the branding here. I don't understand the watch. It's sort of dressy, but then why do you have this font here? It's a head scratcher. Score 77. 20th place is a Jin Larry True Flying Tourbillon J9062. This time it says Jin Larry instead of something else. $243, 43 millimeters, 12 thick. These colors are a little bit too intense. It doesn't. This artwork would come off better if it wasn't so bright. And are these actual constellations or just random stuff? I mean, maybe in China this is what you see. I don't know. But you get a tourbillon for $243. Apparently, the tourbillon complication is not as fancy and as expensive as I thought it was, because you can get one for only $243. Whether it will break or not, who knows? I like this crown. That is very classy. It does actually have a deployant clasp on this leather strap as well. So, a lot of value. But the scoring system reveals it is not a great watch, just an okay open-worked watch. Score 77. 21st place is the Rotary Greenwich. $322, 42 millimeters, 11.4 thick. A lot of skeletonization, full skeleton. The black hands are classy. The Roman numerals are classy. This is a classy one. One of the ones I'm considering for just a straight skeleton watch, because the only open-worked watch I have is a Tourbillon, and I kind of want to get that skeleton experience. You know, seeing the keyless works, seeing all these plates and jewels everywhere, getting the balance. I'm pleased with what I'm seeing from Rotary, and I have chosen this as a finalist. Score of 76. 22nd place is the Merkur Coaxial Tourbillon. $410, 42 millimeters, 12.5 thick. Timekeeping portion is a little bit offset upward. I like that a lot. This is nice balance here. I like these little screws, like these little rivets here. Really big tourbillon on this one. That's nice. They did not border the aperture, but I think it looks all right on this one. Really cool dials. They have a lot of interesting dials with this. I think Merkur and Give are related brands. So I've been really pleased with my Give tourbillon watch. One will probably serve you well. Nice deployant clasp. Total score of 76. 23rd place is the Swatch System Through Again YIS 431. Only $260, 42 across, 13.8 millimeters thick. And this is the automatic movement that Swatch designed. It has very few parts. It's all machine made. That is very cool horologically. You get to see the date wheel. Not many skeletonized watches that have a date wheel, so it's cool to see that. It's an interesting one. It comes on a rubber strap. I don't care for that personally, but it's not penalized as much on this scoring system as it was in the simple dress watch, because it's not high formality we're going for here. Silicon is not as bad. Really cool one. Score 76. 24th place is the Seagull Skeleton. 44 millimeter. It's $194. Has a feel almost like a 47. It's with this case, the way it is. 12 millimeters thick. They're going more sporty with this. These gigantic Arabic numerals. So the refinement took a hit on this one. But it is very impressive. See that really cool movement. It's an in-house seagull movement. Cool one. Score 76. 25th place is the Olev's 6661. Only $69. 41 across. 12 thick. Maybe this movement is garbage. We saw it in the Bracelet watch. It's a very cool movement. Get that extreme openness. See the balance wheel just hanging out into space. That's all very cool. They show it with water because it has an extremely high water resistance rating of 30 meters. You even get blued screws and stuff. I've never had an Olev's. It's probably not finished particularly well, but this is looking pretty cool. Score of 76. 26th place, the Sega Hunter. $599. Feel like a 48 almost, and thickness of 12.1. Very sporty looking. A lot of aggressive textures here. Has a bonus of a ventilated case. That's really cool to do with the skeleton watch. Get that rotor right here. You'll see that swinging around. You get a nice color pop with the green. I like what Sega does. They do things similar to Richard Mille. Or some of these other more aggressive brands, Frank Muller. The other ones are escaping me, but it's a cool look. Like these futuristic looking screws. Really nice open worked watch. I have chosen it as a finalist, so we'll see how it does in the final top 10. Biggest downside is just how big it is. Total score of 75. 27th place is the Lip General de Gaulle Squalette. $497. 40.9 feel. This should say feel here. This is a 39 left to right. 13 millimeters thick. It's all gray here. The movement matches it. That is really cool. See all these cool jewels. Probably the Miyota. It might be the Seiko movement, actually. You can see that open heart. There's a lot of skeletonization. A nice one. Score 75. 28th place is the Swatch Train the Hands SS07B11 3G. So if you want to find it, that'll help you. $270. 42 millimeters across. 6.7 thick. I think this is the first quartz watch we've seen that's skeletonized. And that's really cool. You can even see the battery through the front. It's very neat. Give it a bonus of full gears because you can see that, what do we call that? Gear train? Only 6.7 thick, super thin. Unfortunately, it comes on this horrible bracelet. I hate how Swatch does these bracelet integrations here. It just looks so cheap and lame. You can't change it out. So that's probably the biggest downside. I wish Swatch would just do a conventional strap attachment spring bar. You could change this out, but they don't. He'll score 75. 29th place is the Pagani Design PD YS017. It's 40 millimeter left to right, $111, 42.7 feel, thickness of 14 millimeters. I don't really know what they're going for. It's got kind of a Panerai case shape, and then kind of a Girard Perregaux sort of bridge thing going on here. It's pretty cool. I like the blue. Nice open heart, full balance there. It's a cool looking watch. Not too crazy big. It's a decent open-worked watch. Score 75. 30th place is the Pagani Design PD YS015. $141, 41 millimeters across, 13 thick. Got your 24-hour indicator. Really cool dial. They have some other colors, green, blue. Got your open heart. Got some blued screws on the front of the dial. The aperture is bordered. I like that a lot. Classy looking Romans. Interesting orange leather strap. Yeah, don't see that very often. Pretty cool. With the deployant clasp. It's a cool one. Score 75. This is going to be like a 5-6 hour video, probably. It's insane. I'm only on watch 31. I've only talked about 25 watches, and there's 289. My goodness. Well, you know what? Just use the timestamps. They're only going to go downhill from here in this price category. Anyway, in 31st place is the Lip Himalaya Sablier. $497, 40 millimeters across, 12 thick. And my brother-in-law has this exact watch. He has this one. He lives in Europe, and it's a French company. It looks really cool. I like it a lot. When I first saw it, I thought it was a Hamilton. And I looked a little bit closer, and I noticed it's not Hamilton. So it is very similar to that Hamilton Open Heart, the Jazzmaster. But they did their own thing. When you compare them side to side, they're not the same. Should I show you the Jazzmaster? Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to give it a preview here. Here's the Jazzmaster, so you can compare them. Yeah, the Lip has more going on. Very similar case, though. I think it's safe to say the Lip is a homage to this Jazzmaster. Yeah, there's a lot of similarities here. But this one's cheaper, and it looks really cool. I was really hoping it would get a good grade. My brother-in-law has it, but at least it didn't get non-passing. It did pass the class. Score 74. 32nd place is, these all say passing with swap. You guys, I messed up these seals. Oh man, that's lame. I'm not going to go back and fix it. Oh man, should I? This project is taking so long. I don't want to extend it any longer. We're going to go with it. Did I do that on the other ones? Okay, it looks like in the price category up from this one, I got it right. Oh man, that's too bad. And I didn't notice till just now. Well, just pretend this just says passing. Doesn't need to say with swap. Anyway, the Sega X Series skeleton, $505. Has a feel like a 47. It's very big, 44 by 48. Thickness of 11.8. So not too thick. And again, Sega has really cool designs that nobody else does. I love this. It looks so cool. There's no other watch that looks like this that I've seen. So that's really cool. I almost like this better than some fancier watches. Like the Bell & Ross is another square skeleton watch. Well, that one is objectively way cooler. But this has a lot of interesting stuff going on. Punches above its weight class, for sure. You get to see the rotor here. That rotor's going to swing around. It's going to look so cool. The blue accents and the white stripes on them. There's just a lot to look at. It looks fresh and cool. I like these screws again. Like I said on the other one, these futuristic screws. It's a grade 2 titanium case. Very cool. Nice sporty option. Score 74. 33rd place is the Seagull Open Heart. Only $82. Huh. 42 millimeters across, 13 thick. They do have an in-house Seagull movement, like this little bridge going over the balance wheel. This is cheesy though. The date. It doesn't look that great to me. And then this doesn't look so good either. It's kind of corny. Just looks a little bit cheap, the printing here. So they could have done better. If it was like a little plaque or something, a little metal sign or something, that would look a lot better. This just looks bad. Score 74. 34th place is the MD Watches Connemara. $468, 40 millimeters across, 12.6 thick. It has a double balance, and that does supposedly give a more consistent energy. I don't know how they synchronize it though. I was trying to look into that for these cheaper double balance watches. Are they really doing what it's supposed to do, or is one of them just superfluous? It just moves, but it doesn't actually power the movement. It's just for show. I don't know the answer to that for this one, but it looks really darn cool. Reminds me of sort of like an FP Journe style, these cutouts and screws. Actually, there's no FP Journes that are skeletonized. Yeah, that's kind of weird. This is a really cool one. Atypical case, I said, because it's got this extra material down at the 6 o'clock. The crown here at 6. This is a cool one. I think they're kind of a newer venture. Total score of 73. 35th place, the Seiko Presage SSA 461. Probably JDM. $565, 39.5 across, 12 thick. And it's doing a lot of stuff. It's kind of looking classy, but it's looking a little bit sporty at the same time. It's cool what they did here. There's a lot of contrast with the black and the gold. The black looks a little bit cheap to me. Doesn't look like the highest quality, but this is an interesting one. Definitely a quirky Seiko offering. Does have the in-house Seiko movement, of course. Yeah, I didn't think it was particularly refined or impressive. You know, you don't actually see all that much of the movement with the way they did this partial dial, but still passing the class. Score 73. 36th place is the Aragon anti-gravity skeleton. $250, 42 millimeters across, 14 thick. Has 200 meters water resistance, which is a lot more than most of these watches. Biggest penalty I'm seeing here is size related. 14 thick is very thick, especially if you're going to wear a shirt. That 14 is going to be kind of an issue with the dress shirt. It's also going to be kind of heavy, 150 grams. The weight I didn't factor as much because, yeah, I softened weight penalties. So this is probably mostly due to the thickness here. It's getting penalized. It has a Seiko movement in here, the one that's like fully skeletonized. Looks pretty good. Score 73. 37th place is the Rain Olympia. $818. It's going to have a feel almost like a 45, even though it's 42 left to right due to the shape of the case. 12 millimeters thick. Some nice jewels you can see. Open heart is nice. You can see the barrel here. A lot of cool stuff. Oh, I just noticed this. It's got this bridge across it. That is really cool. Didn't notice that before. I think I was always so distracted by this ugly branding right here. Maybe just the chapter ring itself is looking a little bit cheapo. And the two-tone. I'd prefer if this was full black. But this is actually the last that's passing out of the box. The rest will not be passing. Well, there's a few that'll pass with a strap swap. I am going to breeze through the ones that are not passing, just to try to make the video not be 5 hours long. We'll see if I can succeed. We'll score 73. 38th place is the Rougeois Skeleton RMS 33G. Oh, cool engraving on the plates. Nice blued hands here. Get to see the keyless works. You see a ton of stuff. 44 millimeters definitely holds it back a little bit. Also, there's no indexes. Just a lot of little penalties on here. 472, not recommended because there's better stuff. They can't all be recommended. Again, I was trying to get a third of them not recommended. Just trying to be straight with you guys. There's better stuff than this Rougeois. 39th place, the Festina F20062-2, an integrated case sports watch with an open heart. It actually looks pretty cool. This one doesn't pass. There is a Festina. I think it costs more than $900. It's a full skeleton. That one's actually pretty cool. Open hearts just don't score quite as well. This one is score 72, not recommended. 38th place is the Welly Merc Skeleton WM083. $189, 44.7 across, 12.2 thick. Oh, it's 44.7 feel. Actually, 42 left to right. Nice ventilated case. These gears are looking almost like a bicycle, the way they did it here. Really big spokes on it. That's pretty cool. Looking like Richard Mille, but, you know, only $189. A lot of them go for this tonneau shape. Some cool screws and everything. I do wonder about the water resistance with this business here with the crown. You know, you can see the stem through the case. So I do wonder how well it's going to be protected. Probably not 50 meters, probably just splash proof. Splash some water in there, it's probably getting inside. Score 72. Passing if you swap the strap. But why would you? Because silicone makes it sporty. 41st place is the Bonus Gotti Square Skeleton. Weird name, Bonest. What is Bonest in Gotti? $267, 47.4 feel. It's a huge square. And 13, oh, because it's 42 by 42 square. 13 thick. And this is literally just using pi and stuff. 42 by 42. Very open, very interesting shape to it. This all looks so cool. I don't know where they came up with this idea, but it looks fantastic. Yeah, the size, it's just going to be really a lot of presence on the wrist with the square shape of it. It's kind of the biggest issue here. Recommended if you swap it off the strap. Score 72. 42nd place, 40th of the ones I can recommend. The Daniel Gorman Skeleton DG 8127. $153, 40 millimeters across, 14 thick. This is cool. I like the balance wheel here. Looking nice. Have a little bit of glass over the dial here so you can see the, what do they call that? See the gear train? Is that called the gear train? I'm sorry, guys. I already forgot what it was. I'm really not a horologist. I should be able to remember that, though. I looked at it earlier. It's pretty cool. I like the case shape. Score 72. 43rd place, the Seiko SARY 187. I don't like this. It is a huge clash. It's just weird. I'm not a fan of this one. Probably don't need to elaborate a ton. It just looks bad. Not recommended. 44th place is the Yilang V1216 hollow dial. 42.2 left to right. So with all this case here, it's going to have a feel more like a 46. $362, 14 thick. Maybe the only tritium loomed watch in the whole video. I don't think there's another one. I like that the balance wheel has this black spokes to it. I think that's the balance wheel. Hopefully that turns. It might not actually turn. So yeah, if that doesn't turn, that's not as cool. I like what they did with the small second, kind of 3-pointed little deal. Color accents are nice. Score of 72. 45th place is the Seasmont Core. $269, 42 millimeters across, 12 millimeters thick. And it's a little bit more than an open heart because you do get to see the barrel here. A little bit of, is this the gear train? You guys correct me. Not recommended. Score of 71. 46th place is the Bernie Skeleton. $110, 40 millimeters across, 12.5 thick. Only recommended if you swap the strap. Really nice view of the movement here. Very full skeleton. You can see the escape wheel right here. That's pretty cool. Score 71. 47th place is the Sterling Aries 3981. Double balances are cool. You can see a lot of cool stuff on here. I called it full skeleton. I think technically it's not really, but that didn't help it. It still didn't pass the class. It's a little bit too big, stuff like that. Score 71, not recommended. 48th place is the Bolivar Surveyor 97A 182. $460. It's 39 left to right, but a feel like a 42.1. Thickness of 11.6. I like the gold. That looks really good. Just a lot of penalties. Scorecard did not pass unless you put it on some leather, and then it will easily pass. Be 73, 74. It'll be an okay dress watch. This is still open-worked dress watches. So it's supposed to be a dress watch. Score 71. 49th place is the Orient Azure. $270, 43 across, 12.5. The Microsoft Azure. This is looking kind of girly, but it's a 43 millimeter watch. So it's a man's watch, but you've got a lot of sparkle. That's too much sparkle for me. Score 71, not recommended. 50th place is the Earnshaw Longitude. $149, 44 across, 14 thick. Bunch of complications on here. I don't know why there's two hands here. It says dual time. Maybe you can do something fancy with that. You do get a day-night indicator up here. The Earnshaw has some weird movements that they source. I don't know what they are. I don't see them on any other watches, but it's probably cool. This is looking really nice. I love this engraved bridge here. I put engraving. That's really nice. Doesn't pass the class though. Score 71. The last one it's even possible for me to recommend in this price category. 51st place is the Vincero Marble Automatic. $595, 43 millimeters across, 11.5. And you can get different stone colors here. You can get a brown or a green. Cool that they have stone pieces embedded into the bracelet. That's really nice. This actually looks pretty premium here. They did some perlage here on this bridge or whatever you want to call that. Barely passing if you swap it off that really cool bracelet, some leather, passes a dress watch. It is kind of big. Score of 41. And from here on out, they're not recommended in this price range at all, no matter what you do. 52nd place, the Arkai Charon. Cool glass here, but then you don't really get to see the movement as well. So that is kind of a downside. I guess if you want to go a little bit more subtle with your skeleton watch, you can do this. I think these are the only guys that have just a full color glass on top of a skeletonized movement. It's a little bit too dark. Maybe in some light you can see the movement better. Not passing, score 70. 53rd place is the Liga 6828. $34. This automatic, complicated movement. Yikes. That will probably fail pretty quickly. Are these... Oh, these are probably to set the day and the date. Get a little pin and push in to adjust these somehow. Oh, and the moon phase, or is that a moon phase? I think it's just a day-night. It tricked me. Yeah, see, the moon is right behind the hand. The hand just indicates 24-hour. It's just a day-night. Score 70, not recommended. 54th place, the Carl Lehman Majesty Open Heart. Looking a little bit like a Piaget Polo. It's got that open heart. It's expensive, almost $700. You can do better. I don't recommend this one. Score of 69. 55th place, the Timex X Peanuts Marlin. I really like the Marlin design. It's cool. They are very thick, though. They're 13 millimeters thick. And this one, if you're going to do open heart, just open the heart. Put the 75 years over here or something. We don't get to see the balance wheel very well with this thing obscuring it. That's unfortunate. That's one of the reasons it's not passing. Score of 69. 56th place, the Pagani Design PD 1796. Actually looks pretty nice. It's 14 thick. Crazy. Yeah, that's a big penalty. -4. If it was just a reasonable thickness, it would be passing. But it's not a reasonable thickness. It's way too thick. A 14 millimeter watch can still pass my scoring system. This one's just a little too basic. Although, this is weird. You have a central seconds, but then an offset hour and minute. That's fancy. So that's kind of cool. Not recommended. Score 69. 57th place is the Pagani Design PDYS 028. Looking like Christopher Ward. I think the Christopher Ward that looks like this one, this one's copying it. I don't think the Christopher Ward does that well either. It is automatic. I'm trying to see if you could see the rotor. I don't think you can. I don't think they have see-through plate here for you to be able to see that. Not recommended. Score 69. 58th place, the Rudiger R3500. These Rudigers just look kind of cheap to me. I think maybe there was one at one point that I thought was a viable watch. But in general, the brand is just not very exciting, not very great for dress watch. I do like these blued screws. Score 69, not recommended. 59th place is the Knot Automatic Open Work. There was a Knot that did well in the Simple Dress Watch series. This one does not do that great for open worked. Just because there's better open worked stuff out there. Just doesn't pass. Score 68. 60th place, the Pagani Design PD YS022. And very sporty, the rubber, almost like a rubber dial over here. This is cool. I don't know why there's two of these things. I don't know if that's functional or just decorative. You do get a pointer date. This looks really nice. I like the balance wheel, the big bridge over it. I'm fond of those, but not passing. Score 68. 61st place is the Zeppelin Friedrichshafen 85663. This one's looking pretty classy. The size is decent. Just not quite making it. Maybe I should have called this guilloche here. That would have given it a couple more points, but still not passing. It has too much pink. It's funny, as I go through, mineral crystal, that is a huge one. That is a huge penalty. So this would have done a lot better with the sapphire crystal. Probably would have passed with sapphire crystal, and if I call this guilloche here instead of just the jewels for flair. So not recommended. Score 68. 62nd place is the Bonest Gotti Infinite 45. And it's just huge. Absolutely huge. This looks like the Bianche. Yeah, this is the one. Bianche. Oh, I have some weird stuff behind it. I need to fix that before I get to these slides. Looking very similar to that. It actually has a tourbillon. It's just really the size. It's 14 thick, 47 millimeter presence because it's a 45 and it's the integrated bracelet. It's just way too huge. That's the problem. If you're a really super huge guy, maybe it's okay for you. It is still very thick. I think that's going to be a major problem. The average guy, not recommended. Score 68. 63rd place is the Lacoste 1212 Open. I like the alligator. That looks so cool. I like that a lot. Just doesn't pass the class. There's pink on virtually every line here. Yes, every line has some penalty. Pretty cool, but not passing the class. Score 68. 64th place is the Tsar Bomba Elemental. Literally trying to look like Richard Mille, but it's really ugly. It's going to have a feel like a 47. It is absolutely huge. And it's very thick, 15.5. So not passing, score 68. 65th place is the Earnshaw Beaufort Anatolia. It's actually looking really classy here. The brown, the double balances are cool, nice symmetry. The dial part is looking really good. 43 millimeters is a small problem for it. Actually not that bad. It's really the 15 millimeters thick that causes a problem. Score. Also, there's not a lot of view to the movement. It's really just kind of an open heart thing. And then again, mineral crystal. That's probably what we'll find with a lot of these ones that aren't passing. Score 68. 66th place is the Nixon Spectra. The white and the black looks really cheesy. The whole thing just looks cheap. I don't care for that. The second hand, that is so weird that it goes both ways. Kind of cool, just something to distinguish it, I guess. Score 68, not recommended. 67th place is the Mark Fair Whale, 6023. Very cheap watch, only $52. That's what I mean. When you have a double balance watch, it's only $52. It's hard for me to believe that they're using those two balances to make it more accurate. I think one of them's just for show. It's gotta be. This one doesn't pass. Score 68. 68th place is the Sega Michael Young Skeleton. I like some of Sega's watches. I mean, I said that earlier. There were a couple really cool ones. This one's not doing it. I really don't like all these holes here. You know, with skeletonization, the point of it is to see the movement. And the movement has holes in it because it's a machine. But why does your dial have holes in it? Like this. I don't like that. I think it's tacky. Score 68. 69th place is the Aragon Anti-Gravity Tourbillon. The Aragon's Tourbillon watch. Pretty plain. 18 thick. Man, Aragon, you gotta get it together. Why is it 18 thick? That's crazy. Score 67, not recommended, mainly due to the thickness. 70th place is the Bulova Machina Skeleton. It's ugly. A lot of Bulova watches are just so ugly to me. I mean, if you like it, whatever floats your boat. I think this is one of the ugliest watches that exists. I hate these really thick lugs here. You know, Oris has one of those. They have that dive watch that has the weird lugs. I just don't care for this. Not passing, score 67. 71st place is the Otsu Kalin. And the mesh dial thing is a big penalty. You can barely see through it at all. So this is barely skeletonized at all. Score 67, not recommended. 72nd place, the Pindu Robot Astronaut. Oh, robot? Is there a robot on here? They may not understand what a robot is. Got this outer space artwork. Cheesy, totally cheesy logo here. Thickness of 20. That is a gigantic penalty. 20. I mean, at a certain point, the watch is so thick, how can you even fathom it? It's two 10mm watches just stacked on each other. It's just this monstrous watch. Score 67, not recommended. 73rd place, the Seasmont Phantom. Maybe the only watch in the video to get the fake gears penalty. There's probably another one. Like with the Sega, and they're like fake stuff with the dial. They're using the dial to make it look like there's some kind of machine happening here. But it's a quartz movement, so you don't need these fake gears. I really dislike that. It'd be much cooler if we could just actually see the quartz mechanism back here, rather than having all these weird fake gears. Not recommended, score 66. 74th place is the Tsar Bomba Elemental TB88004A. It's going to be huge. It does look pretty cool. It's just way too big. Again, if you're a big guy, maybe you don't care that it's 15 thick. It's 48 presents, this gigantic beast of a watch. Too big for most of us. I don't know if this turns. I don't know if the timing bezel turns. It probably does. I should have given it a timing bezel. Maybe would have given it 1 point extra. Still not passing. Score 66. And we get to an Orient that's really not great. 75th place is the Orient Helios. And it's strange because there's other Orients that look just like this, I think, that scored better, weren't there? Yeah, we had one in 13th place, this Orient. Fantastic. I even chose it as finalist. Helios is not good. You can't even see the jewels. They're like, instead of the ruby color there normally are, this one's just clear for some reason. Very strange. I think the bracelet was part of the issue here. If you swapped it off the bracelet, you'd lose some weight as well. But it's just not as good as that other one. This one has a mineral crystal. That's not great. Score of 65, not recommended. 76th place is the Zeppelin New Captains 86583. Nice perlage here. Got this 24-hour indicator, day-night thing. Looking classy. The Zeppelins look classy. They just have too much pink to pass my scoring system, unfortunately. Mineral crystal is a huge part of that. Total score is 65, not recommended. 77th place is the Sterling Atrium 4031. Another pretty classy looking one, but a ton of pink. I think there are better options. Score 65. 78th place is the Cosmos Space Sputnik. I don't know this brand's Cosmos. That's the Cyrillic. You know, the C is an S. That's pretty cool. It looks like the Sputnik here. And the dial is strangely offset. I think it's going to be really hard to tell the time. Oh, they offset the indexes because this is 12 o'clock and that's 1 o'clock. Yeah, that's very interesting. This is 6 o'clock. It might not be that bad, actually. Do you have these lines, sort of? Yeah, you might be able to tell the time with this. Okay. An interesting one. Just humongous watch, though. It's probably the main reason it's not passing. Score 65. 79th place is the Olev's 6728. We saw an Olev's that was kind of okay, I think. This one is not. Doesn't pass the scoring system. Score 65. 80th place is the Sega J Series Skeleton. I don't think it looks very good. I don't know how you tell the darn time, but are the hands the same? And they're both really long like this? Or is the red one the hour hand here? Like, I don't know what's going on here, but I think it's going to be hard to tell the time. Not recommended, score 65. 81st place, the Shield Johann. It's barely open-worked. Just have this kind of darkened glass in the middle to see a little bit of stuff, but it's not great. Score 65. 82nd place, the Rain Belfour. It is ugly. Most Rain watches just look awful to me, and this is one of them that looks really awful. Not passing, score 65. 83rd place, the Sterling Dauphine 3974. These Dauphine hands, they're not Dauphine hands. I like the blue. A lot of openness going on. You get to see a lot of the movement. I mean, there's a ton of skeleton watches out there. I really hope to get one. I have my eye set on a very particular one. This one's not great. Score 64, not recommended. 84th place is the Croton Circuit Breaker. Oh man, this abomination. It's a quartz watch with just fake stuff on here. It's all fake. None of this stuff has anything to do with how the watch functions. And on top of that, it's just ugly. So don't get it. $450. That is a ripoff. Score 64. Don't get it. 85th place is the Rula Space Control Open Heart. I'm not really that familiar with this brand. It's apparently a German brand. It's kind of a PRX sort of thing with an open heart. Doesn't pass the scoring system. Score 63, not recommended. 86th place is another Mark Fairwhale. Mark Fairwhale skeleton. Fake jewels on here. These look so fake. It's like plastic or something. These might be fake gears that don't actually do anything too. I don't know. That rubs me the wrong way. Thickness is crazy. 15 thick. Not recommended. 87th place is the Rougeois Open Heart SRL 33. Another ugly one. Really ugly. Just not passing the class when compared to other skeleton watches, open-worked watches. Score 63. 88th place is the Nubio Ventana. And it's clearly a dive watch. It has 1,000 meters water resistance. Not a great dress watch. Score is 63. 89th place is the Heritor Winston. It's looking pretty ugly. I just don't like these day dates that are on a bicompacts. I don't think it's a good look. It just looks really cheap to me. And I know you can get these types of watches for $40, something like that, on AliExpress. You should not be paying $800 for this kind of thing. Like chronograph pushers that just advance these things. Not recommended. Score 63. 90th place is the Ilang Flying Tourbillon. That's what they call it. It is not a tourbillon movement. It has these double balance wheels. Again, $63, so it's not a premium movement, even though it looks cool. Looks like it says Milano almost, but it's Ilang. Skip it. Yeah, these have gotten darker. It's even worse now. 459, not recommended. 91st place is the Charles Hubert 3737. It looks pretty cool, but there were other ones. Other really cool ones. In fact, wait for my top 5. There's a fantastic one. Cheaper than this. Get that one, not this one. Probably the one I'll pick up, actually. 51 millimeters. They could have stopped the watch here. They didn't have to add all this other stuff out here to make it a 51 millimeter watch. Not recommended. 92nd place, the Philip Plein, the skeleton with a dollar sign. That is kind of cool. It's just got a huge feel, 48 presence. It's a 44 left to right, but it's a monster watch. So that's probably the biggest issue. Mineral crystal, the standard stuff that makes these things fail. Not recommended. 93rd place is the Nubio Orion. And they do the Space Invader thing. If you're a fan of the old Space Invaders arcade game, that's pretty cool. It's just a huge watch. This is cheesy to say limited edition on the case. Why do that? But if you like it, whatever floats your boat. Not recommended as an open-worked dress watch. 94th place is the Philip Plein Skeleton Royal. Ooh, this is for like a king to wear or something. So it scores even worse than the other Philip Plein. I mean, it's kind of cool, the artwork here. Just going to be a huge watch. 49 millimeter feel. Not recommended. 95th place, second to last, is the Nubio Magellan. And it is a 48 left to right, which means it has a feel of 50. Huge watch. The double balance, again, that's not premium. That is something cheap from China. It does look very cool, though. A lot of different colors going on. The purple's kind of cool. Not recommended. And in last place, the lowest scoring of all the under $900 Openworked watches, the Nubio Megalodon. It's a dive watch. It's 22 millimeters thick, and I don't understand why. It's only 200 meters water resistance. Why is it 22 millimeters thick? It boggles the mind how thick this thing is. So yeah, that's the biggest issue with it, is how thick it is. And of course, it's not a dress watch either. That was it. And now we can go to the top 5 under $900. Here are the top 5. 5th place, the watch on my wrist. It actually made it to the top 5. That's validating for me. I set up the scoring system, and this one ended up here. That's pretty darn cool. The Give Tourbillon. I've owned this for several years. 3-4 years. I've had this watch for a very long time. It's $384. 42 millimeters across. Only 10.9 thick. It's not crazy thick. It does fit under the cuff. It's kind of pushing it. Some of that has to do with the 42 millimeters. So, you have to take the whole thing, the thickness and the size. It's going to determine how well it works with a dress shirt. This one, it's kind of tough to get under there. If you can get a really thin dress watch, that's always better. But this one's still suitable. I actually have fully reviewed this watch. If you're interested, maybe I'll put a link. It is very loud. I don't even have to put it anywhere near my ear to be able to hear the tick, 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 tick. It just goes and goes. I have the silver dial. The blue one is also very striking. They also offer black. Very classy looking watch. It is just the tourbillon. And I think if you're going open-worked, tourbillon is not the be-all, end-all. The skeleton watches are kind of cooler. But this one made it up to the top 5. I've been pleased with mine. It's one of my standard watches I like to wear. I'm playing in symphonies and stuff. It's a good one. Score of 80. 4th place is the Aesop Skeleton Tourbillon. $358, 42 across, 12 thick. So you have the tourbillon, but you have all this interesting architecture too. It is very open. There's a lot of space here. You have the cool star here with the jewel for the barrel. They took that from, why can't I remember? I was just thinking about this. What is the watch they stole that from? I don't know if this is the only other one that does it, but Roger Dubois does this star thing. They stole it from him. The star thing may come from Roger Dubois. It's not the most refined in the world. I only give it 5 out of 10. It's looking a little bit too sporty. I wish they had leaned more into the dress watch thing. But, skeleton watches, you don't need to toe the line of sophistication so much, because by its very nature, these open-worked watches, they're more technical, they're more like showy. So, kind of get a pass on sophistication. Very cool one. I'd love to watch a review about it, find out, is it actually really good? Don't care for the name for Aesop, but it's not horrible. Certainly seen worse, like with Wuzlith. Score of 82. 3rd place is the Jin Larry Open Tourbillon YS 7018. $389. So far, all 3 of these were under $400. 43 millimeter, a little bit bigger, 12 thick. I was more lenient with size penalties, so I don't think 43 is totally absurd. But obviously, go with what works for your wrist. I'm just saying, for skeleton watch, I think it's not a bad thing if it has a lot of presence. Again, copying the Roger Dubois star thing, put it in a different spot. This tourbillon is very open, looks really good. It actually looks the same as the one on the Give. Got this kind of gold disc back here that a lot of them don't have. You see the keyless works. Got these diamonds. I don't really care for that. The black part is looking a little bit rough too. Looking kind of dinky maybe. But it's a really cool option. I think the Chinese really have a corner on this. All these top 5s are Chinese brands. You just get a lot of value. Total score of 84. 2nd place is the Agaloser Baroque Art. $301, 40 millimeters across, 9.5 thick. This is the one I'm most likely to pick up after doing this video. A lot of times when I do these videos, looking at hundreds of watches, I end up choosing one that just speaks to me. This one really does. It's only 9.5 thick. That is excellent. It's got this really cool engraving. Just so much cool stuff going on. They say Baroque art. It looks fantastic. I love this gold here. I haven't seen that on other watches. The applied Roman numerals are looking really cool. It's a mix of they say Baroque, but then some modern stuff too. Like these numerals here on the outside are looking more modern. I love the script here for their name. Name is not great. That's unfortunate, but it looks nice up here. I like that. You have some perlage around here on where the chapter ring would be. Really cool looking watch. You'll be able to see that open heart, beautiful blued hands. I really, really like this one. I probably will pick it up, actually. Total score of 85. In first place is the Agalloser 9001A1 Tourbillon. It is $895. That's a lot. 40 millimeters across, only 9.7 thick. Look at the bridges here. It is so good looking. Gigantic jewels. The barrel, or they're double barrels. There might be. This one's a hand winding movement. A lot of openness. I gave it the extreme openness bonus. They say it's an in-house movement. I believe them. I have not seen another brand with this movement. I think that's probably correct. It is very impressive what you can get for under $1,000 with this particular watch. That is very, very impressive. Looking a lot more upscale than I would expect at that price. I mean, tourbillons are very complicated to make. This is by far the number one open-worked watch under $900. Final score of 88, B+. No A grades. No A grades in this one. That's just how it worked out this time. I wouldn't give a ton of stock with that, trying to compare it to other videos, because each time I tune the scoring system, it ends up a little bit different. But now we can go on to the next price range. That price range is $900 to $40,000. Mid-range, I don't know. This is the middle third of the overall open-work dress watch market. We're going to see Arnold & Son, Piaget, Accutron, Franck Muller, Tissot, Frédéric Constant, Glass Huta Original. Marie Lacroix has this really nice piece here, Raymond Weil, and a bunch of other ones. There's going to be 96 watches. This is a good price range. Yeah, the video is front-loaded with bad ones, and now we're going to get some really, really nice ones. All right, here's the overall chart. And overall, 45% of these, almost half of them, are good grades. 35% are okay, and 20% bad grades. If you bisect this price range in equal numbers, well, 47 watches, $900 to $3,600. 49 watches, $3,600 up to $40,000. This top one, the green bars on the chart, it is really, really good. Very, very low. Only the two of the watches out of the 49 have a bad grade. So if you're spending, say, $4,000, you're going to get a decent open work dress watch just due to the fact that you're spending that much money. It's a solid price range. But here are the watches. Here's all the watches. And like I said, there's a lot of greens. There's also kind of a lot of yellows, but not very many reds at all in this price range. I'm going to start with the one in 6th place, go down to the one in 96th place, and I'll end with the top 5 that are hidden behind my face. Let's get into it. 6th place is the Certina DS1 Skeleton. $1,173, 40 millimeters across, 11 millimeters thick. I've got the brown on here, pretty much just for variety, just so we can see some different looking watches. The blue one is probably the better choice for this. These plates do look kind of dull. Wish this had been brighter steel. They did kind of a dark gunmetal. I like that the open heart is at the 12 o'clock. That's kind of cool. 100 meters water resistance, Nivacron balance spring, sapphire crystal with anti-reflective coating. Yeah, that's the difference between this price range and the one below it. You know, the one below it was always having tons of penalties up here. This particular watch, the Certina, is doing really well, getting full protection points. The dial aesthetics, they're not that high because it's only an open heart. Brand strength, really high for Certina. I think it looks pretty refined. It's fairly impressive. Just, you know, it's full skeleton. That's great to see. Definitely a decent open-worked dress watch. I've chosen it as a finalist, one of the 45 finalists for the final showdown. Score of 88. 7th place is the Glass Huta Original Senator Skeletonized. $39,100. Yeah, a big difference between this price range and the last one. Yeah, that's almost near the top of this price range. But it is red gold. That's why it's so expensive. 42 millimeter, only 9.5 thick. And it's just a simple open-worked watch. It looks really nice, though. Beautiful engraving. Much nicer engraving than that one I was touting, the Agalloser Baroque. You know, this is the real deal. This is hand engraved. It looks so nice. Beautiful blued hands. Very classy Roman numerals. Looking so crisp. Again, you get that red gold. Got an in-house hand winding movement. Yeah, this will be one of the finalists for sure. Score of 87. 8th place is the Cartier Santos Dumont skeleton. $34,000. Feel like a 36. I think this is a ladies version. It is going to be smaller. It is only 31 left to right. 43.5 top to bottom. And that might include the lugs here. Yeah, that's the lug to lug actually. That's how they describe it. I don't know what this dimension is. It's going to be, who knows, 40, maybe 39 or something. I think it's going to have a feel like a 35. It is very thin, only 8 millimeters thick. Beautiful cabochon crown. You can see that micro rotor completely from the front. They have a plane on it to indicate the Cartier Santos history. That pilot, what was his name? Flew across the... No, that was the Zenith. Yeah, I forget what the history of Cartier is, but they have early aviation history. Look into it for sure. Very interesting design. Called it interesting architecture. It's very, very nice. In-house movement with micro rotor. Yeah, it's a very cool one. See that open heart at the 1030 area up in the top left-hand corner. Very nice. Very classy. It is only steel though, and it's $34,000. So it's an expensive watch. It's not a finalist because there is another Cartier that will be in the finalists. 9th place is the Kudoke Black Beauty. $8,600, 41 millimeters across, 9.3 thick. Whew. What to say? It is beautiful. It is gorgeous. These dark black bridges. Gave it an engraving bonus. Gave it a golden pop bonus. Not a huge bonus. It's actually the same as the bonus for blued hands. It's just something a little bit more interesting with the dial that you don't see on a lot of these. Just nice golden pop. They do have perlage here. Really big balance wheel that you'll be able to see there. Their movement is hand decorated. Hopefully I'll have a case back for this. I chose not to show the case backs for all these, mainly just because it's such a long video already. But we'll see if I have a picture of that. Really beautiful watch and very reasonably priced. Total score of 87. 10th place, the Norcane Independent Skeleton. $4,790. 40 millimeters across, 12.1 thick. And this is the benefit of the scoring system. It brings up things I wouldn't even think of. It looks kind of sporty. I think sporty is appropriate for these skeleton watches. You know, you're not going the traditional route when you do a skeletonized watch. You're doing a little bit more avant-garde, especially with full skeletonized. And so I do think this is appropriate, you know, with the color pop, the kind of more sporty case to it. Norcane is high quality. They have pretty high brand strength. It is an in-house movement. It's also a chronometer, officially certified. That is great. That gets it bonus points. That's why these scores are higher in this price range. You're seeing more of that premium stuff going on. It's a good one. Score of 87. 11th place is the Crador Gold Feather Skeleton GBBD 943. $36,863. 37.4. Beautiful size. That's going to wear so nicely. Thickness of 8.1. Beautiful blued hands. Wonderful engraving on this. See a feather engraved into the side here. That is lovely. They may have a gold one as well. Well, actually, I only have the silver shown. So even though it's called gold feather, you don't see any gold. This is gorgeous. What they've done here with these semicircles around the edge. Beautiful guilloche. Jewels everywhere. It's going to be a joy to look at. They really did the sophisticated thing. Refinement, I gave it 10 out of 10. It's very refined. It's also very impressive. So this is a fantastic one. It's actually a platinum case. So you're getting some good value. Platinum is not a cheap metal by any means. So, man, Crador is doing some great stuff. Will be a finalist. Score of 86. 12th place is the Frederic Constant Manufacture Tourbillon. $19,995. 39 millimeters across, 11 thick. Beautiful in-house tourbillon movement. Tons of blued screws. I love this right here. This little arm. That's wonderful. They put a little stick on here so you can kind of use it to count seconds if you want to. I like how they did the aperture. It's sort of bordered. It looks a lot better than like the Give one that's just chopped out. They're so classy with how they do their dials. Very simple, wonderful applied indexes here. The silver sunburst, I think, is the best type of sunburst. Fantastic one, and it will be a finalist. Score of 86. 13th place is the Piaget Polo Skeleton. $3,400, 42 across. Only 6.5 thick. Insane. Piaget is so good at making really thin watches. They do have a thinner one than this one, even. This is the one I would go for personally if I was going to get a Piaget Openworked watch.
only $3,400. You can get blue or gray. I think there might even be a black one with black architecture here. The bridges and the plates. Is there even a plate? There's bridges. These do probably technically have a main plate. Probably figure out what that is. It's just so gorgeous. You see all the parts of the movement. I mean, I used that when I wanted to identify the parts of the movement in the intro here. And yeah, it's fantastic. Rubber strap scored slightly higher than the bracelet, mainly due to the difference in weight. But you can get it. It actually comes with a rubber strap and a bracelet. There is one color where you can get a leather strap from them. I think it's the black, might be the gray. Check their website for that. But this one, unfortunately, it comes with either a rubber strap or a bracelet. It would score higher if it had the alligator leather strap, but it does not. Fantastic watch. Really like it. Way out of my price range, but it's a highlight for sure. And it will be a finalist. Score of 86. 14th place is the Glashütte Original Panamatic Inverse. $15,700, 42 millimeters across, 12.3 thick. And they're saying inverse because this is what a lot of their case backs look like. You know, you have the Geneva striping, you see a bunch of blue screws, but you don't see many of the gears whatsoever. They just don't really show you many of the gears with Geo. This is drop dead gorgeous, though, what they did with this balance wheel here. It is amazing. I really like that. Get the big date. Most of these watches don't have a date at all. It's just not something you usually see with open-worked watches. That date wheel does clutter things up. But with this big date, they can put that mechanism in here, and it doesn't mess up the open heart or anything. So if you really like a date, you have very few options, and this is one of the good ones. It does come with alligator leather and a deployant clasp. That's fantastic. Yeah, this is a beauty. It's a shame I can't choose more of these for the finalists. It just becomes really hard to choose at the end when you have so many contenders. This one didn't make it, but it is a beautiful watch. Score of 86. 15th place, the Norcane Wild One Skeleton. $6,547, 39 across, 11.8 thick. Looking very sporty with this forged carbon case. Got these kind of rubber wings on it. It's very sporty. Beautiful movement. Just like the other one, it's an in-house chronometer. You can see all the components. If you want to go more sporty, this is a great choice. Score of 86. 16th place, another oddball, is the Kudoke Free Kudoctopus. $14,880, 42 millimeters across, 11 thick. I love how they kind of broke the fourth wall, and they have the octopus spilling out beyond the dial onto the case. That is so cool. You know, it's not as refined. Well, I said 9 out of 10. Maybe that's not great. Maybe I should have scored it lower for refinement. It is beautiful, though. I love the blued, tentacle hands. That is so darn cool. They put their branding very subtly here. It's really good. You're not going to be able to see the open heart very well. It is kind of covered up by tentacles, but it's just gorgeous. They're doing something really special at Kudoke, and the price is not outrageous. It, again, has that hand-decorated movement. Total score of 85. 17th place is the Accutron Space View 314. $6,200, 39 millimeters across, 13.3 thick. And the story with this one is when they first came out with it, they wanted to highlight the cool tuning fork movement, a predecessor to quartz, and the display model. They left the dial off so people could see the cool movement. And people liked that better. They liked the display model. They wanted to see all the workings of it. The capacitors here and the circuit board and all this cool stuff. The tuning fork might actually be this part. I don't know. I have an Accutron. I'm not wearing it, but I have an old Accutron tuning fork watch. I really like that thing. It has a nice smooth sweep of the hand. It's pretty darn accurate. Very cool watch. And it scored well under my scoring system. It does have low water resistance, lower than normal, 20 meters instead of 30, but it's a cool one. It is kind of thick, 13.3. Total score of 85. 18th place is the Rado Anatom Automatic Skeleton. That was hard to say. $4,600, 42.2 present, 11.5 thick. Its actual dimensions are 32.5 by 43.1. So that equates to like a 42 or something. It'll be a fine size. Probably don't worry about it too much. Or try it on if you want to know what it really looks like on you. It is full skeleton, It's got the nice open heart at 12 o'clock approximately. It has a ceramic case, which is interesting. Atypical case shape. It says silicone strap. Apparently it comes with a silicone strap as well. Oh no, it's on a silicone strap right now. It looks sort of like a bracelet, but no, this is silicone. So that's why the weight is so low. Apparently they've adjusted the movement. Pretty cool. Kind of a modern art look. Score of 85. 19th place, the SWC convertible. $1,195, 41.5 across, 10.6 millimeters thick. It's called a convertible because they give you this little case it can go into. There's an extra little case holder that you can put around it to make it smooth so that it can go in your pocket, and you can have it as a pocket watch if you like. That's a really cool thing they did. Got some nice engraving. I like how the barrel looks down here. Get the open heart up here. It's a really big balance wheel, actually. It's a cool looking watch. Strap doesn't look very refined, but you can always swap straps out. Score of 85. 20th place is the Formex Essence Ceramica. $4,760, 41 millimeters across, 11.2 thick. It is a ceramic case. I think the bracelet is the same ceramic. Got a chronometer, open heart movement. The purple is very striking. They may have other colors of indexes you can get. Score of 85. All right, a cool micro brand. 21st place is the Eugene Kim Verdict Sphere X1. $35,000. Good grief. 40 millimeters across, 13.2 thick. The hand winding in-house movement. It has a retrograde second right here. They have a hidden power reserve on the back. Those are all super cool things. Open heart. I think the balance is like flipped. Comes on a strange sailcloth strap. You have a 12 o'clock crown. A lot of cool things. Very unique watch here. Kind of really simple case. H-shaped lugs. Grade 5 titanium case. So it's going to be fairly light. Score of 84. 22nd place is the Chopard Alpine Eagle Open. $22,875. Feel of like a 43, although it is 41 left to right. Thickness of only 8. So they got this thing really thin. I do like these rings. That looks really cool. A lot of gold to it. You will be able to see the rotor through here somewhere. It is a micro rotor movement. Can't remember where that is. It might be right up here. It'll be cool to see that. Titanium watch. That's great. It'll take the weight down significantly. I think, isn't titanium 70% of the weight of steel? You know, the density. Nice integrated bracelet option. Score of 84. 23rd place is the Parallel Weekend Skeleton. $2,250. Width of 39.5 millimeters. Thickness of only 9.6. You do get some really interesting open features here around kind of the chapter ring area. It's all completely open. That's going to look really cool. See the keyless works. Nice. See the balance that is very open to see. The barrel. It's a cool one. The case being black PVD, not quite as classy, but, you know, like I said, for a skeleton watch, when you're trying to do something a little bit different, that does fit the character. It's cheaper than most of the other options in this price range. Score of 84. 24th place is the Peacock Divine Craft. $4,899, 39.5 across, 8.9 thick. And yeah, Peacock makes movements. They also make really interesting watches. And this one is to highlight their tourbillon movement. Really pretty dial here. It's kind of mint green. There's some other cool colors. A nice pink, pale blue, and a darker blue. I would have liked to see a little bit of blued screws or gold or something. I mean, this is more sophisticated. They just have kind of two colors, the mint and then the steel. That's all you get. I do understand that design choice, but it's not quite as impressive. Total score of 84. 25th place is the Raymond Weil Freelancer RW1212 Square. $3,358. Feel of like a 42 millimeter. That's 40 left to right. 10.5 thick. I love when they do this big bridge over the balance wheel. I think that gives it a little bit more pizzazz than when it's just a hole. So this is nice. I like that. Just an open heart watch, but it scores pretty well, even though it's not as fancy as other open worked types of watches. Total score of 84. 26th place is the Marie Lacroix Masterpiece Skeleton. $7,800, 43 millimeters across, 13 thick. This is the Marie Lacroix that I think is the best open worked watch. I put a red background, kind of a dark red, just so we could see how open worked it is. On the background I had, the kind of dark blue background I had, couldn't really tell as easily. So I chose a color I thought would make it pop a little bit better. Really give you that contrast and see all the openness that's involved here. Really beautiful architecture. Put their brand name really nicely here on this circle. There's some cool circles and lines, and it just looks really nice. They put a lot of thought into the shape of all this. It did not say in-house movement. So the movement itself, I think, is just a Swiss movement. Maybe it's some kind of ETA or something, but what they did with all the bridges here is so cool. This one will definitely be a finalist. Total score of 83. 27th place, probably the more famous Marie Lacroix, is the Marie Lacroix Acon skeleton. $4,150. Feel of like a 41.5, 11 thick. And yeah, the left to right is 39 millimeters, but these do wear larger. These integrated bracelet watches wear larger. So it'll probably feel more like a 42. I really like the Acon. I think they kind of took that Audemars Piguet Royal Oak design style and they made it their own to a certain degree. I do like the Acon a lot, especially due to the price range, but very similar bracelet to the Royal Oak. It'll look beautiful. I have a Royal Oak homage. Just catches the light so nicely when you do a wrist roll, when you're just wearing it around. It sparkles and looks so good with all these brushed facets. And the movement itself is very attractive. Get a nice view of that balance wheel. Very nice. Score of 83. 28th place is the Rado Diastar Original. $2,050. Feel of like a 41.6, even though it's 38 left to right. 11.9 thick. Very space age kind of shape here. So smooth. Almost looks like a UFO or something. I think it has an interesting crystal going on here as well. Kind of flat, and you can sort of see the sections here. Very cool. Like their little anchor that swings around. It doesn't do anything, but moves around when you move your wrist. That's pretty darn cool. It's a nice one. Score of 83. 29th place, the Gavril 5-point skeleton. $6,595. 40 millimeters across, 11.5 thick. Yeah, Gavril charges a lot for their watches. I don't understand why they're so expensive. I think so they can say, oh, it's on super sale or whatever. Get it for only $2,000 and you're saving a ton of money. I don't think it's quite at this level. It is a wonderful watch. Really cool open-worked watch. Full skeleton, see all that cool stuff. Yeah, it's definitely a nice one. Did give it the golden pop bonus here. Doesn't have blue hands or anything, but that is eye-catching to see that big gear in gold. Total score of 83. 30th place is the Tissot Chemin de Tourelles. Sorry for my pronunciation. Is $1,100, 39 across, 11.2 thick. Tissot, they've got so many good watches. They're very affordable. They have really high brand strength. Tissot is definitely one of the best brands out there right now. And this is a really cool open-worked watch they have. It is kind of plain, but I wanted to send one of the Tissots to the finalists, so this is going to be one of the finalists. Yeah, an appealing price, and you're getting a really good Swiss brand. Total score of 83. 31st place is another Peacock Guilloche Classic Grandeur. $2,599. 43 millimeters across, 9.5 thick. This tourbillon is more decorated than the other Peacock we saw. Nice blued screws, a bright jewel here. I really like this guilloche pattern on here. The 5-sided, just circles, concentric circles. Looks really, really nice. Very classy. They're showing off that they can produce really high quality stuff. Not crazy expensive. It is on the large size for a dress watch. It gave a little more leeway for the skeletonized watches, or the open-worked ones, rather. Of course, it is an in-house movement because Peacock makes this movement. Total score of 83. 32nd place is an Arnold & Son Nebula. Not expecting to see something like this from Arnold & Son. They make these crazy Godfather watch and all these bizarre things. And then here's just a really cool looking watch. $21,600, 38 millimeters across, 8.7 thick. A lot of different colors in this. I thought the black probably looked the most classy. Gold, I do wonder what the gold looks like. Maybe I can put up a picture. It's very symmetrical, the way they laid out their movement here. I like all these bridges in kind of equal distances. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Very appealing. And then you've got these 4 kind of bigger wheels here. They thought this through very well. It's very handsome. The jewels look really good with the black and the silver. But this one will be a finalist. We'll see how it does. whether it'll make it to the top 10. And unlike so many other Arnold & Son watches, it's a really reasonable size. 38. That's fantastic. Only 8.7 thick. Total score of 82. 33rd place is the Philippe Pickolick FPSK 22. $19,931, 41 millimeters across, 10.5 thick. Got your nice engraved numerals here. Beautiful architecture, really high quality finishing here. Just wonderful chamfered edges to all these little bridges and stuff. Clearly the finishing is top notch on this watch. Got these nice horn de vache lugs here. Beautiful hands, just highly polished. It's very refined for a skeleton watch. Very impressive as well. So this will be a finalist. Total score of 82. 34th place is the Franck Muller Vanguard Slim, 41 millimeters, $35,900. Feel more like a 45.5. It's a very long case, 9.1 thick. Yet the lug to lug is 50 on this. So it's a big watch. You know, a 7-inch wrist can accommodate up to like 60 millimeters in footprint. So this would work okay for me. It would be on the larger size. It would take up pretty much the whole darn wrist, but it's still doable for an average size man's wrist. If you have a really small wrist, it's probably going to be too big. Very loud color here with the bright yellow. Apparently they have a blue one and just black if you don't want to be so loud. Appropriate for a skeleton watch to be flashy. Very expensive though. Score of 82. 35th place is the Orient Star M45 F8 Skeleton. $3,390. 38.8 millimeters across, and 10.6 thick. Very classy looking Orient Star. We do have some Orients that went to the finalists. This was not one of them. Maybe it should have been. It's really nice. Get your power reserve up here. I like that Orient does that. It's going to be an in-house movement because they make their movements. Blued hands are really nice. Some perlage here on the plates, or the bridges, whichever you want to call these things. Is that a blued escape wheel? Looks so cool. Beautiful one. Score of 82. 36th place is the Raymond Weil Freelancer RW1212. $4,435. 38 millimeters across. 10.9 thick. It does remind me of that Aegaloser 9,000 something. These black just bridges here. This one's only an open heart though. No tourbillon on this. It looks really nice. The blue is a little bit too sporty for me though, and maybe it's the lettering. I would like for this to be classier, but it's very well done. The printing is really crisp. Comes on a Jubilee bracelet. Got some nice gold elements. You know, it looks really nice. Not really my cup of tea, but it is a fantastic watch. I can tell that. Score of 81. 37th place is the Peacock Witness. $2,499. 41 millimeters across. 11 millimeters thick. Got this beautiful guilloche, what do they call this? The corn pattern. So good. They have a few different colors here. Again, Peacock really showing off what they can do. They can make some fantastic things. I don't see anybody wearing Peacock watches on like Watch Crunch or anything, but they do some impressive stuff. It's an in-house tourbillon movement. The Geneva striping that's not from Geneva looks really good. It's very impressive. Total score of 81. 38th place is the Speak Marin Ripple Skeleton. $37,655. Good grief. 43 millimeters feel and thickness of only 6.3. Okay, so that's part of the price here. It's only a steel watch. I mean, it's 904, but they've got their in-house micro rotor movement. It looks very, very cool. I love the club hour hand. Those are so classy. I would really like to have a watch with a club hour hand. That's very cool, very distinctive. Really bright blue on the hands. Very satisfying the way that this all works together. It's looking pretty clean for skeleton watch. Really like the small second up here. It looks fantastic. Total score of 80. 39th place is the Jacques Dro Skelet 1 Plasma. $26,300. 41.5 across. 12.5 thick. I like Jacques Dro. Love how they do these gigantic second. Instead of a small second, it's a grand second. It's actually bigger than the main timekeeping element. That's so cool. Very pleasing the way they did all this here, how they suspended everything in the middle. This gets the extreme openness bonus. Unfortunately, this darker metal does kind of take away a little bit of the refinement for me. These gold indexes are so beautiful. I like these screws on here, and they're all aligned. That's pretty cool. Makes me wonder if they're real really doing something or if they're just ornamental. But either way, it looks really cool. Yeah, this one will be a finalist. Score of 80. 40th place is the Jochen Benzinger full skeleton. 11,740 bucks, 42 millimeters across, 11 thick. They went to town with the engraving. So much engraving on this. Similar to Kudoke, it's just a ton of contrast to look at. If you really want to go full skeleton, when they're engraved like this, it does take it up to that next level. Beautiful hands, nice blued screws, some really pleasing jewels. It is a really beautiful watch. It does come on alligator leather, just with a pin buckle, no deployment clasp. That's really nice. Hand decorated movement. Will be one of the finalists. Score of 80. 41st place is the Zenith Defy Skyline Skeleton. 11,800 bucks. Feel of almost like a 44, even though it says 41. Thickness of 12 millimeters. I like this Zenith the best of all the Zenith open-worked watches. I think it looks really good. Be able to see that escape wheel in purple right here. Balance wheel is up here. It's going to have that in-house Zenith movement. One thing I don't care for is these lines right here. You know, they're doing the integrated bracelet thing. This is a little bit clunky. Makes it look just a little bit frumpy. Kind of too thick here. These should probably taper a little bit more to be a little more elegant. But I've never seen one in person. These might wear really nicely. I really do like the blued bridges, just how it's shaped here. That looks really nice. It is kind of thick though. Strangely thick, 12 thick. Score of 80. 42nd place is the Orient Star M34 F8 Skeleton. 3,500 bucks, 39 across, 10.8 thick. It's kind of a sportier looking one. I mean, it's got some sophisticated elements. I do like that other Orient that we saw though a little bit better with the gold. This is very beautiful what they have here. They have here behind the indexes, this blue section. That is very pretty. And again, I think they have the blue escape wheel. It'd be really cool to look at. It's definitely a cool one. Score of 80. 43rd place is the Tourbillon Cap Camerat Skeleton. 2,250 bucks, 42.5 feel, 39 left to right, 10.4 millimeters thick. I think this is our only Tourbillon in the video. It does look very cool. I really like it. It's kind of rounded square, kind of industrial elements to it, really capturing that machine element of skeleton watches. You know, it really reminds you that you've got this mechanical machine on your wrist, and they leaned into that. They aligned the screws. That's nice. Even like these Venetian blind things going on. It's a handsome watch. Total score of 80. Okay, now we're out of the good grade watches, just into the okay grade watches. 44th place is the Arm & Strom Gravity Equal Force. 34,724 bucks, 41 across, 12.7. Like these finger bridges here, very distinctive with these three right in a row. That looks so cool. This is beautiful as well. They did a really great job. I did not give it the open heart. I don't think you can see the balance going on, but you do get to see the rotor. The micro rotor up here is going to spin around. That will look really cool. Beautiful guilloche, lovely salmon or just orange color. Maybe the orange is different, but a lot of different colors on this as well. The light blue is really striking. Beautiful watch, kind of interesting lugs. Total score of 79. 45th place is the Festina F20069-1. 1,490 bucks. Feel of like a 43. Only 10.7 thick. It's got a Swiss skeleton movement. Festina has okay brand strength. It's not going to be on the level of Tissot or anything. It's kind of the same price range as Tissot, but just not quite as much recognition in the overall marketplace. Make it a nice looking watch. I do kind of like this coin edge or fluted thing they have going on here. Half fluted, half smooth. Yeah, I like this Festina over the open heart one that was in the lower price range. This is a lot more impressive, but it costs more money too. Score 79. 46th place is the Fears Garrick. $23,000. Who are they trying to impress here with this crazy price? 42 millimeters across, 10 millimeters thick. Yeah, that's strange. The tiny letters are kind of strange too. It's a little bit unbalanced up here. They skeletonized the hands. Suppose you can do that. One of these must be the power reserve. Oh, this is the power reserve. Okay. But how do you know what is high and what's low? I guess you just see as you're winding it up. But usually with the power reserve, they try to indicate what is full and what's empty. They made no such effort on this one. I like the big bridge across the balance. I like these little weights on the balance that gives it a cooler look. Probably makes you able to regulate it even better. It does have an in-house movement, so I'm sure that's some of what contributes to the price. 904 stainless steel. Total score 79. 47th place. This is a beauty. The Frederic Constant Classic Heartbeat. $1,995. 40 millimeters across, 10.5 thick. And yeah, I mean, just in terms of practicality, you don't really need a tourbillon. I've had this tourbillon, like I said, for years. It is kind of cool, but I think a heartbeat almost is just as good, in terms of impressiveness, something to look at. The heartbeat is going to be going back and forth. It's going to look really cool. I love the black hands, guilloche dial, the Roman numerals. Frederic Constant is a standout in the dress watch world. It's just really getting it classy, sophisticated, and offering it at a reasonable price. Yeah, I like this one a lot. It's not all that open-worked. The main downside, like for me, if I'm going to open-worked, and maybe it's because I've had this one with just the aperture for so long. I want to get one where I can really see that movement. And here you'll just get the open heart part of it. But if you like open hearts, this is got to be one of the best ones. Total score 79. 48th place. Very mainstream open worked watch is the Hamilton Jazzmaster Open Heart. $1,245. 42 millimeters across, 11.4. And yeah, if you want the cheaper one, you can go with the lip. They do something very similar. I showed that earlier. But the Hamilton, it's very cool what they did with these cutouts. Very artistic. The dial is absolutely gorgeous. They have some just plain dial versions in these other colors. But this one with the kind of starry pattern, might be aventurine, looks fantastic. They're subtle with the branding. I love Hamilton's logo. There's some perlage on here. It's just very classy looking. Yeah, this is a nice one. Score of 79. 49th place is the Speak Marin HSM Titanium Openworked. $25,565. 38 millimeters across. Only 10.5 thick. The club hour hand is so nice. Dark blue on this one. It was a lighter blue on that other Speak Marin. Nice micro rotor movement. Probably the same as the ripples. Look at the ripples again. Okay, so they have the small second up here. Yeah, small second up here. Probably the same movement. I like what they did here with these stripes radiating out of the small second. They make some cool watches. Very aggressive looking lugs. Chunky lugs. Beautiful diamond crown. They finished that very nicely. And it is grade 5 titanium. A nice sporty option. Score of 78. 50th place is the Jochen Benzinger 3/4 skeleton. $11,480. 42 millimeters across, 11 thick. This one, it's in gold. Everything is gold here. Probably not real, like actual 18 karat gold. Probably just brass or something. Actually, I don't know what they do because you wouldn't want it to patina. But it's beautiful. Whatever this is made of, it looks fantastic. Wonderful engraving. Just a lot of interesting stuff to look at. Beautiful hands. Yeah, Jochen Benzinger has some really beautiful watches. They must be some kind of micro brand. Get them from Watch Buys. Same place you can get Zinn watches in the US. It does come on an alligator leather strap. I think this says JB there. That is very cool. Total score 78. 51st place is the Sega Dragon Tourbillon. $3,299. Feel like a 47. That's 45 left to right. 13.7 thick. The case is made of black agate. So that's some kind of stone. It's a stone case. That is very impressive. Tourbillon itself is very gorgeous. It's supposed to be some kind of dragon on here, and it's going to be turning all the time. I really like that. Very smooth. Just very striking watch. Very simple other than the tourbillon. Some nice little diamonds on the hands. Very impressive watch from Sega. Total score of 78. 52nd place is the Tissot Gentleman Open Heart. $1,025. 40 millimeters across, 11.5 thick. Just very simple watch. Similar to the Oyster Perpetual and, just smooth bezel. Kind of plain looking case. Just a simple watch. This one has a ton of little lines here. I don't care for that so much. The branding is a little bit intense, but it is a Tissot, so you get that nice brand strength. Not particularly impressive. It's just an open heart. You do get to see the escape wheel here. That's nice. A lot of open heart watches, you don't get to see the escape wheel. Total score of 78. 53rd place, the Schild Heinrich Tourbillon. $2,640. 44 across, 16 thick. Shield, why is it so thick? I don't know. They do have some engraving on the inside. It's a tourbillon. So some impressive things going on. They give you a bracelet and the leather strap. Leather strap scores higher, so I would recommend using the leather. But you do you, whatever you like. The thickness is kind of the biggest issue here. It doesn't look all that great. It's kind of generic to me, designed by committee or something. But you can certainly do worse. Score of 78. 54th place is the Mercure Double Tourbillon. $1,171, 42 across, 11.3 thick. Yeah, if one tourbillon is impressive, slap two on there. I mean, I don't know what benefits that gives you. Like, the benefits of a tourbillon itself they gotta be negligible. But two of them, I guess, get even more diminishing returns on your investment. I like how they did it. It is very cool how symmetrical it is. They managed to fit all this into only 42 millimeters. That's impressive. It does say Pierre Paulin, but Mercure and Pierre Paulin are the same company, same watches. They just put different branding on some. Yeah, you can see Mercure up here even. The orange is really cool. They also have a blue, a white, and a black. Pretty impressive. Total score of 77. 55th place is the Jochen Benzinger Classic Blu-ray. 11,000 like the Blu-ray disc. $11,120, 42 millimeters across, 11 thick. Again, they elevate this whole thing. You know, the finishing, just interesting stuff. I like this blue little bridge here. It's kind of a semicircle. The dial is just stunning. I love the Roman numerals, similar to Breguet. I've got Breguet hands on this thing. Kind of a more affordable Breguet alternative. I mean, this one on my wrist is sort of a Breguet alternative. Looking very similar to the one on the screen, actually. But this one obviously is much higher quality. The hand-decorated movement is fantastic, too. Total score of 76. 56th place is the Able Sport Classic Skeleton. $4,250, 42 millimeters across, 11 thick. Full skeleton. It's kind of an interesting shape they have. Interesting bracelet they have with this one. You get that balance wheel at the 12 o'clock. Some Swiss movement we've seen in a lot of these kind of brands. Certina, Tissot, ones like that. See it a lot. They have more interesting plates, though, than the Certina or the Tissot. Logo's pretty cool at 12 o'clock. You will be able to see the rotor with all this space here. That's pretty nice. You get that rotor view. Total score of 76. 57th place is the Girard Perregaux Free Bridge. $27,000, 44 millimeters across, 12.2 thick. Is this the bridge? The one over the, is it a tourbillon? No, it's an open heart. So that's just the balance? Huh. Looks like it would have been a tourbillon or something. Well, it's clearly not a tourbillon. That must just be the open balance. It looks really cool. I love that the barrel is right here in the middle. It's big. It's a symmetrical watch. The GP is a little bit cheesy. It's larger than it should be. Comes on this kind of ugly sailcloth strap. It's not ideal. Looks like you have curved spring bars, though. Definitely a nice watch, but it's $27,000. There's other ones that are better at that price. Total score of 75. 58th place is the Jochen Benzinger Classic Joy. $12,540, 42 millimeters, 11 thick. Beautiful engraving. I love the gold. They've done something really cool here. Breguet hands, nice Roman numerals. The guilloche over here is really nice. The second hand is really interesting as well. You will not be able to see the balance spring, I don't think, unless this is it right here. This gigantic little wheel here. Maybe it is. If that's the case, it would get 1 point more, get a 76. You do get an alligator leather strap. Total score of 75. 59th place is the Linda Verdelin Spidolite Titanium. $21,274. Feel like a 45 and a half. Thickness of 15 millimeters. It is only a 44 left to right, but more feel due to all this jazz over here. I mean, it's a ventilated case if I've ever seen one. It definitely gets that bonus. Got blued hands. There's a lot going on. The dial is relatively small compared to all this other jazz. Looks extremely industrial. If you like that industrial look, you know, that's pretty good. Not dressy whatsoever, but total score of 75. 60th place is the Sega Everest Summit. $3,600, 45 millimeters across, 11.7 thick. And yeah, it's a central tourbillon. I probably should have given a little bonus for central tourbillons. Those are probably more complicated to do, and it is pretty cool. Maybe a 1 point bonus, but I didn't think of that. The hour and minute hands are very similar. They are different lengths. And you can see right here, there's a little line. The line is longer on the minute hand version. So you will be able to tell them apart, but it is going to be kind of confusing to read the time. I do like that they have these ice picks. It's very interesting. Really gives you the mountain climber feel. The dial is really cool too. Looks like rock face. Grade 5 titanium. Total score of 75. 61st place is the Sterling Triumph. $3,000, 42 millimeters across, 13.9 millimeters thick. You can see the deployant clasp back here. That's a nice little bonus, which makes it a little bit more premium to have that deployant clasp. Lots of blued screws. You've got some kind of Geneva striping thing and the guilloche going on. Nice big tourbillon. It's not horrible. It's an okay open-worked watch. It is thicker than I'd like to see. 14 millimeters. That's kind of crazy. Total score of 75. 62nd place is the Hamilton Jazzmaster Open Heart ladies version. $1,245. Only 36 millimeters, 10 millimeters thick. And yeah, 36 millimeters is the golden ratio for the average male wrist, not the average female. So if you're looking for a golden ratio open heart watch, this is actually probably more appropriate for men than it is for women. It's going to be really large on most women's wrists for a dress watch. I really like the gradation from gold out to blue. Gold and blue are fantastic colors to combine, and this looks really nice, especially with the gold hands. Like I said before, I really like how they do the cutouts here. Very interesting. Total score of 75. 63rd place is the Armand Nicolet Skeleton. $2,960, 41 millimeters left to right, 12 millimeters thick. It's like partially skeletonized. There's so much stuff on top of the movement, you can't really see a lot of what's going on. Like this right here, you can't see the keyless works because it has this little piece covering that. So that's kind of unfortunate. But yeah, I don't think this actually elevates the skeletonized effect. But it is something different. You don't see other watches doing this kind of thing very much. Full score of 75. 64th place is the Opinky 8003. Not many Chinese watches in this price range, but this one, they're bold enough to price it at $978. 45 millimeters across, 12 millimeters thick. Yeah, it is very cool. I will give them that. I don't care for the orange, the countdown timer thing. A little bit cheesy. It looks high quality. And you don't have to see Opinky on the dial. They put like, what the heck is that? I don't know what all this jazz is. It looks very weird. There's like an F in the middle, then some kind of bird or something. That's very strange. It's an okay open-worked watch. Total score of 75. 65th place is the Schild Maximilian Tourbillon. $1,099, 42 across, 16 thick. That is the biggest penalty, the fact that it's so darn thick. Didn't we see one just like this? Maybe the other one we saw didn't have a tourbillon. Might be the difference. There's a few different Schild watches that are open-worked. Total score of 75. 66th place is the Oris Big Crown Pro Pilot X caliber. $9,400, 44 across, 12.8 thick. I love this kind of turbine coin edge thing they have going on. They do the opposite direction for the re-hot part here. Really cool architecture to the stuff that's on top. 10-day power reserve. That's really cool. I like how it's not just an equal distance of numbers. You know, the scale gets closer together the more days you've wound it up. It is hand winding. And apparently it's an in-house Oris movement. That's impressive. You can tell it's got a big power reserve because look at that spring here. They call that the mainspring. It is gigantic. It's a cool one. Probably one of the most expensive Oris watches there is, I would assume. Total score of 74. 67th place is the Matthew Tissot Zeus Skeleton. $1,580. Feel of almost a 44. And that's 41 left to right. Thickness of 12. So not crazy thick, but thicker than I like to see. It is another integrated bracelet, sport watch type of thing. There's a lot of those. And I will have a top 10 at the very end. After I give the top 10 overall, I'll have a couple bonus rounds, and one of them will be integrated bracelet, open worked watches. I like the gold. That looks really good. Even kind of goes well with the gray. It's decent, but there are better ones. Total score of 74. 68th place is the Sterling Opus Orchestration. $5,500, 45 millimeters across, 13 millimeters thick. A lot of stuff on here. There's a tourbillon, there's a power reserve, there's a day-night indicator, and then, of course, your main dial down here. Oh, this is really interesting how they did the Roman numerals in these two different circles. I like that. Something a little bit different. There's some engraving in here. It's nice. Blued hands. It's an attractive watch, but 45 millimeters is too big for most guys, for a dress watch especially. Total score of 74. 69th place is the Peacock Black Hole. They went artsy on this one. $3,879. Width of 43.5. Thickness of 11.9. Okay, one of these is the minute hand, probably this one, and then here's your hour. But you're going to get the opposite with all the minutes as well. Probably be able to figure it out. It's cool how the purple has different shades of purple that melt into each other. Hopefully that's not just a trick of the lighting. But I mean, I suppose even if it's just the lighting, that's going to be cool to look at. Like some of the other Peacocks, I think it's strange they don't have blued screws or even like something gold in the middle. They just went with this kind of plain steel tourbillon. It's fairly unusual. PVD titanium case. Total score of 74. 70th place is the Gavril Mulberry Open Heart. $3,195. 42 across. 9 millimeters thick. I don't know why you would go for Gavril. You can get a Hamilton. You can get so many other offerings. I just don't understand why you choose Gavril, especially with how expensive it is. They must have people who like them. Score 74. 71st place is the Versace Dominus Skeleton. $3,250. 47.4 feel. Ridiculously huge. 11.2 thick. And it is only 42 left to right, but man, it goes out there. It's a large presence. A few viewers really got upset that I'm including Versace at all. Like they think that just because it says Versace, it shouldn't even be considered among the other watches that are available. I just don't feel like discriminating. I think, each watch should have a chance to prove its merits, based on the specifications. And this one's an okay open-worked dress watch. In my humble opinion, I know others disagree. I think we should just cast Versace out, never look at any of their watches. They had a really good simple dress watch. And yeah, I ruffled some feathers by saying it was a good one. This one's just barely passing. Score 73. 72nd place is the Aesop Double Tourbillon. $941, 42.5 across, 12 thick. That's your Geneva striping. They're trying to imitate that other brand we saw. The Glasuta Original. This kind of, it just looks like a gigantic plate on the back of the watch, but instead it's on the front. I don't think that's a great thing to emulate, especially with Openworked. We want to see stuff. At least I do, personally. So you can't really see much with this one. You do get to see 2 tourbillons, which again, what is the point of 2 of them? I don't really quite understand. This is probably the one that's associated with timekeeping. This one may just be for show. I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine that, the release of mechanical energy into accurate bursts is somehow governed by 2 tourbillons. Maybe it is, but I have a feeling this one's just kind of for show. I'm sure it fully functions, but whether it has any effect on the actual timekeeping, I'm skeptical. Total score of 73. 73rd place is the Gavril Gotham Skeleton. $4,995. Again, really expensive for Gavril. Feel of 44 millimeters, 12 millimeters thick. This actually looks pretty cool, but it is a straight ripoff of Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. Although the Audemars Piguet is much thinner. So it's just a really thick knockoff. And if you're going for an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak knockoff, there are a lot cheaper options. This one is incredibly blatant, so that's not great. And then you have to spend $5,000 to get it. Technically, under the scoring system, it passes, but I don't personally recommend this as a watch that you should get. Score 73. And finally, 74th place is the Christopher Ward C12 Loco. Just about $5,000, 44.3 feel, 13.7 thick. It is only a 41. Technically, but like I said before, it's got a bigger feel than just that. You have the inverse slug situation. That looks pretty cool. It also means it's going to be hard to change the strap. The orange is very striking. It's very bold. I do like that. The balance wheel being suspended here looks so cool. It's definitely a cool one from Christopher Ward. Just in terms of open workedness, there's really all you see is that balance wheel. You don't see any other mechanism. Maybe that's something you prefer, but that means it didn't score quite as high on the scoring system. I was trying to reward being able to see more of the movement. That's kind of the point of open working a watch. It is pretty thick too. And yes, I'm sure some of that is due to the fact that this is suspended up here. Normally it's probably behind the dial, so they put it on top. That just makes the whole thing thicker. It is kind of too thick. It is also very sporty looking. So not a great dress watch. Score of 73. 75th place, speaking of not a great dress watch, is the Siga Vector. $1,099, 44.5 left to right, 12.7 thick. It looks very cool. You have a timing bezel. Is it on here? I keep forgetting to do timing bezels. Okay, so that's probably a 1 point bonus or something. It should get some bonus for having that extra complication. But maybe for a dress watch, you're not really looking for timing bezels. I do like that they have this kind of geared shape to this plate here. That is really cool. Color pop is appreciated as well. Like that bright green. It's a grade 2 titanium case. Total score of 73. 76th place is the Claude Bernard Open Heart. $1,042, 40.5 across, 10 millimeters thick. Similar to the Hamilton in that you have two different cutouts to look at the movement. They did something a little bit different. They're very heavily bordered. Even have a couple screws here. Does look very industrial, but it's also clean. And since these have a little bit more weight to them, it does make it a little cleaner. This is a cool one, and it's fairly unique. Like I said, it's obviously inspired by Hamilton, but I like what they're doing here. Not top of the class by any means. Score 73. 77th place is the Able Sport Classic Open Heart. We saw the other one that has this exact same case, but was skeletonized. This one is just the Open Heart version. $5,500, 42 across, 11 thick. I do like this bridge here over the balance wheel, especially since it has blued screws. It's also an interesting shape here. Very pleasing. The gold is nice. The bracelet looks really cool, but has gold kind of in between the links. That's going to be really interesting to wear. A lot of style, but it's also a little bit reserved, just being an open heart. This is a cool one. Score of 73. 78th place is the Parallel Weekend Open Heart. $2,035, 39 across, 9.6. The open heart part of it is just an afterthought. They just cut a hole in the dial. Well, obviously, you have to have the right movement behind there too. But this one just leaves me wanting more. It's really super ultra plain. And I guess that's just what Parallel does. It really doesn't have any character to it whatsoever. Very, very plain. Total score of 72. Only a passing grade if you swap the strap off this bracelet. 79th place is the Schild Friedrich Tourbillon. Another Schild. Schilds are a little bit underwhelming. They're kind of large, very thick. This one is not passing. It's the first not passing watch in this price range. Total score 72. 80th place, another Schild, the Schild Cyclone Heinrich Tourbillon. They put it in the middle. This is cool. They did with the hands, but it is very thick. 16.5 is ridiculous for a dress watch, especially. Score 71, not recommended. 81st place is the Azion Tourbillon. 79th of the ones. It's possible to recommend it all because you can swap this out for a leather strap if you'd like to, and then that would get the score up to passing. The Meteorite looks really cool. Tourbillons are interesting. I know that's true. I have a tourbillon on my wrist right now. It's really cool to look at, but there's a lot of other brands out there with tourbillons on them. You can be more discerning about the other parts of the watch. This one's just a little too big. And then a lot of other things not excelling at. It's not very refined. Total score of 70, but you can get the score up if you swap it to a leather strap. 82nd place is the Zeno Watch Basel XL Retro Winder RDM. Pretty much all the Zeno Watch offerings just look cheap to me. It's almost $3,000. I cannot imagine expending that much money on a Zeno watch. This looks cheesy. I just don't understand what the deal is with these ones. Score 70, not recommended. 83rd place is the Sterling Eclipse 390 Tourbillon. Yeah, this one's ugly too. I don't get it. There's a color clash. There's, the black and the silver and the gold all together. And it's like kind of a rose gold. It doesn't look good to me. I'm not a huge fan of rose gold anyway, but especially when you mix it with black and silver, I think that looks bad. Score 70, not recommended. 84th place, the Delma 1924 Tourbillon. This one actually does look really cool. It is very large though, 44.6. And it's 14 thick. I think they need to tighten that up. It's just too large. Really, really big for a dress watch. I do like this here, how the tourbillon is kind of supported by these little bridges. Then you've got the blue screws. That does look really nice. And they did a full hand on it. You don't see that very often with the tourbillon, but I like it a lot. So you can use a tourbillon as a second indicator. It's a lot easier if you have a little chapter ring and a hand to go with it. This one's not recommended. Score 69. 85th place is the Heritor Winthrop skeleton, and it's ugly. Got a double balance. There's some redeeming things about it, absolutely. You can see the keyless works. Got kind of a cockpit clock here, but it does not pass the scoring system. Score 69, not recommended. 86th place is the Space One skeleton Tellurium. It's really not skeletonized. I probably should have kept it out of the video, but I put it here. I put it in here because it has this really cool thing you can see, which is sort of the spirit of open-worked watches. This little thing goes around in a circle, and then also the little planet, or the little moon sort of orbits the Earth here. So it sort of has the spirit of open-worked. Maybe it's a novelty rather than open-worked. Anyway, doesn't pass. Score 68. 87th place is the Matthew Tissot Edmond Havana. Just an open-worked watch. Not really notable in any other way. It's just, I mean, it's got a beautiful guilloche. Not passing. Score 68. 88th place, the Nubio Polaris Tourbillon. It's a 46, but I feel like a 47.5. Huge watch. It looks okay, but we saw Chinese ones for like $400 that had this same cool architecture, and they're not humongous like this thing is. You can do better. Well, and this is probably Chinese too. Score 67, not recommended. 89th place is the Matthew Tissot Evasion. They're evading something. You've got the Petite Tapisserie, like the Royal Oak, sort of the shape of the Patek Philippe Nautilus. It's kind of narrow lugs. It's not good. Don't get it. Not recommended. Score 67. 90th place is the 7 Friday PS2-03. Get an open heart. I like their cool hands. It's just really big. That's the main issue. It's kind of a feel, almost like a 49. Just a massive watch. Score 65, not recommended. 91st place is the Dietrich OT4. I like the blue. Really cool how they're running seconds here as a star. And yeah, when you do a star, you only need to show 10 seconds here. 6-pointed star. It's really cool. Like the blue. They do have a 24-hour, just a day-night indicator, essentially. Not super open-worked, though. Score 64, not recommended. 92nd place is another 7 Friday, only slightly different than the last one. This one is also not recommended. Score 62. 93rd place is the Palanti Torque 2. I mentioned I don't like silver and rose gold. I think they look bad together. It's just a bad combo. Not recommended. Score 60. 94th place is the Torino Carrero Aerodrome. How would they charge $2,000 for this thing? I will never understand Torino Carrero. Their watches are way overpriced. I do not get it. Not recommended. And low quality. They always have horrible scores. Score of 60. 95th place is the Torino Carrero Milazzo. Same thing as the last one. Why is it $2,000? Don't get it. Not recommended. Score 60. And in last place is the Rain Con. $1,000. Got a lot of pink. It has red, pink. Yeah, no brand strength to Rain. I would not get this one. Like a watch gang watch. Don't get it. Score 58, not recommended. So those were all the watches. Some really cool ones. That Marie Lacroix Masterpiece is nice. All right, let's just do those top 5. 5th place is the Accutron Spaceview Evolution. $4,200, 43.5 across, 15.9 thick. It is quite thick. These turbine things look so cool. When I've seen videos of them, they seem to have a mind of their own when they do stuff and when they don't. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what crazy technology is in here. It's kind of a new way of keeping time, from what I understand. Electrostatic movement. Yeah, there's no other watch that does that. It is really big, though. That is the downside to this one. It's cool in-house proprietary technology, and it looks really cool, but the finishing is really well done. But I do think it is kind of a monster on the wrist. 16 thick is ridiculous. But it ended up in my 5th place, so it'll be going to the final runoff. See how it does compared to all the other open-worked watches. Total score of 88. 4th place is the Cartier Santos Skeleton. $33,500. 44 millimeter feel, because it is 47.5 by 39.7. And again, the larger number is the lug to lug, not necessarily this part of it. I think it's going to wear pretty darn big. Quite thin though, only 9.1 thick. They do have an in-house Cartier movement. I love to see that. Cartier is well respected in the watch world. This is a really cool open-worked watch. You get to see all kinds of cool stuff in here. It's like they have double barrels. You get that open heart. I like these Roman numerals. Total score of 88. Third place is the Haraj Tourbillon 2. $11,403, 41 millimeters across, 10 thick only. I wasn't expecting Haraj to get this high. The dial itself does not do a lot for me, I'll be frank. Got a cool tourbillon, and you get a blued escape wheel here. You show one blue screw, that's going to make it easier to count seconds. The numbers are really cool. You know, it's only 10 thick. It is a chronometer as well. That's nice. Yeah, Haraj seems like really high quality. This is the only watch I've ever seen with a salmon strap. They have salmon leather. That's really interesting. I've never seen another watch with that. Very cool. You get a power reserve here, 5 days. It's definitely impressive. Again, the dial doesn't do it for me. It's a little bit too casual. It sort of looks like somebody's weathered plaid shirt that just kind of got wrecked in the wash or something. So I don't totally understand what's going on here. They had a meteorite version of this. Maybe it was a predecessor that didn't have the power reserve, but their newest version, oh, that's why it says 2. The newest version has a power reserve. Full score of 89. Second place is the Ballad Chapter 4 Infinity. $17,800, 41 across, 9.8 thick, so on the thinner side of things. Really nice looking moon phase on here. I had to decide, do I include it with the moon phase or not, to put all the watches somewhere. So the fact that it has a tourbillon puts it here. It is hand winding in-house chronometer movement. The dial is gorgeous. I love when they do these sorts of things, but they're not oriented toward the center. And yeah, this one's oriented towards this small second here. I really like that. Very stylish watch. Definitely a beauty. And it has 904L stainless steel. That's an upgrade over 316. Total score of 89. And in first place, we have the Ballad Chapter 4 Skeleton Tourbillon. $12,000, 39 millimeters across, 12.9 thick. I really like what they've done here with the architecture of it. It's really unique. You have a nice, really bright blue screw on the tourbillon. The color, being this kind of dull gunmetal color, is actually really nice. It looks really fresh compared to other ones that are out there. I even like the 4 o'clock crown. See the keyless work here really clearly. Got some Latin or Italian, something on here on the barrel. It looks really cool. Yeah, this is the highest scoring one. The first A grade of any flavor we've seen of any of the watches so far. It does come with an alligator leather strap. I like the blue highlight around the edge. It's a very impressive one. Total score of 91. All right, so those were my top 5 in this price range, $900 to $40,000. And now we can go on to the top price range, over $40,000. Let's do that now. Okay, here we are at that over $40,000 Openworked dress watches. There's going to be some really cool stuff here. This is the highest scoring of all the price ranges. Let's see, Chapek, Lederer, Girard Perregaux, Roger Dubois, JLC, Corum, Breguet, Richard Mille, Franck Muller. A lot of really nice watches in here. Breguet is fantastic. As I already mentioned, the scores are really high on this one. 63% are good grades. That is crazy. There's a huge disparity between the more expensive watches and the cheaper watches this time around. Some of that is due to like chronometers and gold, just fancier things going on in the watches. I think some of it is also there's more true skeleton watches in this one. And I did try to favor skeleton watches because that's the spirit of Openworked. You want to see the movement. This price range, $40,000 to $160,000. You almost can't get a bad watch in that price range. There's only one that I identified. It's the purple bars here. That's the best performing of all the 6 price ranges within the overall market. A lot more A's. You're going to get 8 A grades in this one. This was a solid price range. Of course, out of my price range, I'm only in the bottom one. Can't see myself spending more than $900 for an Openworked watch. But if you can, then enjoy this. Or just enjoy seeing the cool watches, just seeing what's out there. Here they are, and like I said, most of these ones are good grades. See some really excellent watches in here. As before, I'll start with number 6, go down to number 96, and then I'll end with the top 5 that are hidden behind my face. Let's start with number 6. Sixth place is the H. Moser Endeavor Tourbillon Skeleton. $98,811, 40 millimeters across, 10.7. I don't see any H. Moser branding on here. It's kind of a sterile dial. Well, there is no dial. It's a skeleton watch. Beautiful architecture here with the different bridges. I love these wavy lines they integrated into that. See the full gear train here. Tourbillon looks really nice. Keyless works. You can see all this stuff. It's red gold case. Get your alligator leather. It's a good thickness, good brand strength, good refinement, good impressiveness. Yeah, this is a fantastic open worked watch, and it will be one of the finalists. Total score of 89. Seventh place is the Vacheron Constantin Métier d'Art Celestial. $260,000, 39 millimeters across, 10.7 thick. I love the scorpion on here. It's celestial, so you can get different constellations. What is that thing called when they do the horoscope? That's what they call these things. I don't know about that voodoo witchcraft nonsense, but scorpion has been like hand carved into the dial. It's totally stunning and gorgeous. That's your thing. The jewels are more than a bit much. It's just way overkill. I couldn't do all these jewels on the watch, but it is very impressive. White gold case. Not that you can even see it with all these jewels all over it. It is an automatic tourbillon. Love the iron cross here. Very impressive and flashy. Total score of 89. Eighth place is the De Bethune C Tourbillon. $212,632. 38.5 left to right. Thickness of 8 millimeters. You have these really interesting lugs that kind of flex and bend to give you a really nice wrist-wearing experience. 12 o'clock crown. Got their cool little triangle that's been rounded. Extremely vibrant blue here. Love seeing those jewels on it. The hands are really interesting. Just kind of an oddball watch company, even. Most of their watches have something just a little bit avant-garde about it. The case is well ventilated. Does have an alligator leather blue strap. Looks really nice. Tourbillon looks a little bit more industrial than some of the other ones. They didn't go such an elegant route as other watchmakers do. It's kind of more of a modern look. Not all that open worked. It's pretty much just this aperture here. The tourbillon aperture is pretty much all you get, but when you're winding it, you can probably see some gears move from the front. That's pretty cool. Total score of 89. Ninth place is the Bulgari Octo Finissimo Tourbillon. $678,000. Feel of a 47, because the circle here is 42. You've got all this extra platinum out here. Just tons of platinum. Extremely thin. Insanely thin. Only 5 millimeters. That is just mind-boggling. Bulgari is making some really thin watches. You know, they have a tourbillon in there, and it's only 5 millimeters. Incredibly impressive technically. I think it looks really cool too. I do like the Bulgari Octo Finissimo case. It's extremely aggressive. And even though it's made of platinum, I'm estimating 93 grams for this, so it's not going to be crazy. It's just going to be like a regular steel watch. And that's due to how thin it is. It's actually probably nice because it'll feel like a regular watch instead of feeling like there's nothing there. The blue is really nice too. Of course, the octo is because there's an octagon on the inside. Very impressive, so it's definitely one of the finalists. Total score of 88. 10th place, the Vacheron Constantin Overseas Skeleton. $211,000. Feel of almost 45. Thickness of 10.4. And you can get it on the leather strap. Probably more often you'll see it on the bracelet, but it scores higher on the leather because it takes the weight down. And then it's also more appropriate for dress watch to have a leather strap rather than a bracelet. Definitely lowered the penalty for bracelet on this video because with a skeleton watch, the bracelet fits a little bit better. Yeah, this one is so nice. Not that I could ever buy any of these, but I think if you're going for open worked, get the skeleton tourbillon, not just the tourbillon, because it's just so impressive. All the gold gears and the jewels everywhere. This one is actually grade 5 titanium. Will be one of the finalists. Total score of 88. 11th place is the Arnold & Son Ultra Thin Tourbillon Skeleton. $98,000, 41.5 across, only 8.4 thick. Again, Arnold & Son is impressing me with their ability to make some more just regular looking watches. I mean, it is open-worked, so it's not totally regular. The tourbillon is interesting. It looks a little bit different. They've got kind of an anchor symbol here. I bet that looks so cool when it's running. They did kind of a twist on Geneva striping by having it rotate around. That looks really good. This may be enamel here on the dial. Got jewels everywhere. Red gold. Very impressive. Score of 88. 12th place is the LU Chopard Flying T Twin. And the T stands for tourbillon. $118,000. 40 millimeter, 7.2. Chopard makes some really compelling dress watches. It's one of their strengths. I like this honeycomb pattern. Dial, the guilloche. The gold and the blue look really nice together. They gave you an indicator on the tourbillon, kind of estimate how many seconds have passed. It has a micro rotor movement. It's in-house, and it's a chronometer. They tell you on the dial. All very impressive. White gold. Very classy. Score of 87. 13th place is the De Bethune DB28GS V2AN Grand Bleu. $117,000. 44 millimeters left to right. 11.2 thick. I love this chunky minute hand. Oh, or that's the hour. Hold on. Which one's the hour? Which one's the minute? You'll have to figure that out. I guess you'll get used to it. This must be the hour, right? Because they have a little shorty inside of it. That must be the hour. So it's 4:53 right now on this. It has a timing bezel. For once, did I give it? Okay, for once I actually gave it credit for the timing bezel. Got the open heart. Yeah, this one's a little more interesting than that last De Bethune. Score of 87. 14th place. What a beauty. The Breguet Tradition Second Retrograde. 7035. $51,200. 38 millimeters across. 12.6 thick. Breguet is not as expensive as other watches, and they have such cool stuff going on. The Retrograde Second is really neat. It's going to flip down every minute, just all day long doing that. That's so cool. This floating balance wheel. It's a lot classier than other open-worked watches because you're not seeing rough edges. You're not seeing weird shapes. It's very classy. You get to see so much of that beautiful 18 karat gold. The dial is completely stunning. Really great size, 38 millimeters. It's going to wear really nicely on the average size male wrist. Just going to be tastefully sized, not gigantic like so many of these are. Yeah, this is a standout, and it will be one of the finalists. Score of 86. 15th place, the Breguet Tradition Fusée Tourbillon 7047. $271,300, 41 millimeters across, 16 thick. So this one, the size is not quite as good as the last Breguet we saw. Very impressive though, and it is a tourbillon. You do get to see that gigantic tourbillon up here. Interesting place they chose to put the actual timekeeping portion of this watch. You do get to see the mainspring, the barrel right here. It's a fancier metal, platinum case. It's going to be very heavy. I'm estimating an obscene 165 grams. I don't know if that's right or not. It was really hard to pin down a formula to calculate the weight. There's so many things that go into it. So if you want to know the exact weight, find that out. But that's probably the biggest penalty here is, well, the thickness is really what's causing most of this because my weight penalties are pretty light. 16 is crazy. Very impressive watch. Score of 86. 16th place, perhaps the classiest, most reserved open-worked watch I've seen is the Jaeger-LeCoultre Master Ultra Thin Tourbillon. $51,800, 40 millimeters, only 10.8 thick. Reasonable wearing size, absolutely. Very classy. Like a lot of JLCs, it's not going to be the most flashy of watches. I mean, that's kind of their thing, is they don't really stick out as anything innovative necessarily. It's really high quality, maybe more subtle. It does have a pink gold case. I do like the color of pink gold. Very popular in high-end watches. This one will be a finalist for sure. Total score of 86. 17th place is the Chapek Antarctique X Revolution. $42,000. Feel of like a 42.5, but technically it's only 40.5. Thickness of 10.6. Get to see that open heart here. You get a rotor view because the micro rotor is right here on the front. I really like that. I think that's going to be very enjoyable to watch. A lot of stuff to look at. Beguiling dial to look at. Their integrated bracelet is really neat with these little staple sort of links they have going on here. I like that a lot. Yeah, it's fresh. If you like the integrated bracelet one, definitely check out Chapek because I think this one's a standout. It's not going to be as expensive as an AP Royal Oak, and it scores higher on my scoring system, even though the brand strength isn't quite as high. Total score of 86. 18th place is the Beauvais Aperto 1. $61,621. 42 millimeters across, 11 thick. It does these interesting pocket watch style cases. They're bar lugs and the crown at 12 o'clock. Get a power reserve here between 9 and 10 o'clock. This is really neat. I love the shape here in the middle. Bridge, 7-day power reserve. Get your open heart right here. Small second looks really cool. I love the color pop on this one. It is a grade 5 titanium case, so it's going to be very light on the wrist, especially with that fabric strap it comes on. This one will be a finalist. Total score of 86. 19th place is the Beauvais Batista Tourbillon. $250,000. 45.6 millimeters across, 12 millimeters thick. Clearly racing stuff going on. They've got some dude has signed it. Oh no, it's Batista. What does that say there? Does it say Pininfarina? I don't know what the deal is there. Cool, big date. I haven't been mentioning crystals. That's another reason the higher price ranges score higher. Is in the lower price range, you do see a lot of mineral going on. This one has a sapphire with anti-reflective coating crystal. You do have loomed hands and indexes on it. That's nice too. Fortunately, it does come on a rubber strap, and I don't think it's going to be easy to change that to something else. Might be stuck with the rubber, which I guess makes sense for racing. Cool power reserve right here. If you're into racing, good choice. Total score of 86. 20th place is the Piaget Altiplano Ultimate. $40,700, 41 millimeters across, an insane 4.3 millimeters thickness. It's going to be like a coin on your wrist. So thin, unbelievably thin. You can see all the workings here. Probably one of the reasons it's so thin is that they moved as much stuff as they could, like next to the actual timekeeping portion. 910p, I think that's the movement inside. Obviously an in-house movement to do this kind of stuff. It is automatic. I don't know where they put the darn rotor. It's back there somewhere. But 4.3 with an automatic movement, that is insane. We'll see that balance wheel here. Did have to encroach a little bit on the timekeeping portion, but I think that's cool. The mechanics here influence the design of the watch itself. It's cool to see those two things come together. I suppose you could say that about all open-worked watches. Stylistic choices are kind of dictated by just how the watch works itself. You know, it's not like you can decide where to put things. Some of that is extremely limited. It's a beauty. It'll be one of the finalists. Score of 85. 21st place is the Breguet Classique Tourbillon Sideral 7255. $226,000, 38 millimeters across, thickness of 10.2. Thank you, Breguet. Another really great sized dress watch that also has interesting open work stuff going on. Really nice tourbillon here. Very clean one. Sometimes these tourbillons just, you see so much stuff going on. But this one is exceptionally clean. Really like the probably aventurine dial here. They color matched it really well with this ring. I like their little diamonds and flowers or whatever these are here. Snowflakes, something like that. Those are really pleasing. And the numerals, the script is really pleasing. It's just extremely classy. I do like the look of that 18 karat yellow gold. Gold score of 85. 22nd place is the Vacheron Constantin 56 Tourbillon. $137,756, 41 millimeters across, 10.9 millimeters thick. A little bit sportier than some of the other Vacheron Constantins, but still very dressy. Like the brown strap with the pink gold case. Silver is nice as well. Not super exciting, but more interesting than the JLC. Total score of 85. 23rd place is the Glashütte Original Pano Inverse Dragon. Is there a dragon on here? Maybe. $52,400, 42 millimeters across, 12 millimeters thick. Beautiful engraving. Just insane what they've done here. It's only $52,000. When you're not looking at Vacheron Constantin or these really fancy watches, Audemars Piguet, or even Patek Philippe, you go down a little bit in price and look at like Glashütte Original, and you get so much cool stuff. Just beautiful artistry going on here. You do have a power reserve here. Really impressive looking balance wheel. So much style, so much artistry, technically impressive. 12 millimeters, it's on the thick side, but it's a beautiful one. Score of 85. 24th place is the Lederer CIC 39 Inverto. $191,707. 39 millimeters across, 10.8 millimeters thick. And they have a version of this that it's just kind of plain on the front. This one is the completely inverted version. So you're seeing the case back from the front, and I really like that. You get to see the balance wheel here. This is kind of a crazy watch because when you see it from the front, they have a small seconds here at the 11 o'clock, the 7 o'clock, and the one at the 11 o'clock runs backwards. The hand actually goes the opposite direction. It's very interesting. I don't know exactly what all this is. Central impulse. It's almost like there's two. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on here. Not that I completely understand watches and how they work anyway, but this one in particular, what is going on? There's only one balance wheel, but then you have two second hands. And they don't line up with each other. And one of them moves backwards. I don't know why that is. Really crazy watch. So it's going to be a finalist. Total score of 84. 25th place is the A Longa Inzona 1815 Tourbillon. $293,087. 39.5 across, 11.3 millimeters thick. Beautiful tourbillon. They took it up a step. I think this is the most impressive one I've seen, just from like an elegance standpoint. It's very striking. I do like the bridge across the tourbillon here. I think those always look so cool. The enamel dial is gorgeous. I love these numbers. Very classy. It's much more impressive than the JLC, but it's still getting that sophisticated look to it. It's kind of doing both. So it'll definitely be a finalist. Score of 84. 26th place is the Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel. $134,930. 41 millimeters across, 10.4 thick. And yeah, like the JLC, it's just very understated, very traditional. This one is more interesting than the JLC, though. They've got the Iron Cross. Their tourbillon is more impressive. Just a couple points below the JLC. Doesn't quite have as much water resistance. Doesn't have any blued screws that you can see. It's more impressive, just aesthetically. Nice pink gold case. Total score of 84. 27th place is the Beauvais Fleurier Virtuoso 11. $410,387. 44 millimeters across, 13.5 thick. It's got that pocket watch look that so many Beauvais do. It's been encrusted with jewels, engraved just all over the place. Just as much engraving as you could imagine. It's gorgeous. I really like this pattern here. It's kind of waves in there. Just beautiful stuff. Very, very open. Got these finger bridges. It's going to be on the larger size, 44 millimeters. Really huge lug to lug, almost 55. Not going to be appropriate for small wrists at all. Beautiful one. Score of 84. 28th place is the MB&F SP1. $79,458. 38 millimeters across, 12 thick. I would have thought it might have even been thicker, just with all this crazy stuff that's going on. Beautiful how there's just three major, bridges connecting it to the outside, and just this vast openness inside of it. I love that there's three just big circles. Very striking. Very subtle use of color here around the outside. Not loud in that regard. You kind of let the architecture of the movement just be the main impression. The jewels are really pleasing. I mean, this is very artistic. I love the symmetry of it. Got that flying balance wheel. Apparently the case is platinum. There's not much to the case. There's not a lot of metal involved here. Yeah, this could be lower because most cases have more material going on. And that weight calculation is just based on the standard case. So it's probably lighter than 94 grams. This will be a finalist. Total score of 84. 29th place, the H. Moser & Company Pioneer Tourbillon. $99,550. 42.8 millimeters across, 15.3 thick. Okay, so that's why it's not scoring higher. Thickness is definitely a problem there. This one looks more like an H. Moser than the other one we saw, the full skeleton one. I mean, this is extremely open. I gave it extreme openness bonus, which is just a third of the dial you can see through all the way to the back. Maybe this one shouldn't quite qualify, but it is very open. Really nice script up here. It's got a lot of style. Total score of 84. 30th place, an IWC. The IWC Portugieser Tourbillon. $55,000. 42.4 millimeters across, 10.8 thick. Really interesting looking day-night indicator here at 9 o'clock. Otherwise, it looks just like an IWC Portugieser with the tourbillon at 6 o'clock. It's a really plain design. I also don't care for black sunbursts, personally. It's all right. Clearly getting a good grade. Score of 84. 31st place, the Chanel Boyfriend Skeleton Large. $49,400, 36.7 presents, 8.4 thick. Yeah, it's small. It's only 28.6 left to right, and then 37 top to bottom. So I think this is a lady's watch, especially if you have a small wrist. It will be an appropriate size. I would even feel comfortable wearing it, 37 top to bottom. That's going to be pretty appropriate, but it is a smaller one. I don't know why it says boyfriend if it's supposed to be for the girlfriend, but I don't get it. I don't understand the branding there. It doesn't look particularly feminine. Maybe that's why it's called the boyfriend. It's an interesting one. Some cool shapes going on, like the black bridges. Apparently it's an in-house movement from Chanel. I wouldn't have expected that, but it's a cool watch. Score of 84. 32nd place is the Grubel Forsey Handmade 2. $777,000. 48.9 millimeters across, 12.8 millimeters thick. The purple is very striking here. Don't know what component that is exactly, but the purple just really gets one's attention. Got a nice power reserve here, very clearly labeled, very precise numbering on it and scale. You've got the balance wheel with these little weights on it, so you can really tune it. Those are always impressive. I like the hands. Got a golden pop here. I said color pop. Color pop is even better than golden pop, but yeah, purple color pop. It's very impressive. Got the interesting 2 tiers to the dial, with a more elevated portion up here and then sunken in down here. That's really neat. See all the way through the back right here. Yeah, it's a beautiful watch. I'm sure the case back is really impressive. White gold case, nice jewels to look at, kind of a frosted dial on it. And they actually have a deployant clasp. So many watches don't give you that. These guys do. Total score of 83. 33rd place is the Roger Dubois Excalibur Mono Balancier. $232,984. 42 millimeters across, 12.6 thick. A lot of edges to it. Just very chunky, edgy watch. These guys do have the star pattern here. I think that's what all the Chinese brands are copying, is Roger Dubois. Cool micro rotor. You can see fully right here. It's going to be fun to see that thing moving around throughout the day. Prominent balance wheel. It's very impressive. The case kind of overshadows the dial almost, which is almost too much at that point. It's too much contrast in your face, especially the picture they took. Maybe it's the whole thing is shinier out in natural light. But the overall experience to my face is just a little too aggressive. I would prefer if they toned it down a little bit. Maybe a smooth bezel or something. Really, really wide lug width too. Unusually wide. Will definitely get people's attention though. If that's what you're going for, this is a good one for that. Total score of 83. 34th place is the Breguet Tradition GMT. $82,900, 40 millimeters across, 12.1 thick. I guess it's the Arabic version because, yeah, is this the 24-hour indicator? No, here's your 24-hour indicator. This is a totally independent time that you can choose. So that's why I say dual time here. You can have a different time zone. It's a useful complication to have. Really like this kind of British racing green color. Really pleasing. I don't care for fabric straps personally. I'd want that on black leather. Nice platinum case. Total score of 83. 35th place, the Bianchet Ultrafino Rotondo. $149,468. Feel of almost a 44. A lot of case. Thickness of 8.9. Yeah, there's not a ton of just like gold integrated bracelet sport watches. Mostly I see steel, but this one's an 18 karat gold. Full gold bracelet even. Nice and thin, only 8.9. That's going to be very impressive. The dial is just a sea of different shapes here. Really interesting to look at. So much architecture to enjoy. Of course, you get that wonderful tourbillon here in black. Usually they're gold or silver. This one's black. I think that's nice. The barrel itself, I don't think that's the most aesthetically pleasing part of a watch. So it's unfortunate that they chose to highlight that one by having it in the steel. But it's more cool stuff to look at. Just tons of interesting things to look at on this one. Total score of 83. 36th place is the Grubel Forsey Balancier Convex S Squared. $346,000, 41.5 across, 14.8 thick. It's pretty thick. One of the reasons is that they have this weird, like, sunken in part here, and then the balance wheel is at that funny angle, and they even put the small seconds down here. Man, it looks so cool. It looks robotic, futuristic. Got some interesting text on here. Power reserve right there. It's very interesting. You know, you don't get this much three-dimensionality with many other watches. It kind of breaks the fourth wall. You know, the way they have this dial and then it kind of bends and goes down here. It's just very interesting. Grade 5 titanium case, lugless design. Probably stuck with the rubber. So you've got to be a fan of rubber if you like this one. Total score of 83. 37th place is the Speak Marin Openworked Tourbillon. $112,000, 38 millimeters, 12.4 thick. So reasonable size. That's excellent. 38 millimeters. I like to see a 3 here for a dress watch. Once you start getting 40s plus, I think it's a little bit large for most men, for the average man. 38 is excellent. See that micro rotor right here. I mean, it's similar to the Grubel 4Z, actually. They have similar design aesthetics. You know, really trying to be impressive, just do new things and have interesting shapes to it. I love these little gold edges to everything. That's really nice. I love these shapes in here, looking kind of organic, like some kind of vine or something. Rose gold case. Yeah, this is a beauty. The lugs are old school. Got that nice club hour hand that I like so much. Total score of 82. 38th place is the Lang & Heine Anton. $101,000, 40.4 millimeters presence. That's what it's kind of going to equate to. And thickness of 9.4. It is a 40 top to bottom, 32 only left to right. It's not a huge watch. It's going to have reasonable presence. I love the triple lug. Man, the shape of it, it is just so dignified and just regal. It says Saxony on it. You know, it really does make me think of something a king or a duke or something would have. Very elegant and regal. Like I said, the numbers are so nice here. Oh man, I probably should have had this be a finalist because there's no other watch that really does it like this. There's a lot of rectangle watches out there, but this one is just special. These scoops and, you know, the triple lug, very dignified and aristocratic. It's got a rose gold case. Alligator leather looks so nice. Very good leather on this one. Very impressive. Score of 82. 39th place is the Parmigiani Fleurier Tonda Skeleton. $81,741. Feel of like a 43 millimeter and 8.5 thick. I love the pistachio metal. Like, where else do you see this color on just raw metal? It's so good. And you can see the brushing. I mean, I'm sure it's PVD coated or something, but it looks fantastic. I never knew this was something I wanted to see until I saw it, and it's just really pleasing. Very strangely, you can't really see any jewels. I don't know why the jewels are not pink. If you can make your synthetic rubies not be pink, make them white or clear. Peacock is another one that does that. It does make it cleaner, less impressive than the pink, but it is a cleaner look. I like their hands. It's very pointy, skeletonized hands are pleasing. I think this is the balance wheel at 10 o'clock. Hopefully that's where it is. It's not the most open worked of watches. You're not seeing as many gears as you do on some of the other ones, but it is still full skeleton. Total score of 82. 40th place is the Grubel 4Z Balancier 3. Not quite as impressive as the convex one we saw a few watches back. $183,000. A lot cheaper than that one, though. Half the price. 41.5 across, 13.6 thick. Yeah, in true Grubel 4Z style, there's pops of red, slick design to it, strong attributes. You know, there's nothing subtle about this watch. And like the other one, you are going to be married to this silicone strap, unfortunately. I don't think it matches perfectly. The other thing about trying to color match is when the materials are different, they're going to interact with the light differently. Even if you get the hue perfect in a certain lighting condition, they match. Go into different lighting conditions, and all of a sudden it won't match nearly as well. This blue looks a little bit light to me, so that would bother me. Of course, you can avoid that by just choosing a black strap, which I don't know if that's an option on this one, but perhaps the black one is a little bit safer if you're sensitive to colors like I am. It says it has a power reserve. I don't see where that is. Because this looks like a small second. So I don't know. Unless it has 60 hours power reserve. Maybe this is the power reserve. Total score of 82. 41st place. Is this our first Richard meal? It might be. The Richard meal RM037 automatic. $224,000. Feel like a 42 almost. Even though it's only 34.4 across. Thickness of 12.7. And yeah, all those Chinese watches that copy Richard meal, they end up making these watches with a feel of a 48 or a 50 or something. You know, the actual Richard meals are reasonable sizes. They have a lot of presence, but they're not insane for the most part. It's too gaudy for me. That, you know, these black jewels and the gold, it's a little bit too much. There's not a ton of skeletonization. I mean, you can see some gears here. So it is open worked. This pusher is to alternate between time setting and winding, and you've got an indicator for that here. You've got a big date. That's nice. Forged carbon case is looking pretty cool. Not dressy though. Score of 82. Here it is, 42nd place, the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Jumbo Extra Thin, $246,000. Feel almost like a 43. There's a lot of case here, even though it's only 39 millimeters left to right. Thickness of only 8.1. Yes, we saw the imitators. What was that one? There was a Gavril, I think, that was identical, you know, in appearance here. It had the hexagonal screws. It had the exact same bracelet. And that thing was 12 thick. I think one of the reasons for Audemars Piguet's success is the thinness of the watch. Only 8 millimeters. Beautiful architecture here. So many little bridges going on everywhere. Jewels, gears all over the place. You can see the mainspring back here. One of these things is going to be the balance spring. I think maybe it's here. Obviously, you can tell when you have it because that'll be the thing that's moving so much. Just beautiful. If you're going to go for an open-worked AP, this is the one. They do have one that's just a tourbillon, but I think this is more impressive. This one is steel. It is also an automatic movement, even though it's only 8.1 thick. And yeah, I had to include this as a finalist. Give AP a shot to see if it can be in the top 10. Total score of 81. 43rd place is the Girard Perregaux Neo Tourbillon. $175,000, 45 millimeters across, 15.6 thick. I put a lighter background because everything is so dark. See it a little bit better. See how open it is. It's a very open watch. You'll be seeing the back of your wrist through the watch on this one. They leaned into the industrial aspect of it, but it also has almost kind of like alien shapes to it. Just looking very advanced and futuristic. These look sharp. The hands look sharp like a weapon or something. The tourbillon is really impressive. I like these 3 bridges. They have one that's called 3 bridges, but this is the Neo Tourbillon. It is kind of big though. 45 millimeters it's going to be too big for a lot of guys. Grade 5 titanium. Yeah, this is one of the finalists. This might be the last finalist that I've chosen, aside from the top 5 that you'll see after this. Does have a micro rotor somewhere on this. I think it's in the back. Comes on a nice alligator leather strap too. I really like those. Total score of 81. 44th place is the Jacques Drouot Grand Second Skelet. $197,500. 41.5 across, 12.3 thick. Sapphire case. That is super cool. There aren't a ton of sapphire case watches. This one is really nice. I love their Grand Second. It's just a cool thing they do, you know, with these 2 dials and they overlap each other. I really like that a lot. I like the color pop on this. The strap, unfortunately, it's too bright for me. For a man, this really bright blue, it's not the best, especially if you're doing formal and you're wanting to exhibit that male archetype. This one's a little bit too playful, but I think it would look better on a black strap. With black leather, I think you can make it a little bit more dignified. Total score of 81. 45th place is the Chapek Antarctique Tourbillon. $71,340, 42.5 across, 11.5 thick. It's definitely reminding me of Christopher Ward. It's got a similar look to it. That integrated bracelet, sport watch style. Got these staple links again, highly polished. It's very good, very well done. It's something interesting and different from what other people do. The guilloche is stunning. The salmon is a really nice color here. Tourbillon is nice. I like this big bridge across the middle. These two little floating bridges holding the barrel. Nice big bright jewels to look at. Very symmetrical. Very pleasing watch. Not super open worked, just a little bit. You get the barrel and the tourbillon. It's a beauty. Score of 81. 46th place is the Quorum Admiral Tourbillon. $63,000, 48 millimeters across, 14.3 thick. Got some industrial things going on. These Phillips screws on the crown guards. The dark colors. There's a lot of sharp edges everywhere. I do like the symmetry of it. Just 4 little circles. Power reserve, small second. Tourbillon here. The barrel up here at 12 o'clock. 300 meters water resistance. Sapphire crystal with anti-reflective coating. Pretty robust. The aesthetics are nice. The tourbillon looks really good. I like these little triangles here. You've got different symbols at every single one. I don't know what these are supposed to designate, but it looks really, really cool. Really interesting. Sort of secret code you have on your watch. The 4 has this little cross with 4 points. Maybe there's a code here we can crack. Grade 5 titanium case. It's a cool watch. Very large. Humongous watch. Very thick as well. But it's a cool sporty one. Score of 81. 47th place is the Chapek Antarctique Plique Azur. $76,739. 42.5 across, 10.6 thick. Said earlier that Arkai was the only one with the color glass. This one also has color glass. The glass on this watch is not quite as dark, not quite as opaque. You can still see a lot. This pattern is really cool. The white kind of webs. Very interesting watch. Yeah, there has to be a hole in the glass to accommodate the central hands and the small second subdial. Probably pretty hard to put this whole thing together. It does have an in-house micro rotor movement. Only 10.6. That's nice. I like it. Score of 81. 48th place, the Richard Mille RM74-01. $500,000, 43 millimeter feel, and thickness of 13.1. Crazy case. Lug to lug is almost 53, but then left to right is only 34.4. So very, very oblong. Maybe the most oblong looking watch there ever was. Nice architecture here. Tourbillon's looking good. Humongous crown. It's spiky like out of Mario or something. Case is ceramic. Oh, this is ridiculous. I forgot about the jazz time. Why did you put jazz time on the case? And then a 3-dimensional box? Why? What is the point of that? So not the best Richard Mille. You're still paying $500,000. You have the cheesy jazz time. I don't get that. There's only one Z. So, or is that an F? Is that Faz time? Total score of 81. 49th is the Hublot MP17 Mecha 10. $69,000, 42 millimeters, 15.4 thick. This frosted glass covering to the case. It is a grade 2 titanium case. Called it avant-garde. It's very avant-garde. Melted weird thing going on. The inside is really cool. Kind of mint green is a little bit too bright. I guess it goes with the overall theme of just being kind of weird. I like that you see the power reserve right over the barrel here. These must be days of power. Like the chunky crown. Yeah, what is this up here too? RSH, XSRSH, XXM. I don't know what that means. These watches are starting to have weird codes that you have to decipher. These M's and A's or whatever. Like, it's Hublot, but mystified by the letters, but I'm not interested enough to find out what the deal is. Very thick, 15.4. That's absurd. Score of 81. 50th place is the Kluger Inspiration 1. $1.2 million. 1.3, let's round up. 38.5 across, 12 thick. It's a good size. I mean, a little bit thick. Beautiful what they've done here. I think these are browned hands. The hands have gone beyond blued to a brown or purple. That's a lot harder to do. Looks really excellent. I like the power reserve up here. Looks like you only get 36 hours though. Beautiful, gigantic balance spring. I really like this utilitarian bar over here. The little screws holding it on. It's not super open worked. Pretty much you just see the balance on the barrel. It's cool though. I love the layers, different tiers of dial. These 3 little dots are really pleasing. Beautiful watch. I don't know if it's 1.3 million beautiful, but presumably somebody would spend that much for this thing. Total score of 80. 51st is the Breguet Experimentale 1. $452,000, 43.5 across, 13.3 thick. They put a lot of cool stuff on here. Well, actually, it's just the time and then the tourbillon. Is there even any other complications? Looks very technical. Looks like there's all kinds of stuff going on, but it is pretty simple. There really are only those 2 complications. Oh, this is a regulator. What am I talking about? Okay, so you have your hour down here and your minute up here, your second up there. All 3 are completely separated. That is actually really cool. Might have to put this in the regulator video. Yeah, regulator is a minute at the middle and then hours somewhere else. So this definitely qualifies. But it's also open-worked, so that's why it's in this video. You get an 18 karat gold case. I love that yellow gold. It's looking good. Well, is this yellow gold? So 18 karat that just indicates the amount of gold that's in there. The other stuff they put in there is what indicates if it's yellow or pink or red or rose. Of course, white gold just has rhodium plating. Either way, it looks really nice. Interesting triple lug system they've got with the silicone, and you're wedded to the silicone most likely. Very impressive looking. Score of 80. 52nd place is the Girard Perregaux Laureato 3 bridges. $175,000. 44.3 millimeters feel, 10.9 thick. It is a 41, but feel like a 44. Beautiful here. Reminding me of Vacheron Constantin, how the Tourbillon just has some extra stuff going on. Make it look more interesting. The 3 bridges are very distinctive. Pagani Design tried to copy this somewhat successfully, but this is the real deal here. I like that Girard Perregaux is on the barrel. I do wonder if that's going to turn. It probably will. That's probably the ratchet wheel here. So as you're winding it, I bet this thing turns for you. It's going to be really interesting. Presumably, as you're winding it, you could stop winding when the words get to the place you like them to be. Oh, it does have a micro rotor, so it's not going to stay that way. Okay, I see. The Laureato is okay. Octagonal thing. Yeah, the other octagonal one is the Octo Finissimo. There's a couple of these watches that like to do octagons. I think it looks cool. Humongous jewels here. Score of 80. 53rd place is a Soleil-Lock Harmony micro rotor. $61,000, 39.9 feel, 9.3 thick. It's only 35 left to right, but in order to understand how it's going to feel on the wrist, we have to take more into account. It is a 40 millimeter lug to lug, so 35 by 40. I'm saying it's almost a 40 feel, so it's going to work for most men. It's going to be a suitable size. Why did I wait to talk about it? The 2 micro rotors here. That's a really distinctive thing they did. It's very open. Just have these really thin, spindly bridges here to hold it in place. Their hands are very similar to Parmigiani Fleurier. It's kind of pointy, triangular hands. Love the little small seconds. The color is really pleasing. I think they call it sand or something. I really like that color. It's sort of like a champagne, just a little bit more gray. I really do like that. I think it's going to work with just about everything you want to wear with it. It's a titanium case, so it's going to be nice and light. Really interesting case shape. And the bezel here as well. I love that. This one really spoke to me when I saw it. I can't say that it's like one of the best open-worked watches, but it is very artsy and pleasing. Total score of 80. 54th place is the Armin Strom Mirrored Force. $103,541. 43 millimeters across, 11.6 thick. And it has resonance. So these balance wheels will move in tandem with each other. That is really cool to look at. I like that a lot. I bet one of these goes backwards and one goes forwards. Yeah, so this one goes backwards. That's cool. These rose gold plates are really striking. They might be brass. I'm not trying to say what the material is made of. I'm just saying it looks like rose gold. All these little thin wires that we see just makes it look more technical. I mean, it is a very technical watch. It definitely looks it. Like so many other ones, it is pretty big, 43 millimeter. Total score of 80. 55th place is the Grubel Forzi Tourbillon Cardon. $532, 45.5 across, 18.2 thick. Okay, that is thick. I think we've looked at pretty much all the Grubel Forzis. There's probably more out there. I'm really getting deja vu with this one. Oh no, this is different. It has a spherical tourbillon. Not only does it rotate on the x-axis, it's going to be rotating on the z-axis, going throughout space. That is really cool. And that's why it's so thick. Yeah, that's definitely something special. As a functional dress watch, it'd be better if it was slimmer. Total score of 80. 56th place is the RTA Purity Moissanite Kirby Tourbillon. $212,000. Feel like kind of like a 45, even though it's 41 left to right. thickness of 13. And yes, the case is made of moissanite. I had to ask AI what moissanite is. It's a rare naturally occurring mineral composed of silicon carbide. And naturally occurring moissanite is super rare, but they just make it in a lab. So surely they made the case in a lab. They didn't find this on the ground, polish it up or something. Really cool case material. I scored it as if it was a sapphire case. You know, I'm sure it's pretty similar. Oh, it says it has a higher refractive index than diamond, resulting in more fire and brilliance. Yeah, you can see that a little bit here. You can see some of the rainbow stuff going on. I'm sure this is going to be completely stunning. The color for the chapter ring on the actual timekeeping portion, not great. I don't like that. I think a dark gray would have been better. This is a very odd color. This is extremely open. I gave it the extreme openness bonus. Very artsy, fitting with the RTA namesake. It's a cool one. What more to say? Score of 80. 57th place is the Franck Muller Curvex CX Grand Central. $176,000, 36mm feel, and 12.4 thick. You know what? I think I forgot to do feel on this one. It's probably, being 36 and 39.5. It's going to be more than 36 feel. It's probably going to be more like a 38 or 39. So forget this. It's probably 38 or 39 feel. It's got a central tourbillon, and they have the 4 little weights on there to kind of maybe to regulate it somehow. That's got to be hard to do, though. Hard to work on, because that tourbillon just does its thing. Well, I guess you take away the power, and it'll stop. It does have a rose gold case. Franck Muller really likes these curvy cases. It's kind of a design signature of theirs. This one has no indexes on it. Makes it a little harder to tell the time. And the hour and minute are very similar in size. But in terms of open workedness, you just get so much. See all this stuff here. Total score of 80. 58th place is the Beauvais Autantasse. $232,000. Doing the Beauvais pocket watch style lug situation, bar lugs. They made the power reserve at least as prominent, if not more so, than the main timekeeping function. Got your tourbillon here. Very balanced. Another oddball. And like I said, when you're doing skeleton watches, sometimes it's nice to have kind of an oddball, impressive thing. This one is pretty darn impressive, but it's also fairly classy as well. Total score of 80. 59th place is the Moron Musi Node. $64,900. 41mm width, 13 thick. I could not find a picture of this thing head on, so we're stuck with this off-angle picture of it. Very pleasing bridges here. The cutout is a semicircle, and then they have semicircle bridge. I like that a lot. A couple little apertures here. So they really did the partial dial thing well. More than 50% skeletonized, so I called it a full skeleton. But they're really doing kind of a partial dial deal on here, and I like it. It kind of gives you both worlds. It's like, here's what the watch would look like normally, and here's what's underneath it. You can see both of those at the same time. So I like how they did that. It looks solid. It looks premium. It's very well finished. Very interesting case to it. I like this cut down the middle. Yeah, it's a nice one. Total score of 80. 60th place, looking similar to the Moron Musi, the Angelus Flying Tourbillon. Just a similar style, an aggressive steel case with an integrated bracelet. This one's $60,100, 42.5 across, 11.5 thick. You've got full numbers. Well, you don't have the 9, and the 8 is chopped, but that's kind of rare to see on these watches. Just applied big Arabics here and all the minute markings. You do have the tourbillon, of course. Seeing a lot of tourbillons in this price range. Come to think of it, that Moron Musi only had a balance wheel. It's just an open heart. It costs more than the Angelus. The Angelus has a grade 2 titanium case. If it was grade 5, it didn't say so on their page. So it might be grade 5. Yeah, it's neat. Another sporty one. I think I'm kind of tiring of the sporty open-worked watches. There really are a ton of them. I will have a top 10 of best sporty open-worked watches and the top 10 best integrated bracelet sport watches at the end. Look out for that, because there are a lot of these mixed in. And they don't do as well for the dress watch top 10, because it's a dress watch top 10. Total score of 80. 61st place is the Glashütte Original Senator Tourbillon. $119,500, 42mm across, 13.7 thick. Very classy, very restrained, just simple. Got the nice big date. Got a well-finished tourbillon here, looking very impressive. Even gave you a little second track to be able to count seconds easily. In true German form, it's aesthetically pleasing, and it's also functional. Their script is so nice. These hands are really beautiful. You get alligator leather with a deployant clasp, white gold case. Yeah, it's a more subtle one, but really solid. Total score of 79. 62nd place is the MB&F Legacy Machine 101 Evo. $78,196, 40 millimeters across, 16.5 thick. And that's because of this flying balance wheel, flying above the dial, just going back and forth, almost going to the center of the dial. So anytime hands are over here, it's going to be below that oscillating balance wheel. You even get to see the escape wheel here. It'll be ticking away. That is so cool. 60 hours power reserve. That's very tastefully done. Then they have this beautiful dial underneath it as well. Very classy, very avant-garde looking. And yeah, they got it both. Impressive and sophisticated. Grade 5 titanium case. I like it. Score of 79. 63rd place, the Zenith Defy Skyline Tourbillon. $61,800, 43.7 feel, and 11.7 thick. I like it. I mean, for me, for Openworked, Zenith Defy Skeleton one is cooler. But if you like tourbillons, then you'd go with the tourbillon version. The Zenith Defy watch itself, it's sort of trying too hard to do something fresh, and then it falls a little flat to me. Part of the reason is the weird lugs they have. Weird lug situation here. You know, these ugly lines right here. I mean, it's a catch-22 because if you do an integrated bracelet watch that can't accept other straps, that's kind of a bummer. But then when you make it so you can accept conventional straps, it just looks kind of weird. And if you use a regular strap, this is going to be too boxy here. It's not going to look right. So I think they should have just gone for full integration and gotten rid of this thing. Again, it just feels like it's trying too hard, and it's just not that great. I mean, if you're going to do some sort of variation of the Royal Oak, you're going to go with the Tissot PRX, not with the Zenith Defy Skyline, because of how expensive this one is. Although the PRX doesn't have an open heart. I really hope PRX doesn't have an open heart. My goodness. Okay, I was right. Tissot PRX does not make an open heart watch. Thank goodness. I don't want to miss any, but, you know, I'm sure I did miss some. I'm really rambling here. I don't like the Zenith Defy Skyline Tourbillon. It's not as exciting as other watches like this, in my opinion. Score of 79. 64th place, the FP Journe Tourbillon Souverain Lolareille. $270,000, 44 millimeters across, 13.8 thick. Earlier I said there were no FP Journes in the video. I was wrong. Here's one right here. So I wasn't super familiar with my slides, apparently. They have, I called it a vertical tourbillon. They flipped the whole darn thing on its side, and that's why this is as thick as it is. But that is really cool. Encrusted with diamonds, unfortunately for most of us. You know, there's a few guys out there that want things to be encrusted with diamonds. I'm not one of those guys. I love FP Journe's hands here. Those are really nice. And they did it on the power reserve as well. This is really interesting. I like the words. A little quirky to have them kind of offset here. The whole thing's a little bit quirky. Oh, this is cool. Wonder what we're going to see over here. Is this wheel going all the time? Yeah, it's a cool watch. It's platinum case, alligator leather. It's $250,000. Oh, Egalite Seconde Morte. Dead second. Yeah, I put true beat second here. The second hand will tick like a quartz movement. It's a deadbeat second. That's really cool. Total score of 79. 65th place is the Armin Strom Orbit. $45,457, 43.4 width, and 12.6 thick. Why is it the Orbit? Does this go around the dial? I don't think it does. I think the timekeeping portion is stationary. Maybe just because the date. Maybe that's why it's Orbit. I like the finger bridges. Those are very classy. They look very sturdy. It's very distinctive how there's three of them with the short one in the middle. It's really nice. The date thing is really cheesy, especially with the arrows going back and forth. I don't understand. Why would it point to the center ever? Because this is 1 to 31. The one place the hand should never go is right here. Maybe it's the thing where you push the button and it flips over to the date, and then you let go of the button, it goes back. That would be really pleasing to operate. I'm just speculating. Hopefully that's how it works. Hopefully I can show you a video of it or something. The micro rotor, I believe, is up here, so you're going to be able to see it spinning. Cool one. Score 79. 66th place is the Ulysse Nardin Super Freak. $400,000, 44 millimeters across, 16.5 thick. I don't have the regular freak, and maybe I should have included it. I can't remember if it's skeletonized. This one has a tourbillon, a double tourbillon, right here, that goes around with all this. The movement actually moves with the hands. That's the crazy thing about the freaks. So they put all the rotating stuff, going here with the hour hand. Is this the seconds? Or is that the power reserve? It doesn't say it has a power reserve. This must be like you're running seconds or something. That is really cool. I mean, it's incredibly technically impressive. Maybe it should have gotten 20 out of 10 impressive points. Crazy engineering with this. The tourbillons look even more complicated than a regular tourbillon, just with all the different angles and the little lines everywhere. It's a very impressive watch. I love this little gear track they have on the outside, so it can just move around. It's so cool. Again, really impressive engineering. Probably not the best dress watch, but it's very impressive. Total score 78. 67th place is the Jacques Drouot Tourbillon Skelet. Sapphire Opal. What did they do here? Okay, $392,000, 42 millimeters across, 13.8 thick. What did they do here with the opal? Like, how is the opal see-through? I don't know what they did. It looks incredible. It's just really stunning. Interesting architecture behind it. Artistic dial. This one doesn't have the grand second. It has a smaller second than the actual main timekeeping. A lot of times they reverse these two things, but that looks cool. It does have a tourbillon up here. Wow. Tourbillon's kind of covered up with these bars, though. That's unfortunate. Sapphire case. I mean, a sapphire case is really impressive. Wonder what it's like to actually wear a sapphire cased watch. Seems like it would just be strange. Just look kind of out of place. I would worry about breaking it. Total score is 78. 68th place is the Arm & Strom 1 week. $40,406, 41 across, 10.6 thick. I feel like we've seen a billion of these. I'm sure we haven't, but they're all starting to run together for me. It's another one of the Arm & Strom offerings. Score of 78. 69th place is the Angelus Gold and Carbon. $88,200, 42.5 across, 11.7 thick. And this one is also not super open worked. Well, it kind of is. You see a ton of gears. Gear train thing going on. Yeah, it's going to be cool to look at. I like these really sophisticated looking bridges here. And skeletonized. Looks really nice. Then you've got some perlage on the actual black dial. Almost looks like carbon fiber basket weave, but they did it with perlage. Yeah, it's fresh. It's cool looking. Good one. Total score of 78. 70th place. We're getting near the end. Is the Vacheron Constantin Overseas Tourbillon. $148,712. 44.6 across. 10.4 thick. You want the classier thing? You go with this one. Vacheron Constantin has that nice open-worked tourbillon watch. That one's more impressive. This one is more subdued, but you still get that really impressive tourbillon. I really like their integrated bracelet. Yeah, I mean, Zenith, I was talking about Zenith earlier. Zenith would love to have a watch that's this cool, but they only have a watch that's like sort of cool, but not really. It's the knockoff version, like the generic grocery store brand rather than the real thing. This is the real thing right here, and I really like it. Very impressive. I apologize it's not on a dark background. I've got this ugly white here. But if I start removing background, it's going to be really hard to get all these nooks and crannies of the tourbillon to get it right. Total score 77. 71st place is the Arnold & Son DSTB. $71,100, 42 millimeters across, 13 thick. Nice enamel dial for the timekeeping portion. Really interesting stuff going on up here. This one also has a true beat or deadbeat second. This must be the deadbeat mechanism right here. So you can see all that clear as day. It's going to be really easy to look at it. Don't know what this anchor does. Probably something super cool. It is an automatic movement, so maybe that the rotor doesn't look like it has anywhere to swing. It's going to bang into these. Maybe this does nothing. Very curious about that. Oh, is this like a pallet fork thing? But that's what that is. Does have a platinum case. Really beautiful frosted pale blue dial. We have some other colors. The green is really nice. Nice blue alligator leather strap. Total score 77. 72nd place, the Richard Mille RM1602 Extra Flat. $262,670. Presence of almost a 46. Thickness of only 9.5. Yeah, so what are the dimensions? 36 left to right, 45.6 top to bottom. I'm sorry I couldn't get a head-on picture of this one. They just don't do that. The red is really interesting. It is a steel case. You know, it's PVD coated, but it is just steel. It's not some other material. I mean, when you look on their product page, you search to try to find out. Search ceramic, steel. They don't really say what the case is, so you have to assume steel, because they would tell us if it was a ceramic case, I hope. I really like what they did here with these weird lines. You know, the lines make a 5, and then you have some little, and then the actual indexes are all a little bit chopped off. The 6 doesn't fully complete. 8 is just whatever over here. That is really cool. It's very artsy. I like all the little lines here. It looks so technical. It looks so futuristic. It is pretty thin as well. Definitely a fancy toy for rich people. Score 77. 73rd place is the Jacques Dro Tourbillon Dragon. $208,284. 43 millimeters across, 13.1 thick. I hope I don't offend anybody. Well, I don't care if I offend people. I don't know why you viewers watch my videos, but I will share my opinion here. I think this is tacky. I think the dragon is super tacky. No matter how good the artwork is, it always just looks a little bit off to me. And this is very well done, hand-painted dragon. But why? Why do it? Is my question. You know, it's sort of like some temporary tattoo you get at the fair. You know, do you really need it on your watch 24/7? For me, this kind of thing is just like, okay, it's fun for a day for a kid. But then, do you need it permanently? I guess that's how I feel about real tattoos. Like, why would you want to make it permanent? That's just me. It is cool artwork. I just don't think it belongs on the watch. And then I'm sure that's why it's so darn expensive too. So I don't get it. Total score 77. 74th place is the Beauvais Recital 26 Brainstorm. $315,682. It's a huge one, almost 48 across. 18.3 thick as well. It's a monster, a beast. Only the largest of men should apply for this task. You do get a world time here. Not the most functional. In my travel watch video, I did not praise this one very much because these types of world time indicators are just not as useful as the ones where the map stays stationary and then the numbers move. These numbers are stationary and then the cities move around. Nice looking moon phase. Really cool up here with the clear glass, color glass, and how it's convex. Really cool watch, very beautiful, just way too big for most people. Score 76. 75th place is the Hot Reeve Honoris Mechanica. $200,000, 42.5 across, thickness of 12.3. Not super open worked. I like how they kind of cut out the dial where there's cool stuff to look at, but then covered up the other stuff just to make it cleaner. This button here is to go back and forth between time setting and winding. So you push the button to change between time setting and winding. That may mean you never have to pop the crown out. I don't know how that works exactly. Tourbillon is behind this kind of cage thing, and the barrel's behind a cage as well. It looks elegant with just a little bit of gold up here. The bezel has a gripped edge. Don't know if that means you can turn it. White gold case. Total score of 76. 76th place is the Philippe Picklick Moon Phase 2. $52,786, 41 millimeters across, 10.5 thick. Really cool moon phase they have here, a little sphere. I really like that. These blued hands look fantastic. They're not completely uniform. You've got a little bit of purple mixed in there. Similar to the last watch, they didn't cut out the entire dial. They just cut out some of the interesting stuff. You're not going to be able to see the balance wheel, though, unfortunately. Total score of 76. 77th place is the RTA Purity Tourbillon. $156,476, 46 millimeters wide. Huge. That's big. 12.5 thick. You can see through to the back. I'm sorry for the low fidelity image. Some watch companies actually take good pictures of their watches. This one would be okay if they just increased the resolution, but you can kind of see what's behind it. And also, so the reason I like black backgrounds is because then you get good contrast with the really light case. But, when your architecture is black here, they should have done kind of a gray background. So you could understand what is actually see-through to the back. It is very, very open. This tourbillon is just floating out in space. But again, with this sapphire case, I would be very worried about breaking it. and a sapphire crown as well. Very delicate watches. Total score of 76. 78th place is the MB&F Legacy Machine Flying Tourbillon. Yes, a high fidelity image. Thank you, MB&F. $129,982, 38.5 across. Thickness of 20, because this whole thing is stacked here. And then you've got this crazy floating offset dial here. That is nuts. Squiggly hands. That tourbillon is floating right in the middle. Looks like there's open space. Does it have to be 20 millimeters thick? Probably didn't need to be, but they just went for it anyway. So it's the statement piece. The black, I'm sure, is going to look so good. They didn't mention anti-reflective coating on the crystal. It might have it, but they didn't mention that. If it doesn't have any, that's really going to mess up the experience of this watch. You need a very see-through crystal. It's not going to reflect everything. So hopefully it actually does have that. But I can't give them credit for it if it's not listed on their specifications. It does have a red gold case. Nice alligator leather strap. Total score of 76. 78th place is the Grunfeld Parallax Tourbillon. $175,000, 43 millimeters across, 12.5 thick. Salmon dial. Really neat looking power reserve. A lot of cutouts for different things they have here. I think this is setting and winding. I think that's what the S and W are. When you pop the crown, this will change. Something like that. Refer to your owner's manual for the specifics. It is hand winding. Yeah, so one of these is winding. Platinum case. That's pretty sweet. Tourbillon is really beautiful there. Decided to try the laser pointer instead of the cursor. Yeah, we'll see if this is better or worse. I noticed the cursor was really tiny. When I set the native resolution to 4K, it improved the legibility of the scorecard, but then the cursor was tiny, so I'm trying the laser pointer. I'll see if I like it or not. 80th place is the Lederer CIC 29 Open. $175,000, just like the Grunfeld. Practically the same price. 39 millimeters in diameter, 10.8 millimeters thick. I like the green. That's pretty cool. These second hands go the opposite direction of each other. They're both second hands. And it says dual chronometer. So there's two chronometer movements. And then I guess the main hands are powered by some sort of combination of the two. It's crazy. I'm not sure how that all works. Probably very technically advanced. I should have said in-house double chronometer. It's a cool watch. For Openworked, I do like the inverse version of this. And of course, if you flip this thing over, you'll see what the inverse looks like, because the inverse is just the back of this one. Total score of 76. 81st place is the Girard Perregaux Laureato Tourbillon. $123,000. Feel like a 45, 12 millimeter thickness. The Petite Tapisserie, just like the Royal Oak. It's really copying the Royal Oak. The tourbillon itself looks fantastic. Really nice bridge across it. A lot of detail there. Clearly the brand's been around for a while. They're saying 1791. That's hard to even imagine. How could it be that old? I don't care for the case here. It's a little too melted. One thing I like about the Royal Oak is it's got those sharp edges that really kind of marry industrialization and sophistication. Just cool looking watch. This one looks a little bit weak to me, but it's still a really darn cool watch. Absolutely. I just like the Royal Oak better. Total score 76. 82nd place is the Richard Mille RM UP-01 Ferrari. $1.9 million. Let's round up. $2 million watch. 38.6 feel. It is super long left to right. Only 1.2 thickness. I don't know if it's still the thinnest watch that exists, mechanical watch. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody else made a thinner one somehow, but I mean, it's incredibly ridiculous. Like, do we need the watch to be paper thin? At a certain point, it probably feels weird as well. Disregard this weight. I'm sure it's lighter than 39 grams. Yeah, what did I say left to right? I'm sorry I didn't include that. That would have been interesting to know. Well, I'll show you a picture on the screen and you'll see how ridiculously wide it is. Really neat watch, but $2 million, I'd want something classier and just more normal. It's a very frivolous purchase of $2 million. Price of like 4 houses. Total score of 75. 83rd place is the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Tourbillon. $240,000. Feel almost like a 47? That can't be right. I may have messed this up. Usually it just adds like 3 millimeters. So let's call it a 44. Thickness of 10.6. Yeah, I messed up that calculation, clearly. I mean, what can you say? An absolute classic. I do like the skeletonized version a little bit better if you're going to go that way. This is still classy as all get out as well. I mean, the Royal Oak is still just such a cool watch. This one is grade 5 titanium. That's going to be really nice. Take some of that weight off. I think the dull color of the titanium works really well with this design as well. Yeah, the real Audemars Piguet, even with a tourbillon, is only 10.6 thick. That's how you separate it from the imitators. Very nice. Score of 75. 84th place is the Zenith Defy 0G. And it's a 46 left to right, $207,500. Feel more like a 48. Thickness of 14.9. Yeah, feel maybe is not that necessary on this one because it's pretty much just a regular watch. It is slightly integrated here. Sapphire case is really cool. They also have like a blue sapphire case that I like. Power reserve right here. The balance wheel is really special on this one. Looks really cool. I like how they integrated the star, the 5-pointed star, into the architecture of the movement. Looks really nice. Yeah, it's a beauty. I think this one made a little bit of waves when it came out. It's good to see something fresh from Zenith. Total score is 74. 85th place is the Hajime Asaoka Tourbillon Pura. $361,950. 40 millimeters across, 14.8 thick. I like what they did here to chop the dial. Just give that tourbillon full prominence here. It looks really nice. And then you can see some of the gear train here powering the central hands. These screws even look good. Is an in-house movement. I like that big jewel there. Total score is 74. 86th place is the Franck Muller Vanguard Gravity. $158,900. Feel of like maybe a 50. Very long. 15.1 thick. Yeah, it's almost 54 millimeters long. That's a lot. Love the color pop here. That looks really good. It is not a tourbillon. It's just an open balance, but extremely impressive. Get to see the full barrel. All these gears. It's really, really nice. And like I said, the yellow really makes it pop. They have some other colors. I don't think I found pictures of the yellow one other than this image right here, but found some other colors. It is extremely large, so you're going to want at least a 7-inch wrist, I think, to wear this one. Total score of 74. 87th place is the Breguet Classique Double Tourbillon, 5347. $638,000. Price of a house. Width of 44 millimeters, thickness of 17. The gray and the gold actually looks really good on this one. I said earlier I don't like silver and rose gold. Oh, this is red gold. They pulled it off on this one. I think it actually does look nice. So maybe I can't just make a blanket statement about rose gold and gray, because this one does look really good. Maybe it's the strap that helps with it. The brown. I don't know. They made it work. Very, very thick. Beautiful dial. They kind of had to make their numerals smaller than they normally do to accommodate the tourbillons, but it looks really nice. It's completely uninterrupted here. So I think that was the way to go. Breguet's always keeping it classy from what I can tell. Score is 73. 88th place is the RGM Pennsylvania Tourbillon. $125,500. 43.3 across, 13.5 thick. Oh man, this is so gorgeous. How they have these different colors here of gold. I'm sure there's some sort of German wizardry going on. Although RGM is an American company. What is that? There's some company where, you watch Tim Masso and he's showing the case back and he's explaining the different metals that go into it. It's beautiful. They even cut open the middle of the timekeeping portion. You can see all those gears. Gears are very well finished. Tourbillon is extremely impressive. They did kind of a Breguet case here with these little ribs on the side. Screwed in lugs. Yeah, kind of a hidden gem here. Total score 73. 89th place is the Girard Perregaux Laureato Light and Shade. $105,000. Feel of 46. Thickness of 11.6. Beautiful sapphire case. I think they have a red one that looks really striking. Red sapphire case. I really do worry about those. I think they would break quite easily. And then hopefully there's some sort of warranty dealing with the case, or it's not too crazy to get that replaced. I don't know. I would kind of just stay away from sapphire cases personally. They do look incredibly cool. You are going to impress people with this, I'm sure. I really like these indexes on the outside. Very clean, but also functional at the same time. Total score 73. The first one I don't recommend. There's only 7 in this price range that I don't recommend or say like don't get it. This is the first one. Franck Muller Cintré Giga Tourbillon. Are they saying giga because it's big? It is pretty big. 290,900 bucks. Feel of like a 49, thickness of 14. So yeah, lug to lug is 60. My wrist literally just has 61 millimeters of footprint. That's a little bit misleading because the wrist is not just totally flat. It curves on the edges. If I take some calipers and measure my wrist, it's 61. So this is really pushing it. I think it would look ridiculous on my wrist. So probably you need a 7.25-inch wrist even to wear this watch at all. White gold case, it's gonna be heavy, absolutely. And you know, that gigantic size is really why it's not recommended. Total score is 72. 91st place, the Roger Dubois Excalibur Mono Tourbillon. This picture of it is very striking. The gold lettering is really nice. Central tourbillon. Cheesy that they labeled the hours, minutes, and seconds. But it is kind of cool that they exist in different circles. Like the hour is completely separated from the minutes. Very impressive. With the Geneva seal on the front. Yeah, it's an impressive watch. Absolutely. Not refined. It's not a good dress watch. If it was more refined, it would have passed my scoring system. Total score is 72. 92nd place is the Ferdinand Berthoud Chronometer FB. And the first thing you notice is this a bicycle? It's got gears like a bicycle. What did I call that thing? Chain device. So it's got a chain device. I don't know what the chain does. Some kind of crazy thing. Look into it if you're interested. What does this thing do? There's a power reserve right here. Oh, I didn't give it credit. That would have helped it gain at least another point. Yeah, a lot of cool stuff on here. That thickness is really a problem. 15.5. It's going to be really heavy. This crown is pretty cool too. I mean, these are just such cool watches. When you look at these expensive watches, it's like, what do I say about it? I think this entire exercise did bring up the best ones to the top, especially the top 10 at the end. Those ones are excellent open-worked dress watches. This one is not. Total score 71. 93rd place is the Speak Marin Vertical Double Tourbillon. Why is it vertical? I don't know. Perlage looks really cool. This on the back, kind of, I guess, main dial or something. What do you call that? Is that a plate? The day-night is cool. The power reserve is cool. Instead of a hand, they did this rotating disc. I really like that. Oh, they say enamel. You don't need to say it. That's something to know when you're looking into the watch and something you can enjoy personally. Don't print it on the dial. Score 70, not passing. We saw 2 tourbillons. There is actually a 3 tourbillon one that I neglected to include from Aesop. Here's a quad tourbillon. The Harry Winston Histoire de Tourbe 10. I don't know what the 10's for, but you get 4 tourbillons. It's a ridiculous size. And this one I actually did put the dimensions. 53 left to right. 39 top to bottom. That is, I guess, the correct way to do this if you do it, because it's the other way around. Nobody can wear it. This way, at least you can wear it. Your sleeve is going to cover most of this thing. You're not even going to be able to see the time, unless your sleeve is all bunched up really ridiculously low to accommodate this watch. Yeah, at a certain point, the size gets so absurd. It's like, how can it possibly pass as a dress watch? That's where this one is. Total score is 69. 95th place is the Franck Muller Vanguard Yachting. It's very similar to the Franck Muller Gravity. That one's slightly better on the scoring system. Total score is 69, not recommended. And the last watch, the very last one, maybe the most technically impressive, is the Harry Winston Histoire de Tourbe 7. You have 2 spheres, 2 spherical tourbillons. You have 3-dimensional rotating around tourbillons. The power reserve is this weird dial thing. It's incredibly impressive, absolutely. But, you know, with the 50.9 left to right, I don't know who this is for. It's just a monster gigantic watch. Not going to be good for a dress watch. Great for showing off. Total score of 63, not recommended. Okay, well, there were a bunch of cool dress watches, and I'm cycling up. We're going to go to the top 5 in just a moment of this price range. Oh yeah, that Roger Dubois. So there's a better Roger Dubois Excalibur, that actually gets a good grade. Go with that one rather than the central one. Really cool stuff. I've chosen a lot of finalists from here. It'll be nice to go through the finalists. That's going to be fun. But now we can look at the top 5 in this price range. Over $40,000. 5th place, not looking dressy at all, is the Richard Mille RM27-05 Rafael Nadal. $2.4 million. Feel of like a 42. Thickness of only 7.2. Great dimensions. They advertise the weight as like 11 grams or something, but that's just for the watch head. So I had to just kind of guess. The strap is something really thin and light, something kind of elastic. So maybe 6 grams, maybe not. It's maybe the lightest watch there is. Just extremely light. They did everything they could to make it as light as possible. Forged carbon case, really cool architecture here. I love this sort of rocket tip they have here going down. This is a tourbillon, so it will rotate all the time. Not always going to line up like this, but it looks cool in the product shot. And yeah, it is not sophisticated, not elegant. Refinement, I gave it 5 out of 10. That may have been generous, even. Really impressive watchmaking out of Richard Mille. No doubt about that. Style is too aggressive and wild for me, but I know some guys like aggressive and wild style. If you're the man who likes that, maybe think about taking that $2.4 million in your bank account and then getting another several $100,000 to pay for the tax and buy this thing. Total score of 89. Fourth place, the Piaget Polo Flying Tourbillon. $99,000, 44 millimeters, 9.8 thick. I'll admit, it doesn't do a lot for me looks-wise. When I first saw that I got in fourth place, I was thinking, why is this one here instead of the other Piaget? The full skeleton Piaget. But it's starting to grow on me. Even the moon phase, I was thinking, this isn't the right way to do a moon phase. It actually is kind of cool. Really nice tourbillon. Chose some different colors of metals to make it more interesting. Would have liked to see blued screws here. They didn't. Oh, they have a couple blued screws on the dial. It's an impressive watch, very thin. Does come with the alligator leather strap, even though they show it on the rubber. This picture includes one, so you get one of those. Total score of 90. Third place. This must be famous. I don't know if it is or not. I don't know if anyone's heard of this, but very distinctive watch. The Corum Golden Bridge, $79,900. Feel just like maybe a 39 or something. It's not going to be crazy. It's 34 left to right, 39 this way. It's just going to kind of feel like a 39. Thickness of 11.4. I said open heart. Oh, that's okay. So open heart just means balance wheel. I had to make some choices with what I did to designate things. It's just got a balance wheel here. I could have called it balance wheel, but that's all. It's just to indicate you don't get a tourbillon. You see the balance. Really impressive how they fit the entire movement in this very thin bridge that just goes vertically across the entire watch. I really like their choice not to have any indexes, just really clean. It's the most open of any of the Openworked watches, the most space that you can just see through. They have a bunch of different case materials. They have a sapphire case. This is the white gold one. It is hand winding, and you'll wind it here at the 6 o'clock. I'm excited to see how this does in the runoff for the top 10. Score of 90. Second place is the Grand Seiko Masterpiece SLGT 003. $350,000 with the 43.8. A little bit large. Thickness of 12.9. Not the thinnest one. The top 5, this is the thickest one. Extremely impressive. Oh man, Grand Seiko knocked it out of the park with this one. The ventilated lugs are so cool. Incredibly impressive. Power reserve right here. Beautiful tourbillon. You can see a lot of the mechanism. Completely skeletonized. The GS up here is extremely classy. I love that they do that. The stylized typeface. Yeah, this one really makes an impression on me. Platinum case, alligator leather with a deployant clasp. I'm really excited to see how this does in the final runoff. Total score of 90. First place, score-wise, is the Bell & Ross BR-X3 tourbillon. $99,000. Feel of 43.7. Thickness of 9 millimeters. It is a 40 left to right, 40 top to bottom. But it's going to feel more like a 44 because it's square instead of circle. And it's a little bit rounded, so it's not a straight square. They put their ampersand on the tourbillon. They kept the square shape with these bridges here, just having straight bridges all the way across. That's really pleasing. I love the 4 screws, all oriented towards the center. Smoke glass style is really beautiful. Kind of sets it apart so you can still read the time well, but you can see what's underneath. So at least in this product photo, it's perfect opacity, not too dark. You're going to see that rotor, the micro rotor spinning away here, powering it. This is the highest scoring watch in the video, I think. Yeah, no other watch got a score of a 92. Yeah, I'm really impressed by this one. Not 10 out of 10 refinement, of course, but every watch has some downsides. Total score of 92. So those are the top 5, and now we can go to that final runoff where we find out what are the top 10 Openworked dress watches from any price range. Do that now. At long last, we are at the runoff rounds. So we're going to find out what are the top 10. Okay, so as I said before, I chose the top 5s in all 3 price categories. That's 15 watches. And then I selected 30 other finalists. These are the ones that have any chance of being in the top 10. And I try to choose ones that I think are going to have a good shot. Got a few of them in the lowest price category, but most of the watches are going to be over $1,000. There are 6 rounds, 6 subjective rounds. So everything thus far has been very objective. It's been what the specs are. Now each of the watches are going to be compared against each other and ranked in these different categories. And I have different points for each round. The absolute value of all these different adjustments is 50. So the original score is still important, but we're going to be adding on a lot more points now. If I just took the raw scores, here's where all of them would be. The Bell & Ross would be in first place with a score of 92. The Cartier Santos would be in 10th place with a score of 88. These would be the top 10. I'm going to keep an eye on the Give Tourbillon. Want to see if it ends up in the top 10. At the beginning here, it's in 38th place with a score of 80. It's going to be a steep hill to climb if it's going to make it all the way up. But let's see. We'll keep an eye on it. Round number 1. I'll take my face away for a second. So yeah, so you can see this cool guy right here. This AI guy. This is what we want for formal looks. You know, he looks confident. He's got a very clean, nice, elegant tuxedo. Things I'm looking for are simple and muted, sleek, elegant, not weird. Gold is also nice. The problem with Openworked watches is they're not simple or muted. Almost none of them are. So I put the really simple ones at the top. Put the ritzy ones kind of next. Avant-garde next. Clunky and sporty are at the bottom for formal looks. I just use this to kind of help me separate them out and then on an individual basis determine which ones are more formal than the other ones. Kind of work it out there. The JLC is the most formal of these finalists. The Siga down here is the least formal. Richard Mille is not very formal either. That's how I ranked them. And let's see the results. So after round 1, no surprise here, Richard Mille is out. It went down 16 places. It was almost the least formal of all the watches in the final runoff. The Horage Tourbillon went down a little bit, only 5 places. Cartier Santos only went down 1 spot. All right, let's look at the top 10. Here is the new top 10 after round 1 formal looks. Give Tourbillon going up 9 places. Excellent. Makes sense. It's very formal looking. Some of these other ones moved around that don't have arrows, but I'm only doing arrows to indicate ones that had big moves, 4 or more. Bell & Ross was in first place, now down to 5th place. That H. Moser actually gained a bunch. You know, for a skeleton watch, it's pretty formal. The Ballad went down. It's looking a little utilitarian. Went down 8 spots. All right, let's go to round 2. Round 2 is complexity. My face is covering some of these words. Let's move it. So what I was trying to capture with complexity is just what are the most technical, flashy, intricate, impressive, detailed, high-quality watches. And complexity is trying to take into account how hard it is to make. So tourbillons had to be put above just regular skeleton watches. They are more complex. So skeleton tourbillons, like this Beauvais, like the Bell & Ross, those are at the top. Regular tourbillons are next. If you can see the rotor, that's really cool too, even if it doesn't have a tourbillon. That's a little more complex looking. Flying sort of things, those are up here. You've got some flying stuff going on. Double balances, interesting architecture, that's more. If all you see is a balance wheel, it's just an open heart, you know, the Seiko, that's the least complex of all of these things. That's how I did that one. Again, even though the JLC doesn't look super complex, it is very complex, and that's something you're going for with Openworked. You want to see some sort of technical achievement. That's how I ranked round 2. Let's see the results. Okay, after round 2, the only one that was eliminated is the Glashütte Original Senator Skeletonized. Yeah, I think I like the laser pointer, so I'm going to keep it on here. It went down 12 spots. All right, here are the standings. Just a few big moves. The Ballad came back up. You know, it had gone down to 10th place. Now it's up in 4th. It is very complex looking. This Tourbillon is very impressive. I give Tourbillon on my wrist. That went up 5 spots. Makes sense. That's kind of the big thing about this. It's got natural Tourbillon. Vacheron Constantin Overseas Skeleton up 6 spots. Quorum actually went down. It is very impressive. Not the most complex of watches. Let's go to round 3. Round 3 is openness. How much you can see through. And so obviously the Quorum, here's where it's going to shine. So maybe not the most technically complex, but it is very impressive due to how open it is. And this one, I don't have any words on the side because literally it's just how much can you see through the watch. So that was actually a pretty easy one to rate and rank. You know, the aperture size is what we're doing down here, that sort of thing. The openness is like how much of the cool stuff do you get to actually see? How much can you see through it as well? All right, let's see the results. After round 3, unsurprisingly, these kind of closed off ones are out. They're not super open. All 3 of these went down significantly. 10 and 11 spots. That's a lot. All right, let's see the standings after round 3. Bell and Ross in first place. Quorum obviously came way up. It's the most open of all the watches. We have some newcomers. This Egaloser. Something under $1,000 is actually in the top 10 right now. That is awesome. You know, I'm torn because I recognize that most of us are not millionaires, but at the same time, I'm trying to evaluate what are the coolest watches out there. It's nice to see one under 1,000 get up in the top 10, if only for a moment. Beauvais Aperto came up 10 spots. Cartier Santos Skeleton, good to see it back in the top 10. It is an awesome open-worked watch, so as the rounds go on, things are starting to clarify. We're seeing what the really good open-worked ones were. Unfortunately, my Give Tourbillon went down 9 spots. It's not very open. And that is one of my critiques with the watch. It is very cool, but in terms of an open-worked watch, it leaves a lot to be desired. I would like to see more of the movement. Case back is actually pretty disappointing on this one. Of course, from the front, all you get is that aperture. That brings us to round 4, beauty. And I have got a lot of words here. I'll just read them off. So I'm looking for balance, pretty dial, gorgeous, artistic, pleasing, high quality, refined, organic. You know, these things that kind of just elevate it up above just a machine. Because we're trying to mix, you know, beauty with machine. That's what you're getting with a really nice open-worked watch. Breguet does it absolutely the best. This is the most beautiful watch, in my opinion, out of all the open-worked watches. Orient Star is actually pretty high compared to a lot of these other ones. I think they do have pretty dial. I think it's pleasing. I think it looks high quality, a little more refined. You know, a lot of these ones lack refinement. That's just kind of what you get with open-worked watches. They are more mechanical, less refined, typically. You know, engraving helps out with that. Some of these really detailed engraved watches get high. This one right here, the Agaloser Baroque Art, is very high for beauty. That one's certainly going to move up. The Allonganzarna, beautiful watch. Quorum, even though it's kind of avant-garde, it is also very beautiful. It's a really pleasing design. Let's check out the standings. So after round 4, a couple of them went out. They were not the most beautiful. Yeah, Beauvais's pretty low. VC, kind of around the middle, but also sort of low. So those 2 are out. Here are the standings after round 4. MBNF, that looks like it's new in here. GO is also new. My Give Tourbillon moved up 8 spots, 26. Not looking like it's going to make it to the top 10, but affordability is a big factor, so maybe it'll make it. We will see. The next round is thickness. This is something that's important to do. It is built into the original score, but I think thickness is so important for a dress watch. I do like to include this as a round. It's only 6 points, so it's much less of a factor than those other things we looked at. But the full range of thickness is 4.3 for the Piaget, 15.9 for this Accutron. That's the thickest one. And you can kind of just see. So 10 or 11 is kind of the average size. That's what a lot of these are. That's where my Give fits in. But the exceptionally thin ones are really going to be helped by this round. The thicker ones are certainly going to be hurt by it. Let's see the results. None of them were eliminated after round 5. And the standings after round 5, nothing changed enough to put any arrows. My give Tourbillon is actually exactly the same as where it was in round 4. So not any huge differences. Things are starting to clarify here with the top 10. We have one more round of affordability, and that will certainly mix some things up. So let's take a look. Affordability. You probably didn't think it was possible for me to make this calculation any more complicated than it already was, but I did. So I was already mixing the rank of the total watches, mixing that with the actual just ratio of price in this price range. One of the things that really makes this hard is there is an outlier, a $2.4 million watch. That does make it tough. But I'm going to illustrate. I've never done this before. I'm going to illustrate the issue for you so you understand why I do this. Not that anyone ever asked the question, but okay, if we just take price only and we allocate the -8 points strictly on where the price lands, you see that most of them get a 0 penalty. Most of the watches only get a 0 penalty. So that's not very well distributed. There's like one watch, the 2.4 million one, that just gets the full penalty, and then everything else gets barely any penalties at all. If you take rank only, as you would expect, I mean, actually, I would expect these just to be straight across. You just take rank only, but it doesn't work that way. I'm a little confused about that, honestly. But anyway, here's how it would be. If you take the affordability penalties and you do a 50-50 split between the price and the rank, you get something like this. So a lot of the watches are going to get 1, 2, 3 penalties, and then relatively few are going to get the higher amount. But I wanted to allocate that 8 points a little bit more evenly, so I went with the 40-60 split between price and rank. So I'll show you the calculation. This is probably way too much. Anyway, so the price, as I mentioned, is a 40% of these -8 points. You take the MSRP of 570, and you take its like place in that scale. Anyway, you multiply all that together, you get no penalty for a $570 watch for the actual price. But the rank is where you do get a penalty. If I just took price, there'd be no penalty with this thing. But you do end up getting a -1 for the Seiko because there's a bunch of watches that are cheaper than this. We go to the Grand Seiko, one of the more expensive ones, $350,000. And again, here's the problem. If I only took price, there'd be barely any penalty at all. You know, maybe a -1 and that's it. There's only 2 other watches that are more expensive than it. So that's why I did the split here. And this one does end up getting a -5 penalty. So round 6 is over. Let's see how the give ended up. At the very end, affordability only helped the give a little bit. It went up 5 places. So final spot of the give is in 21st place. Not going to be in the top 10, not even going to be in the honorable mentions. It's a decent Openworked watch, but there are better ones. There are better ones, and you will see. So after all of that, showing you all the work I did to finally tune this top 10, I will now show you the top 10. Here are the top 10 Openworked dress watches. In 10th place, we didn't see it at all in all those rounds, is the Piaget Polo Skeleton. It went up 6 spots at the end. 42 millimeters, only 6.5. Thickness surely helped it a lot. Price of $3,400. And yeah, so it only got a -1 penalty. A lot of the ones near the top really went down at the end with the affordability round. And so that's why this Piaget went up at the end. Affordability is a huge factor. Formal look's not super high. Complexity, fairly high, above average. Openness, above average as well. Not super beautiful. The thickness really helps it. Thickness is a big deal. I just realized these are slightly out of order. That's fine. I did at the end decide to switch round 5 and 6, so that's why these are out of order. That's okay. Thickness helps it a ton. It's one of the thinnest ones of all. You know, the product shot, this green is really striking. When you see it in other lights, I don't think it's quite as good. I think I would go with the gray one with the actual leather strap if I was getting this one. Or the blue. The blue is really striking. But, you know, if you're interested in any of the watches, go to a dealer and check them out. Take a look at them. See what you think. I'm very happy to see that this ended up in the top 10 because it's definitely deserving of that. Total score of 88. 9th place is the Agaloser Baroque Art. 40 millimeter watch, only 9.5 thick. That's excellent. $300. You can find them for even cheaper. I think I saw one for $260 or something. Yeah, this is the one I'm most likely to pick up after this video. I was very impressed when I saw it. It did very well in those final rounds. I mean, we didn't see it in any of the rounds until right at the end. Affordability put it up over the edge, put it up 10 spots. I mean, that is a significant consideration for most of us. For me especially, I can't afford $1,000 watches. I have to save up for something like this. But for me, this is something worth saving up for. It is very, very cool. Really nice engraving, stunning blue hands. The pictures that people have taken that actually have the watch in person, like the product reviews, it looks really good in those pictures as well. So I'm really excited for this one. Hopefully I'll be able to pick it up in a month or so. It's got great formal looks, which is a really important thing for a dress watch. Since this is Openworked, I did give more points to the complexity and openness than I did to the formal looks and the beauty. This one excels more in the areas of formal looks and beauty than it does in technical complexity. But yeah, I'm really excited about this one. Almost all the other ones in the top 10 are going to be very expensive. And that was a theme we saw, is that the cheaper ones, the good cheaper ones, were pretty much Chinese, like under $1,000. It's going to be hard to find anything super compelling that's not Chinese. 8th place is the Glasuta Original Senator Skeletonized, 42 millimeters, 9.5 thick, $39,000. And yes, it's red gold, beautiful engraving, very, very classy. It is both really skeletonized and really classy. You get both of those. It's impressive and it's elegant. That's what these rounds are supposed to kind of bring out, is watches that excel in multiple areas. You're not going to find the one trick thing like, oh, it's just super open and that's its only thing. No, they kind of need to be elegant at the same time. They need to hit all these different things. And so this one made it. It's good. And yeah, this also has a score of 88, just like the last two. But all this stuff has decimals behind it. I just don't show it on the scorecard because that would be too busy. But this one does score higher than the number 9 and number 10. Thickness is decent. Not anything totally extreme, but decent thickness. Affordability, it's actually not too crazy. We'll see more expensive ones after this one in the top 10. Not the most complex watch. All it has is a balanced aperture here, but it is very open, very beautiful, very formal. Total score of 88. 7th place is the Cartier Santos Skeleton. Feel like a 44, thickness of 9.1, $33,500. And it's only steel. It does actually look fairly formal. It is very, very open and got above average beauty for a skeleton watch. Not the most expensive. 9.1 is better than average for thickness. There's different variations on these. I really like the numbers here, and that it's sort of used to hold it all together. It's almost like the numbers are the main plate. I think that's really cool. Total score of 89. 6th place is the H. Moser Endeavor Tourbillon Skeleton. 40 millimeters, 10.7 thick, $98,811. And yeah, some of what you're paying for is the actual gold. But this watch in particular has really interesting architecture, really beautiful curved bridges on here, wavy bridges, nice mix of different colors of metals. There might be a little bit of extra white in here from the image. So yeah, I'll put some other images on the screen so you can see what this looks like in the real world. Very complex watch. It's very open. I think it actually has a lot of beauty for one of these full skeleton ones as well. Part of that is the nice curves they have all over the place, the gold. And believe it or not, yeah, I guess affordability only -4 out of potentially -8. Final adjusted score of 90. 5th place is the Ballad Chapter 4 Skeleton Tourbillon. 39 millimeters, 12.9 thick. That is a downside. 12,000. And it ended up higher. Affordability was a factor. That the H. Moser had a -4 penalty. This only has a -2. When you factor all things together, I think this is a more compelling choice to go with. It brings so much to the table. The architecture is really nice. I love this curved bridge here. Got some nice, what did I say, Latin or Italian or something? I don't know which language it is. I apologize, probably Latin. The dark metal, even though it's not quite as formal, I did lose points there. It is really interesting, and I think it fits with the design. Skeletonized watches are more mechanical and just industrial looking. So I think it does fit to have a darker metal. And then it's got some refined elements going on here too. Kind of brings it all together. The gold on the tourbillon, it's more striking that everything else is more dull. This really highlights the Tourbillon that way. You can see the keyless works system here. It's got a lot of openness to it. It's a very impressive open-worked watch. Total score of 91. Fourth place, an even more impressive open-worked watch, is the Grand Seiko Masterpiece SLGT 003. Almost a 44 left to right, 12.9 thick, so it's on the thicker side. $350,000. All three of these things I just listed, those are things that brings the score down. It's not a perfect watch. There is no such thing as a perfect watch. Price is a huge factor here, and getting -5 points for that is completely fair. Being so much more expensive than other options means you're going to consider the other options before this one. Beautiful power reserve, wonderful finishing, a lot of different stuff to look at, different stuff going on, but it all works together and it looks really nice. I love that the timekeeping portion is up on top, allowing you to see all this interesting stuff down here. That's a neat way of doing it so the Tourbillon doesn't impede on the main timekeeping portion. You just kind of get more that way. You get to see more cool stuff. A very impressive watch. I really like the ventilated lugs here. It's nice that they did that. Almost has like a samurai shape. Really nice case profile here and unique. This Grand Seiko is both distinctive and familiar at the same time. Total score of 91. And we're about to have a little bit of whiplash. In third place is the Agilosur 9001 A1 Tourbillon. 40 millimeters, 9.7 thick, $895. Okay, so those three things right there, the width, the thickness, the price, all better than the Grand Seiko. It makes for a better dress watch than the Grand Seiko. Just the actual dimensions of the watch and how much it costs. Those are important factors, and those were things I try to consider. Yes, the artistry on the Grand Seiko is way higher. The quality is way, way higher. But this one brings a ton to the table. The Tourbillon is actually really impressive here. The architecture is really nice, really slick. It looks so much more upscale than the price would indicate. We see $12,000 open-worked watches that don't look nearly as impressive as this one. So it's bringing a ton to the table. This is kind of a problem. They could have just had a sterile dial here. That would have been a lot better. I don't have a problem with the font. I think it actually matches the character pretty well. The problem is the name. Agilosur or Agelosur. There's probably 5-10 different ways to pronounce this weird made-up word. That's unfortunate. It's not super formal, I will concede that fact. It is highly complex. It is very, very open. And those were weighted more. For an open-worked watch, those factors are weighted a little bit stronger. It is very affordable. That's how this ended up so high in the top 10. And it's really not very thick, under 10 millimeters. So it's definitely a standout. I'm glad it's not number one. It doesn't deserve to be number one, but it does deserve to be number 3. It has earned that spot. Total score of 91. Second place is the Bell & Ross BR X3 Tourbillon. With, this should say feel of like a 44, because it's a 40 left to right, 40 top to bottom square. Thickness of 9 millimeters, price of 100 G's. Not formal, but again, I weighted impressiveness stuff, the complexity, the openness. Those were weighted a lot higher than the formal looks or the beauty. Even though it's not formal or beautiful, it is very impressive, technical, open. And although it's $100,000, affordability could be a lot worse. As we saw with that Grand Seiko, that was 3 times the price of this one. It's not super thick. 9 millimeters is actually really nice. The screws are really nice. The bevels around the edge are really nice. There's a lot of design. I like the ampersand. It's such a cool symbol. I draw it anytime I possibly can just because I like how it looks. So that's sweet to see that on the Tourbillon. The smoke glass dial is really nice. You see all the little gears that go from the micro rotor up to the barrel. You see the keyless works. I mean, you see everything. It's a fantastic open-worked dress watch. Not super dressy, but I think within the concept of dressing up, going out to something fancy, there does exist a place for just really impressive things you can kind of show off. Something a little special to you that other people who aren't watch dorks, they may not understand. They see this one and man, that's a really cool looking watch. Yeah, it almost transcends what you normally think of as an accessory that you would wear. It's just so darn cool. Maybe I'm getting too philosophical here, but this Bell & Ross, I knew it was going to be right near the top when I saw it. was one of the first watches that I scored because I kind of worked on them alphabetically. And I thought, this one is really going to make it high. This might be the best one. It's not the number one, though. Let's take a look at the number one now. Maybe not a surprise. The number one best open-worked watch is the Quorum Golden Bridge. The feel is not crazy. I know in that shot I had of it on somebody's wrist, maybe I'll try to find another one. It looked huge. That guy must have had a tiny, tiny wrist. So if it's covering your entire wrist, you've got like a 5-inch wrist or something. That is insane. It's going to wear fine on most people's wrists. Thickness is okay. Could be better. Definitely could be better. But it's not outrageous. 11.4. The price, obviously $80,000, is ridiculous. You can get some nice vehicles for that price. If you want the look without the price, you can always go with that Wizlith or similar Chinese watches that do a golden bridge sort of thing. If you want the real deal, here it is. It is the most open of any watch. Complexity is not super high. It's just a balanced spring. You don't get a tourbillon or anything. It's just so stylish. It is very beautiful. You're getting both. You're getting extreme openness. You're getting beauty. Complexity is not huge, like I said, but even despite that, I think this exhibits the character of an open-work watch better than any other one, and just really high quality too. That is my number one. So here they were. Here are the top 5. I feel really good about this top 10, which makes sense. I put a lot of work into it. The Glashütte Original, that one is so darn sophisticated. One of the problems here was that price. And again, this Agaloser, that's the one I'm most likely to pick up. And you can see my full review once I do. But now let me show you the 5 runners-up. Here are the top 5 runners-up. Runner-up number 1 is the Ballad Chapter 4 Infinity. It's a 41 millimeter diameter, 9.8 thick, and $17.8 thousand. It's fairly complex. It does have the tourbillon and the moon phase. It is not open very much at all. All you get is the aperture. So for open workedness, it's a little bit lacking. You still get that tourbillon, still qualifies, but that was its weak spot. It is beautiful, beautiful dial on it. That moon phase is really impressive as well. Small second is really classy. That was my first runner-up. Second runner-up is that Piaget Polo Flying Tourbillon. 44 millimeters, thickness of 9.8, $99,000. I'm very pleased that by the end, the skeleton Piaget Polo got higher than this one. The skeleton one is a better open-worked watch. That's the one I would go for. But I'm sure there's some people who want the tourbillon. They think this is a cool moon phase. I actually do kind of like it. Seems more precise than the little double bosom thing with the rotating disc. The more no-nonsense way of presenting the moon phase. I really do like the polo case shape where they've got the rounded kind of square in the middle. It is pleasing. And I like that you get the alligator leather with it. That was my number 2. The third runner-up is the Frédéric Constant Manufacture Tourbillon. 39 millimeters, 11 thick. It's going to wear absolutely great. 20 Gs, a ton of blued screws. Most tourbillons you only ever see even 3 screws. Here we get 8 blued screws right there. You get a blued escape wheel. That is really cool. It looks very formal. It is very beautiful. Tourbillon is a very technical, complicated complication. Not very open, just with the aperture. That was my number 3. Number 4 is the MB&F SP1. 38 millimeters, 12 thick. And that price, the $80,000, that's what kicked it out of the top 10 at the end. It went down 4 spots. Here it is, runner-up number 4. Similar to the Golden Bridge, this is very darn impressive what they're doing here. The score was not quite as high. It's not quite as refined or as beautiful as that Golden Bridge, or as some of the watches above it, frankly. It's very open, one of the most open watches you can find. Final score of 86. And my 5th runner-up is the JLC Master Ultra Thin Tourbillon. 40 millimeters, 10.8 thick, $51.8 thousand. It looks very formal. It's fairly beautiful. It's kind of plain. It's not that exciting to look at, but it is objectively high quality. You also sort of have to make excuses for JLC, one of those brands where it's like, well, I don't get excited about it, but it's a reasonable, rational choice, isn't it? And it is. It is a reasonable, rational choice, and it will serve you well. Due to how it's not super exciting, I never think JLCs are like the top of the class. Although the Reverso is really cool. That was my last runner-up. And now we can go to some of the runoff rounds. I think I have 3, maybe 4. Let's go to those now. The first bonus round is the top 10 integrated bracelet Openworked watches. There's 10 of these. 10th place is the Speak Marin Ripple skeleton. This one is super thin, only 6 millimeters thin. Crazy. I love that micro rotor. Very technically impressive. It's not super dressy, and that's what we're going to see with these. That's my number 10. 9th place is the Girard Perregaux Laureato Tourbillon. Definitely deserves to be in the conversation with integrated bracelet Openworked watches. It is very impressive. I love how the Tourbillon looks. My 8th place is the Festina F20069/1. This is the Festina to go for. Totally skeletonized. It almost got to a good grade, not quite. Due to the price, I think this is a very compelling integrated bracelet Openworked watch choice. 7th place is that Mauron Musi node. They're really doing something unique here. The bracelet is cool. Oh, they have little slices on each of the links here. That's interesting. Okay, so they did do something fresh with the bracelet too. Case is super fresh. The dial, like, so much character to this. It's a very distinctive watch. 6th place, we have the Parmigiani Fleurier Tonda skeleton. I mentioned this green is so striking. You don't see all that many gears. There's a lot of like bridge stuff going on here, but it is very attractive. I especially like the one that's gray with the gold indexes and the gold hands. The green one is obviously nice too. The way they integrate it here with the bracelet is really pleasing. How the end links are sort of like bisected with a polished portion and a brushed portion. Actually, these are probably just the lugs, and then this is this is the end link. But it looks so good, and that continues down the bracelet. Parmigiani Fleurier is a really fantastic watch. This company is really excellent, doing fresh stuff. 5th place is the Chapek Antarctique X Revolution. Talk about interesting architecture. They really nailed it here. It looks so nice. There's something about the form of all that's going on here. It's just really intriguing. It just looks really special. Got a lot of openness here. It's fantastic. I don't know what Revolution contributed to this, but they made it better than the regular Antarctique. 4th place is the Marie Lacroix Acon skeleton. I have a soft spot for the Acon. I think it is a really nice AP Royal Oak alternative. I love the Star Wars Empire sort of bezel here, kind of looking like a life preserver or something. It just looks great. I really like what they did there. It has a style of its own. The skeletonization is fantastic on this. Better than a lot of much more expensive watches. 3rd place out of the integrated bracelet ones is the Zenith Defy Skyline skeleton. I really do like the Zenith Defy. I mentioned the lugs are a little frumpy. These lines are sort of weird. That's all still true, but something special about Zenith, being an American brand originally, now it's Swiss, but something special about it. I love this purple escape wheel. These symmetrical bridges are just really pleasing. This one in particular does make this a special watch. The regular Zenith Defy, again, just sort of feels like a knockoff. This one does have a character of its own, and I really like it. That's my 3rd place, the bronze. For the silver medal, I give the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Jumbo Extra Thin. They have to be in the conversation for integrated bracelet. Ridiculously thin, 8 millimeters. Speak Marin Ripples was thinner, but this one's otherwise the second thinnest in these top 10 here. That is one of their strong suits at AP. Again, with the interesting architecture, they did a great job. Looks fantastic. It looks unique, special. It's really nice. And in 1st place is the Vacheron Constantin Overseas Skeleton. They did it the best. The gold, you see the gold and you think, wow, why didn't the other ones do gold? It looks so nice when you do that, in my opinion. It is, of course, very busy, but that's kind of the point of an Openworked watch. It's supposed to be busy. It's supposed to be something you can just get lost in, looking at all the different angles, the different gears, the cool bridges, just seeing how it works. So cool. And the blue just makes it pop. They have a really cool bracelet. That was my number 1. So here they are, the top 5 integrated bracelet, and the bottom 5. All really cool ones. You may disagree with me putting Festina above Speak Marin. Yeah, maybe they should have swapped or something. But price is a factor. You can get the Festina for only $1,500. That's a great deal for a really impressive integrated bracelet Openworked watch. The next bonus round is the top 10 just plain open heart watches. We saw a lot of them. They didn't score super high, but if you really just like open heart and you don't need any of the extra fluff, here you go. Here are my top 10. 10th place is the Seagull Open Heart. Only $82. Looking pretty rough, I'll be honest. There aren't a ton of open heart watches. This is the 10th place. Maybe I didn't need to do a top 10. Let's look at number 9. It's the Letterer CIC 29 Open. One of the reasons this isn't going higher is because while it is only open heart, it's a little too complicated, because kind of the point of open heart is you want to see a little of the movement, but not a ton. And they're kind of doing a little too much here with all the branding and stuff. An amazing watch. It's just hard to say it's the best open heart because they're kind of deviating from the formula a little bit with all this extra jazz. 8th place, I put the Orient Star Contemporary Semi-Skeleton. In-house movement, really cool power reserve. Looks really nice. I would take it off the Bracelet because I hear the bracelets aren't great. I've never had an Orient, so I don't know that from personal experience, but it's a good one. 7th place, I put the Seiko Presage Cocktail. You'll notice the scores, like this is scoring a little lower than the Orient. I would take the Seiko over that Orient any day of the week. I would take it over the Letterer because I don't have $175,000. I might be able to save up for the $600 Seiko. Mineral crystal is a major downside. Seiko, get it together. But it is a cool watch. It's got to be in the top 10 of open hearts, absolutely. 6th place is the Hamilton Jazzmaster Open Heart. Very distinctive. Everybody knows this thing. They are also deviating a little bit from the open heart spirit by showing us a little too much of the movement. But no, it's a classic. Definitely in the top 10 open hearts. 5th place, I put the Tissot Gentleman Open Heart. It is classy. It is solid protection. A little bit plain, but dress watches and Gata watches are nice if they're just really plain. This can do both. It can be a good dress watch. It can be a good sporty watch. You can can fill a lot of slots. Very versatile watch. 4th place, I put the Raymond Weil Freelancer RW1212 Square. It's got that nice big bridge that I like seeing. Something a little bit different with the more square shape of it. High brand strength with Raymond Weil. 3rd place, I put the Orient Star Classic Semi-Skeleton. This one looks better than the other one, in my opinion. I love the gold hands, champagne dial, or just tan. I like the thin, really long Roman numerals. Those are nice. 2nd place, I put the Soleilloc Harmony Micro Rotor. And yes, I don't think we can see the balance. So is it technically open heart? Sort of it is. It's open rotor. Those rotors are going to be giving you as much entertainment as the balance probably will. But maybe it shouldn't be here. Maybe that was a mistake. But I really like this one, so I had to give it some credit. So I put it here. Number 1 open heart is the Frederic Constant Classic Heartbeat. It is the classiest, just raw watch that we've seen here for open hearts. The dial is so clean, so beautiful. I love the black hands on the silver dial. If you're not worrying about lume, which you shouldn't be with a dress watch, this is an excellent way to go. That's the number 1 heartbeat, in my opinion. Here are the top 5 open hearts and the bottom 5 open hearts. A lot of cool open heart watches in the video. The final bonus section will be the top 10 sporty Openworked watches. So not the dressy ones. And I don't think I put any that were in the top 10. But we didn't really have any sporty ones in the top 10. So I guess the disclaimer is irrelevant. Let's check those out. 10th is the Tourbillon Cap Camerat Skeleton. It's looking very smooth. It's a square, but I love the rounded corners. I guess it's similar to the Bell & Ross. They put their screws, instead of putting them in the corners, they put 6 screws on the front of it. But it's nice that they align. They kind of continue with these indexes here. It's really pleasing. Nice open heart up there. And it's sporty because it's on silicone. That was number 10. 9th is the Girard Perregaux Free Bridge. It's looking sporty and a little bit elegant. Mostly sporty though. I like the meteorite over here. I like these vertical lines. It's very orderly and very impressive. 8th is the Linda Vertelin Spidolite Titanium. A very good sporty option. Extremely ventilated. It's looking very industrial. These hex screws are really cool. I like the triangle grid on here. Skeletonized hands. Looks really nice. Thick rubber strap. Oh, silicone strap. That was my number 8. 7th is a Sega X Series skeleton. I had to give Sega some credit somewhere. They make a really nice, sporty, open-worked watch. They've got actually a lot of cool ones. I really like the square one. Nobody else does this. The bright blue screws, futuristic 3-point screws here. So cool. It's titanium. It's only $500. A really impressive, not expensive, sporty open-worked watch. This is really excellent. 6th place is the Franck Muller Vanguard Gravity. Very sporty. Despite the score, I think this is really nice. It is very big. That's one of the problems with this, but it'll actually work on most guys' wrists. Since it does have that sporty aesthetic, it's okay if it looks really large on your wrist. 5th place is the Grubel Forzi Balancier 3. Very sporty looking. I like the strong lines they have. The whole thing looks very strong and masculine. Some really nice lines all the way across. It's sort of unnecessary what they're doing here with this bridge, but it just gives it some sturdiness to it. Really big balance wheel. 4th place is the Sega Hunter. Again, Sega is great value for sporty open-worked watches. Totally unique. They do these in-house movements, really cool designs. Only $600. It's incredibly impressive. You're going to get to see the rotor swinging around the whole thing in the back. Nice green color pop. Ratchet wheel has their name on it. Futuristic screws. Love the ventilated case. 3rd place, I put the Norcane Wild One. Yeah, if you want sporty open-worked, this is a great one. Forged carbon case. Little rubber bumpers on the outside. It's one of the things Norcane does extremely well. I like the blue on the hands. That was my number 3. 2nd place is the De Batoon DB28 GSV 2AN Grand Blue. Very interesting, very quirky. Tourbillon itself is looking more futuristic, more modern. I love the shape in the middle, Star Trek shape. I think this one has a party trick where there's a light inside of it somehow. Like, is there a battery in here so you can have some sort of illuminated thing? Really cool hour hand. Get a timing bezel on it. It's really nice flexing lugs to make it sit really flat on your wrist. Nice articulating lug bars here to really make sure you get a nice fit and it just hugs your wrist. That was my number 2. And number 1, it had to be the Richard Mille RM27-05, Rafael Nadal. It's the sportiest open-worked watch there is. Very sporty. The most open-worked of sporty watches, the sportiest of open-worked. It's just the best sporty open-worked watch. It's going to weigh nothing. I think they literally say 11 grams for the watch head. Incredibly light, incredibly thin. It's amazing technical achievement. And you can actually wear it playing tennis. Those are the sporty ones. Here are the top 5 and the bottom 5. There's a lot of really good sporty watches in this video. Sure, you could find your own as you're watching through. But now, as I do in all these videos, I know we're probably approaching the 5-hour mark already. But still, every video I'd like to have a little Bible lesson at the end. That's what we're going to do now. We're beginning the Armor of God series. So we'll start with the first piece of the Armor of God. It's Bible time. Welcome to Bible time. Today we'll be looking at the first piece of the Armor of God mentioned in Ephesians 6, the Belt of Truth. Ephesians 6, 10 through 11. A final word, be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power. Put on all of God's armor so that you'll be able to stand firm against all strategies of the devil. That's at the end of Paul's letter to the Ephesians. And he offers the advice, put on the armor of God because evil spirits are at war with us. There's mighty unseen powers that seek to defeat us. But we have powerful defenses against our spiritual enemies. And he lists what some of these things are. Verses 12 through 13 are good for context too. For we are not fighting against flesh and blood enemies, but against evil rulers and authorities of the unseen world, against mighty powers in this dark world, and against evil spirits in the heavenly places. Therefore, put on every piece of God's armor so you will be able to resist the enemy in the time of evil. Then after the battle, you will still be standing firm, be able to resist the enemy. And spiritual attacks absolutely are real. I've never really thought about these that deeply, so looking forward to learning what these defenses are. But today, I've got this little chart here which shows the 6 pieces of armor. And the first one is that belt of truth. I'll explain what the armor piece does, and then we can get into the spiritual application. So starting with what the belt does, when I first looked at this, I assumed that the belt's purpose was to hold up your pants. That's what I use a belt for. But it turns out that nobody in first century Mediterranean world wore pants. They just didn't have pants back then. They wore robes. So the belt had a little bit of a different purpose. They would use the belt to free up their movement during work or battle. So you tuck the hem of your robe into the belt and just kind of gather up your robes so you're not going to trip on them. In the King James translation, that's what's meant by the expression "gird your loins." Girding your loins was doing that exact thing, tucking your robe into your belt. It means preparing to be able to run or fight or work. Now that we understand what the armor piece was used for, we can now get into the spiritual application. We're going to put on the belt, but it's not an actual leather belt, it's a belt of truth. And I do have a 3-part outline. So my 3-part outline is the intention of mine, because literally the passage just says, put on the belt of truth. So how does the Christian put on the belt of truth? Well, I believe we can do it in 3 ways here. 3 important ways that we should handle the truth in our lives. So the first thing is to apprehend the truth. And I told my wife, she didn't immediately know what apprehend meant. It means to grasp, to understand, to apprehend it. We'll be much more susceptible to the attacks of our spiritual enemies if we don't understand true from false. It's very important to understand what the truth is. And, before I knew Jesus, I believed in a lot of lies, and those lies fueled my rebellion against God. So we can literally see how the enemy can use lies. The chief lie that I believed was that God didn't exist. There's a time in my life I didn't believe in God at all, and my life was a wreck as a result. I know that other lies that we can believe is, I don't need God, God doesn't love me, or this is a pernicious one, I'm basically a good person. When someone says that, that's them living without God. And it's a lie. We're not basically good people. I hate to break it to all of you, but we're not basically good. That's not really a thing. There's not basically good. When we say that, it's a way to downplay our bad actions in the world when we say something like that. Oh, yeah, I make mistakes, but I'm basically a good person. That's sort of like saying, on balance, I'm really okay, I don't need God. And that's a lie. It's not true. We all need God. Yeah, in fact, at the heart of every unbeliever is some foundational lie about the existence and character of God. So if we're to be protected against spiritual darkness, we have to first understand, apprehend the truth. And that truth never changes. The Bible does not need to be rewritten. The Bible is true. Language changes over time, so we have to describe what's in the Bible to understand it. It was written thousands of years ago, and language changes, but the truth never changes. But yeah, lies do change, and they morph and shift to accomplish their purpose, hiding the truth. That's the purpose of the lie, is to hide a truth. So when we believe in a lie, we are hiding the truth from ourselves. All right, let's look at some Bible verses. First one is Proverbs 12, verse 19. Truthful words stand the test of time, but lies are soon exposed. Very true. To gain knowledge of God's eternal truth, we have to set aside our previous assumptions. We have to trust that our Lord will reveal the truth to us. And that may contradict some of the beliefs we previously had. That was my experience as a new Christian. We have to acknowledge that our knowledge is limited, and we all carry false assumptions about the motivations of others, about the nature of God, about all sorts of things. We just have false assumptions, but God can show us the truth. Proverbs 3, verse 5 says, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart. Do not depend on your own understanding. Seek his will in all you do, and he will show you which path to take." That was my experience when I was very new in believing in God at all. At the age of 25, 26, I just prayed, God, show me your will. I offer my life to you. Show me what you would like me to do. And he showed me. And over time, I've gained an understanding of his character. The Bible is critical to understanding God's character. I learned a lot just kind of consulting God, but once I've read this whole Bible, not this particular whole Bible, but once I read the Bible cover to cover, I had a much greater understanding of the actual character of God. So if we trust him and lean not on our own understanding, he will reveal the truth to us and guide our paths. It's incredibly powerful in our spiritual battles. The truth sets us free from lies that hold us in bondage, such as the lies I mentioned previously. John 8, verse 31 through 32. Jesus said to the people who believed in him, "You are truly my disciples if you remain faithful to my teachings, and you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." So We will be disciples if we remain faithful to his teachings, and then we will know the truth. We will apprehend the truth. We'll see there it says we need to remain faithful to his teachings. Got a few more verses. I've got a lot of verses this time. Ephesians 5, verse 8 through 9. For once you were full of darkness, but now you have light from the Lord. So live as people of the light. For this light within you produces only what is good and right and true. Very similar to that last one. If we are faithful to him, we live as people of the light, then what that will produce is what is good and right and true. All right, this is the last one. 2 John chapter 1, verse 1 through 4. This letter is from John the elder. I am writing to the chosen lady and to her children, whom I love in the truth, as does everyone else who knows the truth, because the truth lives in us and will be with us forever. Grace, mercy, and peace, which come from God the Father, from Jesus Christ, the Son of the Father, will continue to be with us who live in truth and love. That illustrates exactly how the truth can protect us. Paul says that those who live in truth receive grace, mercy, and peace from God. And yeah, the devil has a much harder time messing us up when we're full of that grace, mercy, and peace from God. Okay, let's go to my second point. So it's critical that we apprehend, that we understand the truth. My second point is to apply the truth. So I was looking through Proverbs, and my study Bible had a neat little chart of like all these different wisdom pieces that are to be found in the book of Proverbs. And they defined wisdom as the application of knowledge. So apply the truth. Once you understand, once you have knowledge of the truth, it's time to apply it. That's where the knowledge turns to wisdom. It's really great to understand the truth, but in order for it to have an impact on our lives and the lives of others, we have to live it out, apply it. All of us, even the sociopaths, have some understanding of what's right and wrong, and yet we still do what's wrong. We still hurt each other by lying, stealing, manipulating. If our knowledge of right and wrong, the truth, doesn't actually change our behavior, then we are fools. The book of Proverbs is often called a book of wisdom, and it often contrasts the wise with the foolish. In some cases, the fool does actually lack knowledge of the truth, but often the fool does have that knowledge of the truth and simply doesn't apply it. So when I'm saying apply the truth, for point number 2, that's synonymous with the concept of just be wise. Being wise is applying the truth. Proverbs 9, verses 11 through 12. Wisdom will multiply your days and add years to your life. If you become wise, you will be the one to benefit. If you scorn wisdom, you will be the one to suffer. So that was important because scorning wisdom would be ignoring the knowledge we have about right and wrong and just doing what we feel like. I'll give you a couple more passages on the value of wisdom, the application of knowledge. So the first is Proverbs 3, verse 13 through 18. Joyful is the person who finds wisdom, one who gains understanding. For wisdom is more profitable than silver, and her wages are better than gold. Wisdom is more precious than rubies. Nothing you desire can compare with her. She offers you long life in her right hand, and riches and honor in her left. She will guide you down delightful paths. All her ways are satisfying. Wisdom is a tree of life to those who embrace her. Happy are those who hold her tightly. One more, Proverbs 4, verse 5 through 9. Get wisdom, develop good judgment. Don't forget my words or turn away from them. Don't turn your back on wisdom, for she will protect you. Love her, and she will guard you. Getting wisdom is the wisest thing you can do. And whatever else you do, develop good judgment. If you prize wisdom, she will make you great. Embrace her, and she will honor you. She will place a lovely wreath on your head. She will present you with a beautiful crown. So over and over, the Bible talks about the value of being wise. And being wise means you know the truth and you apply it to your life. You know what's right and wrong, and you stick to that. You apply it. That first point, there was that wonderful passage. There's that wonderful passage where Jesus said, "You are truly my disciples if you remain faithful to my teachings. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." So we should apply the teachings of the Bible, the truth of the Bible, to our lives. And finally, my third point is announce the truth. That's how we can put on that belt of truth. We can understand it, we can apply it to our lives, and we can announce it to others. So as Christians, I believe that God has asked us to go and share the truth with others. Of course, that truth being the gospel. This is shown clearly in the Great Commission, Matthew 28, verses 19 through 20. Therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Teach these new disciples to obey all the commands I have given you. And be sure of this, I am with you always, even to the end of the age. That's announcing the truth. Jesus will be with us to help us do this. Another one is John 1, verse 6 through 9. God sent a man, John the Baptist, to tell about the light so that everyone might believe because of his testimony. John himself was not the light. He was simply a witness to tell about the light. The one who is the true light, who gives light to everyone, was coming into the world. So John the Baptist, he knew of Jesus coming, and he told everybody. That is a great example for us to follow as well. Another one is John 4, verse 35 through 38. You know the saying, 4 months between planting and harvest. But I say, wake up and look around. The fields are already ripe for harvest. The harvesters are paid good wages, and the fruit they harvest is people brought to eternal life. What joy awaits both the planter and the harvester alike. You know the saying, one plants and another harvests. And it's true. I sent you to harvest where you didn't plant. Others had already done the work, and now you will get to gather the harvest. So some people plant the seeds, planting the seeds of message of hope that we have, redemptive story of Jesus on the cross, and then others can harvest that. They can bring it home, lead someone to be baptized and to become a Christian. The fields are already ripe for harvest. God has planted those seeds in people's hearts. You can go around and harvest them up. And there's no mystery about what this harvest is. It says, the fruit they harvest is people brought to eternal life. That's what's being harvested in Jesus' illustration here. Got a couple more. 2 Corinthians 5, verse 20 through 21. So we are Christ's ambassadors. God is making his appeal through us. We speak for Christ when we plead, come back to God. For God made Christ, who never sinned, to be the offering for our sin, so that we could be made right with God through Christ. So God has made us Christ's ambassadors. It's our job to carry that message. Tell people, plead with people, come back to God. If you don't know God, I plead with you, come back to God. And you're coming back because he made you. And finally, 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 5. But you should keep a clear mind in every situation. Don't be afraid of suffering for the Lord. Work at telling others the good news and fully carry out the ministry God has given you. God wants us to tell others the good news. That's the ministry he has given to us. So there we go. That's the spiritual application of the belt of truth. We put on all God's armor so that we'll be able to withstand firm against all strategies of the devil. We are under attack from the devil and his minions, evil spirits. God has given us tools to defend ourselves, if we will take them up and use them. So just as our first century Mediterraneans would gather up their robes in a belt to run or fight or work, the belt of truth prepares us for the spiritual attacks from the devil, which we will surely receive. We must first know, apprehend the truth. We must then apply it to our lives. And finally, to get the full benefit of the belt of truth, I believe we should announce the truth to others. Share the gospel of truth. To share wisdom that we've learned from the Bible. Truth is the first listed piece of the armor of God, and it will defend us against the attacks of the devil. But there is more armor, 5 other pieces, and we'll cover those in the next 5 videos. But that's all I had on the passage, and next week will be the second piece of armor, the breastplate. That one seems very important, maybe more important than the belt, but probably all of them are equally important. But I look forward to checking out that breastplate. Now let's close with a prayer. Lord, thank you for this time. It's been a while since I've been able to do one of these Bible times, so I'm really grateful to be doing this again. And Lord, I just pray you would help all of us, the ministry you've appointed us to, whoever you put in our lives for us to minister to, just to share the gospel with. Pray you would give us the boldness of spirit to do that. Give us discernment to know the best way to deliver the gospel to friends or family or co-workers. Please strengthen me, Lord, and open my eyes to see when that opportunity is there. And Lord, I just thank you that you've made us your ambassadors, that you've given us this high position. And please help us to fulfill that dutifully. And I pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen. Now may the Lord of peace himself give you peace always and in every way. The Lord be with you all. See you next time.